Welcome along to Lords on a gloriously sunny day here for the start of day 3 of this County Championship Division 2 match between Middlesex and Leicestershire. I'm Matt Kabir-Floyd. This is Kevin Hand. We will be the voices you will hear today during our coverage here on the live enhanced stream of Middlesex. And at the moment, Kevin, it's the home side that hold all the cards.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you'd imagine that it will be the home side holding the cards all the way today. It should be. It's a lovely sunny day out there, blue skies. The deck has been good again, even though there's been plenty of wickets. And even from a Middlesex perspective, the weight of runs has come from Stoneman and from John Simpson. Wonderful 70 for him. But it's been a bowler's match again. It's a bowler's time of year. So it's what you'd expect. Even with the blue skies today, you'd expect it will be a bowler's day again for Middlesex, especially first thing this morning. Unless Leicester can produce something very good in this first morning session today, then you'd imagine Middlesex will be very confident of wrapping up this victory.
Middlesex hold all the cards. Let's show you the batting and bowling cards from that Leicestershire second innings then. The start of it anyway. We've got 11.4 overs in yesterday, and immediately Shaheen Shah Afridi struck. He took out Hassan Azad and Colin Ackerman, who got a pair, the Leicestershire captain. Afridi got him in both innings. So 2 big wickets early on. Sam Evans is still there on 23. Louis Kimber was dismissed by an absolute jaffer by Ethan Bamber, which hit the top of off stump. And the other not-out batsman, Vian Mulder, one of 2 overseas players for Leicestershire. So there's 37 for 3. They still need 184 to make Middlesex bat again. Let's have a look at the Middlesex bowling card.
Yeah, it was brilliant, wasn't it? From Afridi again, 2 for 18 from 6. Roland Jones, none for 9 from 3 from the nursery end. Roland Jones, taken out because the plan was yesterday evening before bad light set in that he'd replace Afridi probably after 6 overs. It never got that far though. Bamber's over 1 for 6 for him from 2.4. So hauled off with a couple of balls left of his third over. So he'll start up from the nursery end, finishing that over this morning. Whether he continues, he bowled beautifully, and the wicket that he picked up as well was absolutely magnificent. Kimber, he's got 2 in the match now, 1 from Afridi at the pavilion end and 1 absolutely sparkling delivery from Bamber at the nursery end as well.
So that summary then, Leicestershire 37 for 3 in their second innings. They still trail by 184. Let's show you what happened on day 2.
Stoneman ton has Middlesex hunting victory. Leicestershire up against it. Once again, Middlesex's battery of quicks had torn through the Foxes. 3 each for Afridi and Helm, 2 for Bamber, and the visitors all out for 149. The hosts had capitalised with the bats too. Stoneman unbeaten on 80 at the end of day 1. Middlesex just 7 behind for the loss of just 2 wickets. With an early boundary off right, Hanscom took Middlesex into the lead, 150 up, and both he and Stoneman looked in good touch. The former Surrey opener was now hunting 100 and was up into the 90s soon enough. If he was to get there, he'd have to do it without Hanscom, caught behind for rights first. Holden, the next man in, wasted little time taking Middlesex to 200 with a boundary off Mulder. With that dealt with, Stoneman had Holden to thank for the shot that took him to his 100. A quick single scampered, with the number 5 heading towards the danger end. A good innings for the opener rewarded. Holden, though, wasn't able to do much more, bowled by Parkinson via a deflection or 2 off his boots. Stoneman's knock came to an end at the hands of Callum Parkinson. A second wicket for the spinner, LBW for 108. Holman and Simpson ushered Middlesex towards 250. They headed into lunch with a lead of 99, the score 248 for 5. They couldn't be stopped, steaming past 250 after the break, and the 50-run partnership off 79 balls reached when Simpson clubbed Ackerman to the ropes. And he had another reason to be cheerful, up to 50 off 83 with a single off the bowling of Hendricks. Holman took the aerial route to Hendricks, the offside boundary short and beaten. 6 runs took them to 300. And the 6th wicket pair was worth 100 with a Simpson boundary off the bowling of Barnes. Holman wouldn't be able to replicate his partner. The pair separated by Ben Mike. Holman bowled for 45. And Simpson too would go, out for 71. Another for Mike. Leicestershire finding some success in the overs before tea. But the hosts didn't lose another wicket before the break, up to 342 for 7. Their lead now 193. The innings was over pretty swiftly after the break. Roland Jones caught in the deep by Parkinson for another for Mike. Bamber was Mike's 4th wicket, out for 1, nicking through to Azad. And Chris Wright wrapped it up. Shaheen Shah Afridi's enterprising cameo at an end on 29 from 27. Middlesex all out 30 short of 400. Stoneman had set the tone for his side with a top order ton, but the partnerships in the middle order had built on the good start. Simpson with a crucial 71 at number 6. Mike had bowled just 7 overs, but Ackerman may have regretted not giving him more. The bowler finished with 4 for 15. And Afridi struck early. Azad out. LBW for 2. He wasn't done though. Another dangerous man gone before the end of the over. Captain Colin Ackerman caught by Holman without troubling the scorers. And then a Bamba beauty had Leicestershire 3 down. Kimber bowled for 3. Middlesex in fine fettle heading towards the close. Bad light took the Foxes out of the firing line. The day at an end under the North London gloom. The score at the close of the second day, 37 for 3. And Leicestershire left needing something special to haul themselves back into contention. But with Middlesex's bowlers on top form, that looks to be quite the ask.
So Middlesex started brilliantly with the ball, but it was all set up with the bat, and in particular by that brilliant innings by Mark Stoneman. His 27th first-class century, his first here at Lord's for Middlesex, and afterwards he spoke to us.
Mark Stoneman, 2600s up until today. You made it 27 today, your first one in your career at the home of cricket. How special was that?
Yeah, very nice. Big one to tick off. Obviously, this is my home ground now, and having not had the success that I would have liked in previous visits, but get that out of the way, and hopefully it's the first of many, and most importantly it's got us in a great position in the game.
You've got the makings of a formidable opening partnership with Sam Robson, 2 players with great experience, both international experience. How much are you enjoying opening up with Sam then?
Yeah, it's great. We vibe off each other quite well. We don't overcomplicate things. Obviously plenty of experience, successes and failures in the game, and that gives us a pretty sort of level outlook, if you like, and knowing that there's challenges at the top of the order, but the importance of making big scores when it is your day. And we really enjoy batting together. The left hand right hand combination seems to work quite well at times too.
Absolutely. I know over the winter you guys have worked extremely hard facing the new ball, choosing your options to leave and valuing the price of your wicket. That puts, I guess, Robbie White's innings, whilst it's overshadowed by your own, 23 off 86 balls was a really gutsy effort from Robbie.
Yeah, this morning when we reflected on yesterday, it wasn't so much of the fact that I was on 80 not out. It was very much the fact that we'd had 2 partnerships of 60 and 80, which had us pretty much level with Leicester when we went out to bat this morning. It's very much a partnerships pitch. We've seen that with the ball. We've had guys bowling well in tandem, and we've picked up wickets as a result. If we've got away from that, then there's been sort of boundary scoring options for the opposition. Likewise, when we've batted, get 2 batsmen playing well together, it's a quick scoring ground. Luke and Simo there had a fantastic partnership, which really pushed the advantage home for us, which is great to see.
You mentioned the bowling unit there. I mean, obviously they were completely on song down in Cardiff. We won in 2 days in 1 session. We're in a great shape here, 3 down, going into day 3. How important is that bowling unit to getting us on the front foot?
Like you say, it's a unit. Obviously, having Shaheen, world class, absolute legend of a bloke. He's been outstanding since we've had him so far, but it hasn't been left up to him. The guys have really all chipped in equal measure in our bowling as a unit, and they're not given opposition batting units any room to breathe really, and just keeping that constant applied pressure is what's getting us the rewards. And you know, as a batting unit, if you get on a surface that offers a bit, we'll fight as hard as we can to get a score on the board, and then they'll come out and do the same with the ball, and we back that up in the field. So as it stands at the minute, we're playing some very good cricket. We've got to continue that tomorrow, and hopefully that gets the result we want.
Agreed. One last word on the strength of the squad, Mark. We've got obviously people sitting on the sidelines. You've got young Josh DeCare's 80 in the first game, stepped out. You've got Jack Davies in the squad, he's missing out. You've got Esky, who's currently injured, due to come back in a couple of weeks hopefully. That's going to create some real competition for places. That's got to be a healthy spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't envy the guys in the position of doing the selections, but that's what drives the standard of the game forward. You know, that's where we want to be. If we're going to be come September time in the position that we want to be, that you speak about all winter, when the lads are being asked to do extra reps and sets in the gym or in their running and stuff, you talk about being successful and winning competitions. That's what you need. You need guys pushing for selection throughout, and that drives the level of performance up and get the results you need on the park. So it's a great position to be in. Very, very unenviable position of the selectors, but yeah, it's great to see, and got the lads who aren't making the starting 11. They're chomping at the bit to get out there and perform, which can only be good for Middlesex.
Brilliant, absolutely agree. Mark, congrats on your first 100 here at Lords. All the very best of luck tomorrow with those last 7 wickets.
Thank you, cheers.
But what an impact Mark Stoneman has made. 3 centuries in his first 7 matches for Middlesex, 7 first-class matches anyway. Kevin, does the batting lineup have a totally different feel with him up there at the top?
It does, absolutely. This is what Middlesex have looked at for a long, long while. They've not really replaced Adam Voges. Chris Rogers did a fantastic job. He was brought in for exactly the reason that Stoneman is here now. That was to lead a young lineup out of Division 2, which he did in first attempt in 2011, kept them up for a few years through to 2014. Then Voges came in 2015, 2016. Since then, the players have talked about it, batters have talked to me about it over the years. They said that they've missed that presence. They've now got the presence in Mark Stoneman at the top of the order, and it makes a huge, huge difference. I think you always feel that there's going to be one of them out of Stoneman or Robson that are going to go. And Stoneman's had a great start this season. Robson's going to come strong, come good as well.
34 years old, has played for England in Test cricket, of course. When you look at how he's playing now, why shouldn't he be in the conversation? Are there many better options out there?
No, there aren't any better options, really, are there? Or many better options. I think he's got a great chance. I think both he and Sam Robson have. Richard Johnson's talked about it. He said that England need 2 openers. There's 2 ready-made openers here at Middlesex. I think they've got a very, very good chance. Robson's got a couple of years on Stoneman. There's no reason, though, at 34 that he can't come in and have a fine little finish to his career for England. I think that he's shown plenty in his time here with Middlesex already, and he showed plenty in his time for England already. I think he impressed greatly. There's definitely an opportunity. He's that little bit older now, like we talked about Sam Robson, 2014 since Robson's last test. It's a long, long time ago. So he's a much more senior figure now, Sam Robson's come in, where I put it to Robson a couple of weeks ago, actually. I said, were you thrown in a little bit at the deep end? Because when Robson got his call up, it was very much a case of who's going to get him first, Australia or England. And Strauss was still at Middlesex at the time as a player and said, look, you've got to get Sam Robson into that England side. Don't let the Australians get him. He's a quality player. So Robson was thrown in. He did very well. He was very disappointed when he was dropped. It beat him up a little bit for a while, and it took him a couple of years to recover out in the middle for Middlesex. But recovery he has, and he's been a top performer for 4 years now. So between the pair of them, there's no reason why one, if not both, can't bang on that selector's door for England as well.
I'm sure Middlesex would like to keep them here for as long as possible anyway, that's for sure. Should say a big thank you to Charles Tyrrett, who are the official clothing partner of Middlesex County Cricket Club. Thank you very much for our lovely threads. We've been wearing them with pride, and they're very, very comfortable as well. Looking ahead to today then, a slight bit of bad news for Middlesex in that Tom Helm, you would have noticed yesterday, didn't come in his usual slot at number 9. He came in at number 11. He didn't bowl yesterday, and we're hearing, Kevin, that he's got a bit of stiffness still, and it's unlikely that he will bowl today. How much of an issue might that be?
I don't think it should be too big an issue for Middlesex. This ball's only 11 overs old. So really, they're coming out and starting. This is perfect for Middlesex. They're coming out and starting up again. It's as good as a new ball in hand. A perfect new ball in hand for Shaheen Shah Afridi. For Bamber to finish these 2 overs, whether he continues through now from the nursery end, whether they go back to Roland Jones, we'll have to wait and see. But I don't think it should be too big an issue on Helm. It was an issue, I think, in the Derbyshire match. It was perhaps a flatter surface, that one. There has been a little bit more in it for the bowlers. In this, I think as well, though, Derbyshire had Masood at the top, and he was outstanding. He and Godleman got it off to a great start. Evans is certainly going to be the one I think they'll want to get early. I think he can hang around Evans. Mulder's obviously got fine experience as well, but we talked about it last night and first thing this morning. If they can turn 1 into 2 very quickly this morning, then all of a sudden, not very many for 5, it is going to be a very uncomfortable position, and this could happen fast for Middlesex, and in which case they won't particularly worry too much about resting Helm today, because they've got an outstanding attack otherwise.
Yep, only 3 bowlers used yesterday. Ethan Bamber's got 2 balls left of this 12th over. Here we go then. immediately honing in on those stumps. That one just drifting a bit down leg side. But Bamber bowled really well yesterday, consistently hit the seam, got it to go both ways. The one big moment for him, that dismissal of Louis Kimber, where he sent the off-stump cartwheeling. That can't have been said too many times about Ethan Bamber. He only bowls about mid-70s, but it was a beautiful delivery. Angled in, hit the seam, left the right-handed batsman and hit the top of off-stump. So will he continue after this ball? That's the interesting question. Expect Shaheen to come in from the other end. Bit fuller to Sam Evans, who shaped up quite nicely yesterday. We start with a leg by and a dot. 38 for 3 off 12 overs. It's a glorious sunny day here at Lord's. Not a cloud in the sky. Well, a couple of wispy clouds have just appeared, but it's definitely the best day we've had so far. Quite a bit warmer. Yesterday was chilly, maybe about 11, 12 degrees. Different story today. Now, I said I thought it'd be Shaheen Shah Afridi from the pavilion end. It's not going to be him. Toby Rowland-Jones marking out his run-up, and he prefers bowling from the pavilion end anyway. Surprised though, Kevin?
Yeah, massively surprised. This ball, again, 12 overs old now. It seemed perfect for Middlesex. They'd had 6 overs of Shaheen last night with a brand new ball. They're going to get a second opening spell with him this morning. So it's a big call to go to Rowland-Jones. This would have been the deployment of how it would have played out yesterday evening had we have had the full allocation last night and not lost the 11 overs that we did to bad line. So it's an interesting call.
3 slips in, no gully. Mulder pulls straight away, just a bit short from Toby Rowland-Jones. And the South African international latched onto that very quickly.
Yeah, Rowland-Jones getting his preferred pavilion ends and perhaps just going for a preferred shorter of a length delivery. But onto that so fast, wasn't he, Mulder? We saw one of those similar yesterday, actually. Pete Hanscom had got one dropped in short, went after it. Rowland-Jones, I think that was his mode of dismissal, actually, Rowland-Jones, the long leg himself, wasn't it? Yesterday afternoon.
Again, just a little bit short, and that's a really nice shot from Vian Mulder. Even better than that pull shot. Lovely back foot punch, effortless really. That raced away up the hill towards the grandstand. Wasn't too short, this delivery either. Not as short as the previous one. Yeah, not short at all, was it?
No, it's a nice start for Wolds, wasn't it? We saw, I think we were walking in at the same time. Said hello to him this morning. Great place to be. Lovely weather. Batting at Lord's, where else would you want to be? I think was roughly what he'd said to us in reply. That's where Rowland-Jones want to leave it. And look at that speed gun immediately from the pavilion end. Up at 79 miles an hour now, Rowland-Jones. He was down in the low 70s from the nursery end for his 3 overs yesterday evening, which, like I say, it felt like he was bowling within himself. He's got the pavilion end now. Maybe it was a little pointer that he was making. He wants his pavilion end back. But a noticeably quicker return from Rowland-Jones already in these first 3 deliveries.
Not much of a breeze today. Does seem a much better day for batting. It did flatten out, didn't it, the pitch in the first game here against Derbyshire. Derbyshire scoring over 250 for 5 on the final day, with Middlesex trying to bowl them out. Not really getting close at all, Middlesex. They bowled 83 overs. Better length that. Stuck in the crease, Mulder. Is there a danger that that could happen again today?
Do you know, it's funny, just firstly going back to that game, because it's reminded me now, as you say it, that actually Middlesex didn't play out the last hour. The last hour was signalled. They maybe had a couple of deliveries, a couple of overs with the second new ball, but they never gave it a chance. You thought, well, Rowland-Jones is going to come back. I think it was, yeah, because he was skippering then, Rowland-Jones, the remainder of that final day with Mercer out. They shook hands with pretty much an hour to go and 5 wickets to take, which is a little bit of a surprise that they didn't go a little bit deeper in that final hour.
No, don't take a single there. There was one on offer, but finishes with a dot. So starts with 2 boundaries, Roland Jones, and then 4 dots, a little bit short. You can see there, this is a great day to be playing and watching cricket. No better sights than the home of cricket, bathed in sunshine. Really is a nice day for it on a Saturday as well. I'd anticipate we get a few more people coming through the doors as well over the next half an hour perhaps. Even though Middlesex are well on top in this game, there's still a lot of hard work to do. And it's going to be Bamber to continue from the nursery end. So Shaheen being kept in reserve.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how they go about that. But no, I don't think really Middlesex will be overly worried about how that last day against Derbyshire went. 175 runs still behind in their second innings. No, Middlesex definitely won't want a tricky little chase, and even 140, 120 could be a tricky chase for them, but still 300 runs away for Leicestershire. They'll have that in mind, though. They'll say, look, 46 for 3, get out there, put on a performance with the bat. We said yesterday morning when play resumed, Leicester had to win the morning session. They did. They took 3 wickets yesterday morning. They didn't win it handsomely enough really to rattle through Middlesex, and Middlesex were able to then come back in the afternoon. Obviously, it goes without saying, Leicestershire have to win virtually every single session of the match now. They can't afford to lose a single session or the game's over for them. So from that perspective, any fears of a repeat of the Derbyshire game and not winning this one for Middlesex? No, I think it really is the answer. It's pretty hard to see Middlesex not winning one session of the 6 that remain of this match. And that's how far ahead they are. And the sooner they win that first one, then the closer they are to a very swift victory in this game. And one that I think they'll feel they've heavily deserved. You know, that 149 in the innings, again, was topped up by a last wicket pair.
Outside portion of the bat. Bamber's just gone a bit fuller in the last 2 deliveries. That's where he's most dangerous, when he is quite full, but not necessarily a drivable length, just back of that. I think it is a slight concern if Helm doesn't bowl at all, because obviously you've then got to think about workloads of the 3 seamers. You've only got 3 seamers and then the leg spin of Luke Holman. I think Holman is going to have to bowl a few today and probably chip in with 1 or 2 wickets. Oh, that's a loose flash outside the off stump from Sam Evans. Unlike him, he's normally quite reserved and controlled. I think it all depends on whether Middlesex can get early wickets, the complexion of this innings. If they can't, then Holman is going to have to play a big part, isn't he? He can't just operate with the 3 seamers all day, that's for sure. Edge taken, first one down. That's a big wicket for Middlesex as they push for victory. It's Sam Evans, 46 for 4, and a smart catch as well at first slip.
Ethan Bamber, well bowled. He was finishing off an over from last night. Would he have been in the attack this morning were it not for that? Possibly not, but yet again he's produced a wonderful delivery. Evans has pushed a little bit wide at that one, especially as the slope's generally going to take it away from the batter, and yeah, we'll see it even better from this angle now, where that's pitch is going to do a lot to come back up the slope to trouble the off stump. So Evans will be really disappointed. His final position there as he's played that ball should have been leaving it well alone, but nonetheless, credit to Bamber. 2 for him of the 4 to go so far. 2 for 6 inside, 3 overs for him. A tremendous return once again for Ethan Bamber. Mr. Reliable for Middlesex, the baby-faced assassin. So yeah, a tremendous start for him. Roland Jones taking off the sweat, and that was the end of the 14th. Over to Roland Jones to get on the in on the act now. 2 for Afridi, 2 for Bamber. And a big wicket. Evans, the kind of character, as you said, Matt, can hang around for a long while. A couple of 50s to his name already this season, but not to be here at Lords. And just what Middlesex would have wanted, that early pole to get them up and going.
Well, Ethan Bamber's looked really dangerous in this innings. He's really taking to bowling from the nursery end, which is a very good sign for Middlesex, as Harry Swindles walks out, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper. Proper batsman in his own right. Got 9 rather in the first innings. LBW to Bamber, so that'll be on his mind, I'm sure. After this, we've got Ben Mike, who is a genuine all-rounder. And then you're into the bowlers, really. So Middlesex will be scenting blood here. Mulder now, the next big wicket they'll want to get. Played a couple of nice shots this morning already. Can Roland Jones just bowl it a bit fuller? He was a bit short in that first over. That's more like it. Thick outside edge, goes through the gap. It's going to be more runs for Mulder. The chase is on. And the ball's going to win. Third boundary of the morning for Vian Mulder. This time, though, didn't quite go where he expected it to.
Just go back to that wicket of Evans. He and Ackerman batted out a long old while. There's the replay of the angle bat. Angle bat down to third for the boundary. But just going back to the wicket of Evans very quickly, he batted 305 minutes in that draw with Durham to save the day in the last encounter. .183 for 2 after 80 overs. Leicester in their second innings against Durham last up. So yeah, really big wicket. 254 balls for his 77 not out. 305 minutes. Ackerman, another one who put in a lot of work. Well, they all did. He's had 85 for deliveries. Rhodes in at 3 in that game. 48 deliveries for his 23, but Ackerman batted a couple of hours with Evans to save that game. So, you know, it just goes back to that point that you said Evans is a big one to pick up this morning because he can bat a long period of time.
That's a good ball. Really is. Good carry as well there from Roland Jones. That's where he wants to be. That's kind of his natural length. Zipped off the surface, that one. That went up the hill. Maybe just wants to be a little bit closer to the stumps to really make Mulder play, because he kind of withdrew there. Going back to Evans, as you were saying there, he's a real limpet and someone who Middlesex will be very happy to see go early. But I think he'll be disappointed with his 2 dismissals because he just hung the bat out there. Both very similar, actually. Roland Jones got him out caught behind in the first innings. That is exactly where Roland Jones wants to be. Mulder definitely didn't withdraw the bat that time. Feel like he's finding his stride now, Roland Jones, after a loose-ish first few balls today.
Yeah, he's only got 1 wicket in the match at the moment, Toby Roland Jones. 8 for down at Cardiff. Tremendous performance there. Bowled well here against Derbyshire as well. But just 1 in the match so far. I'm sure he'll be looking, thinking he'll want to affect that final column pretty quickly.
That one's come in down the hill. That's often actually how Toby Roland Jones gets a lot of his wickets. Seaming the ball in to the right-hander down the hill. Good contest this. Roland Jones v Mulder this morning.
Yeah, we were all expecting it to be a freedie, weren't we? But let's not forget what this man's done from the pavilion end as well, Roland Jones. So Mulder up against it.
Unerringly accurate, those final 3 balls. 50 for 4 off 15. Leicestershire still 171 away from making Middlesex bat again. But they'll be happy with conditions. They'll be hoping that they can just get together one partnership, hopefully between Mulder and Swindles. Just they need something to hold on to here, a bit of cheer. These are the best conditions they're going to get as far as overheads are concerned here at Lord's. No Shaheen on. Can they just get something together?
I do remember a match here many moons ago against Leicestershire where Leicestershire batted out a long time to save the game. Middlesex, it was another South African then, by the name of Ackerman, HD, not Colin, back then, with young Cobb alongside him. Josh Cobb, who I think it was his maiden ton.
Oh, that one actually was an in-swinger, which caused a lot of indecision from Harry Swindle's very late decision to withdraw the bat.
That'd be going back a long, long time ago now, though, to think back to that game. I think that was circa Richardson-Silverwood time. And that would have been 2007 or so, 2008, but really batted a huge amount of time to turn that one.
Very good bloke, HD Ackerman. I actually worked with him in Sri Lanka in December, the Lanka Premier League, commentated together. Very nice guy, ex-captain of Leicestershire. Was there for quite a while. Scored a few runs for them. It's back in the day when Leicestershire were the T20 kings, weren't they? The first side to really get T20 and really throw a lot of energy into it. Really thought deeply about it. They were the Moneyball team, weren't they? The way that they recruited players, and first side that tactically were spot on for T20. Really enjoyed watching them play. They consistently punched above their weight.
It's a 6th wicket stand. HD Ackerman hit 190, Josh Cobb 120, an unbroken 6th wicket stand, 266. It was 2008, so it would have been Richardson, Silverwood, Mercer and co. Pull up the full scorecard for that one in a moment, but I was just checking to see how much the memory blurs over how many years. But yeah, 2008 it was. I remember great celebrations for that one for Cobb's century, but really defied Middlesex in a game where they were looking to push on.
Seems as though Bamba's in the mood today. He's bowling a nice full length. Pretty accurate, either on that off stump or just outside it. And when you've got a little bit on the pitch, a little bit of grass, and you hit the seam as regularly as Ethan Bamba, then you don't need to worry too much about the overheads, because you're still going to challenge the batsman. That one zipped through, carried, well left in the end by Swindles. It's a maiden over from Ethan Bamba. 50 for 4 off 16 overs. Time not an issue. We've got plenty of time for a result.
Just looking back at that Leicestershire side from 2008, actually 533 they racked up in the end, with 194 from Ackerman, 148 not out from Cobb. It's the scenario we're looking at here, which is a long shot, isn't it, for Leicestershire? That's exactly what you're looking at. Somebody's got to come up with something like that. They have Matt Boyce, Greg Smith, Paul Nixon at 3, Ackerman at 4.
Full, driven by Vian Mulder, just skewed a bit off the outside edge. I think he missed out there on a long half volley. He'll be kicking himself.
Jim Allenby, James Taylor, and then Josh Cobb coming in at 7. That wasn't a bad batting lineup for Leicestershire back then, was it? Nixon
at 3, bit surprising.
Yeah, captain and keeper at 3, made 37. Middlesex had racked up 367, a century from Ed Joyce. Wasn't a bad batting lineup for Middlesex actually in that game either.
Drags his length back.
Andrew Strauss opening the innings, made 71 with the estate agent Dan Housego. Ed Joyce was the captain at 3, made a century. Owen Morgan at 4, Darvin Milan at 5, Ben Scott the wicket keeper at 6, Sean Udall at 7, 1 ahead of Tim Murtagh at 8.
Sorry, Tim Murtagh at 8, did you say?
Murtagh batted as high as 7, would you believe, when he arrived at Middlesex.
Just kidding. I know. The
Stop
Lambeth
chuckling the back
Lara
of the
can
box.
certainly hold a bat. A bit of a way shape there from Toby Rowland-Jones. Just to show Mulder that he has got that, if need be. Generally hit the next seamer.
So that would have been somewhere around where the slide began for Mercer, that Udall got 7. Udall went up from 11, didn't he? He was number 11 the majority of his career, ended up at 7 for Middlesex. Mercer started at 7 and he's now down at 11 regularly. The rest of that bowling lineup wasn't bad. Murali Kartik, Alan Richardson and Stephen Finn.
Not bad at all. That's a Jaffa from Rowland-Jones. Again, he looks like he might be in the mood too. Immediately, the Middlesex bowlers just finding their natural lengths here. Hi to Barney Smith, tuning in from New Zealand on the YouTube comments. Welcome along, sir. Come on, Middlesex, he says. Ayunda Parolinvia is from Indonesia. Hi, Ayunda. Seems as though Rowland-Jones, when he comes down the hill from the pavilion end, just has a couple more extra mile an hour. According to the speed gun, he was struggling a bit yesterday, wasn't he? He was, what, 74, 5, 6?
I did wonder whether he was making a point to some extent that he wasn't going to give it his all from the nursery end. Rowland-Jones. It was considerably slower.
That's a nice shot off the back foot, dead straight from Vian Mulder. He's going to pick up a couple. Yeah, I think also he's running up the hill, isn't he, slightly when he comes in from the nursery end, so that's going to take a little bit of pep out of your bowling. 17 overs gone, 52 for 4. But yeah, there's probably something to be said in that as well, isn't it? When a bowler prefers bowling at one particular end, they just feel a bit more confident, they stride better.
And if he'd have known that his second spell was going to come quite quickly from the pavilion end, then psychologically you're running in from 3 overs from the nursery end, not your preferred end. You know it's only going to be 3 overs. Then you're going to be replaced by Bamba, who's going to bowl 6 or 7 over spell at the nursery end. You'll replace Afridi. Psychologically, you are going to be bowling a little bit within yourself, I think, from the nursery end. You're preparing yourself for your big spell, which actually isn't ideal for the team, is it?
Oh, that's a leg break from Bamba. Not going to get a nick there. Done too much.
Well, I think this spell from Bamba has perhaps put an end to Rowland-Jones from the nursery end, hasn't it? Because he's shown everything from the nursery end so far in his 6th over now. 2 for 6. He's bowled fantastically well. If Shaheen's in the side, he's going to have the pavilion ends. Bamba has just bowled himself down to the nursery end, I think, for a considerable period now, because this has been a wonderful performance for him so far.
Oh, has he nicked that? No. That's just beaten the groping outside edge of Harry Swindles. He didn't need to play at that. Just hung his bat out there, really. It was a good delivery. Nice bit of carry, too. There was a hint of a way shape and then off the pitch as well. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Toby Rowland-Jones will be happy that Bamba's bowling well from this end, so he gets more of an opportunity from the top end. And also, Toby Rowland-Jones doesn't need to take the new ball, does he? He generally hasn't taken the new ball, but he has done today and in the previous game. Fuller just trying to entice the drive there, Ethan Bamba. It also depends on whether Tim Murtaugh's fit, because Tim Murtaugh, of course, wants to bowl generally from the nursery end. So if he's around, you think he opens the bowling with Shaheen. Maybe then Bamba comes on first change from the nursery and Rowland-Jones from the pavilion.
For argument's sake, you know, let's say the next home game Murtaugh's available, whether he'll be back for Hove, we'll have to wait and see from that hamstring injury. It's going to be tight, I think. It was there or thereabouts. One side of Hove either. Maybe he is back for that game, or if not, then the next.
Swindle's off the mark with a sharp single.
But Bamba and Rowland-Jones aren't going to be a bad change pairing for Afridi and Murtaugh for Middlesex, if that is to be what the next home game is. Of course, Tom Helm not bowling this morning. He's not out there for Middlesex this morning. Didn't bowl last night. He was out there last night, but suffering from stiffness. came in at number 11, so it was something that was before Middlesex got out onto the field, and not out there this morning.
Theo123 tuning in from Vietnam. Come on, you Middlesex. Hello, Theo. Which part of Vietnam are you watching in? Oh, that's a good leave. Bamber going for the inducker. Again, he's getting good carry from this end as well, which is a good sign for him. See his speeds there, just between 72 and 75. That's kind of what you'd expect, really, from Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing at the nursery end there is phenomenal, isn't it? Hanscom having a long chat with him there, talking about the pavilion end. Can't imagine a freebie, and again, I'd like to see a freebie given a go from the nursery end, just to see what it's like. Who knows? Maybe they stumble on something.
Well, Roland Jones has been a bit expensive this morning. He's going at pretty much 4 and over in his 6 overs. Wonder if they'll think about maybe getting Shaheen on from the pavilion after this over if things don't pick up. That's it. That's it. Get them coming forward.
Yeah, sorry, he wants to leave it all right. See that one that got a little bit of bounce earlier. As you said, it probably started a little bit too wide, a little bit too short as well. But there or thereabouts. So they'll want to stick with it. But yes, we'll see what happens to Helm for the remainder of today. Unlikely that he's going to bowl today. Not on the field at the moment. Martin Anderson out there at deep gully.
Is there a little nick there? No. Half an appeal, really, from the slip corn and John Simpson. Toby Rowland-Jones knew he wasn't interested. But he's getting closer, isn't he? He's gone past the outside edge, I think, 3 times this morning. Up the hill. That's a good skill to have, to be able to get the ball to hold its line up that considerable Lord's slope. Matthew Hutchinson, sorry, Kev. Leicestershire fan watching from Adelaide. Benjamin Simmons, good morning from Kuwait. Peter D in Brussels again.
I was just going to say, same in the first innings, wasn't it, for Roland Jones. It took him a little while to get going from the pavilion end. He started up at the nursery end, didn't he, and then had 2 slowish overs at the pavilion end, and then he really got going, didn't he, Roland Jones? There's the slip cordons, and then just along the side of them, just out of shot, is the gully fielder, Martin Anderson. I think we just saw it in the previous shot there. He's just stood that little bit deeper. Still a change up in those slips cordon that we did just see. A reminder for everybody, Sam Robson's not in the slip cordon because of that broken fracture that he had in the finger, in the thumb. Missed the first game against Derbyshire, so Hanscom at slip, White at second and Holman at third.
That's it, the back pad. I think that's done a bit too much, really. Good delivery, that, from Toby Rowland-Jones. That seemed a long way, and that struck Swindles on the back leg. I think maybe outside the line and height.
Just outside the line, wasn't he? Good call from the umpire. Whether it just clipped the top of it off. But outside the line for sure, I think.
Full. Quick single taken by Swindles. I think he was there quite comfortably. So that ruins the maiden over. And it's also gone for overthrows. So that's going to be 5. 4 overthrows. Don't know whether that hit the batsman's bat, perhaps. I do know it's gone to the boundary. So 5 runs. Roland Jones has had a strange morning. He's bowled some absolute jaffers, but he's gone for a few runs as well.
Yeah, won't have enjoyed that one, will he? Just hard to see whether it did deflect off something, as you said. Matt, here's Bamber, his 7th over. He was on 2.4 overnight, wasn't he? So, what, 4.2 he's bowled this morning. So he's fine for a few more overs yet. But then Hanscom will have to think about the deployment now, won't he? Again, that's why the surprise, perhaps, that Afridi didn't bowl that first over from the pavilion end. How he changes up the 3 that he's got with Helm not being on the field. 58 for 4, though. And in a very strong position, obviously. So not too big a problem just yet for the Middlesex captain to work out. Swindle's just swatting it away at a fly, perhaps. Ready to go now. Pace and bounce again there from Bamber. Real good carry through to John Simpson. We've had some good encounters, as you said, over the years. We're talking about that 2008 match, that mammoth 6-wicket stand in a draw here at Lord's. 2011, of course, that was where Middlesex won promotion at Grace Road in a thrilling little chase there. Drawn into that a long way outside off again, Swindles. Almost as though Bamber's got it on a piece of string at the moment, Swindles. He's playing with him, he's toying with him. He's drawing him into an awful lot outside off. We did see that one in the last over come back a long way up the slope, which will be on Swindle's mind. But yes, that game in 2011, Gareth Berg, Neil Dexter helping Middlesex over the line. Promotion back to Division 1 after a 5-season stint. Five-season stint in Division 2, relegated 2006. Back up 2011, winning it 2016, back down in 2017. So due a promotion again, Middlesex. But will they be promoted to Division 1 next year, or Division 2 of a 3-division structure? We have to wait and see. I think they've certainly laid down a marker, Middlesex, in these last couple of games, and that Derbyshire game as well. Say that the favourites are Notts, but Middlesex will be coming hard for a top spot in Division 2. Notts and Durham, the next two to arrive at Lord's after the trip to Hove next week for Middlesex. And he's got a long way across to that one there, Swindles, hasn't he? I think he's clearly not comfortable at all against Bamber here, so he's going to have to come up with a ploy, and perhaps that's what it is. Try and get a long way across and onto that front foot.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid, I think, playing and missing so much. He's groping for the delivery outside off stump, so if he gets down to the pitch a bit more, maybe he'd be more comfortable knowing where his off stump is. It's quite a common tactic to Ethan Bamber from batsmen over the last couple of years because of his pace. There we go again. It's quite an important innings for Swindles as well, actually. He's having a poor season this year. Made 9 in the first innings, which means he's got 62 runs only this season in, what is that, a total of 6 innings. So an average of just over 10. Need a bit more than that from your number 6.
Met on the full, and single taken right ploy by Bamber as Swindles was coming across. He actually was showing an awful lot of leg stump, wasn't he? So pushed right up there onto, the attempt was to push it right up there onto the bottom of middle, but 59 for 4 it is, end of the 20th, just the single off the over, so he'll keep the strike, Swindles. Mulder, he got a 50 back in January for Lions against Dolphins. in Durban. This is only his third first-class match since January, though, into a run of list day games, and then the tests. Well, obviously the tests are first class as well, aren't they? But in terms of domestically, 6 innings for South Africa against Bangladesh and New Zealand. Wasn't able to pass 50 in any of those. Did get a century in a list day for Lions against Knights in Bloemfontein in March. Shaheen Shah Afridi into the attack, replacing Roland Jones. 2 for 18 last night.
Here we go.
And nearly there you go, Swindles. So 35 minutes of Roland Jones from the pavilion end. You did say that perhaps the time is coming for a change up there because he was a little expensive for Roland Jones. So whether he'll be sent down to the nursery end to replace Bamba, and that's how they'll deploy them. But this is what everybody's been waiting for, really, and we have to be a little bit careful, don't we, because it's slightly disrespectful to Roland Jones and Bamba and the rest, isn't it? But that X factor, that star quality that he's got at the moment, it is the moment where everybody really sits up. They won't be taking their eyes off anything at the moment.
And I don't think that's disrespectful at all, really, because he's such a good bowler. He's the number 4 ranked Test bowler at the moment. He's one of only 2 bowlers in the world, along with Josh Hazlewood, who's ranked in the top 10 in all 3 formats. And he's just an exciting bowler, isn't he? He's one of those guys who doesn't mind going for runs. He bowls a full length. He swings the ball both ways. He's got pace. He's a wicket taker. You just feel like things are happening. He's not one of those bowlers who just sits in and tries to bowl a line and length and wait for you to make the mistake. He makes things happen, which is why he's so exciting.
First 3 are landed nicely as well, aren't they? A couple of good leaves from Swindles. That one, well, the first one beat the edge, didn't it? The second one was a good leave. That one right up there, forced to play. Starting up left arm over, he moved quite quickly to around the wicket yesterday, didn't he, Afridi, against a couple of the right-handers. Oh, what a ball that is. Goodness me, down the slope, how that hasn't bowled him. Gone straight through everything. Absolutely wonderful delivery. And what a 4 deliveries to start up his day for Shaheen Shah Afridi.
So a hint of in shape. It's gone off the seam as well. It's carried beautifully. That would have been the picture-perfect mode of dismissal for a left-arm seamer to a right-handed batsman if he'd just clipped the top of off stump there. So that is the danger for you, isn't it? He's got that in his locker. He can bring the ball back into you, and then equally, the next delivery, he could push it across and find your outside edge. Oh, that is close, isn't it? Just height and maybe a centimetre that have saved Harry Swindles there. But immediately, he shows you that one early, and you start thinking about it, don't you, as a batsman? Naturally, you think, right, I've got to look out for the one that's coming in, and then you leave your bat hanging out outside off stump, and like we saw with Colin Ackerman yesterday, you edge to slip.
Cracking angle that was from behind, wasn't it, to watch that one go through and just miss the top of off. Quick single taken to end the over. Swindles will keep the strike. He moves to 8. Fabulous first over there from Afridi on this 3rd morning. 60 for 4. Probably hasn't quite cranked it up just yet either, has he, Afridi? Looking at those figures on the radar. At the bottom of your screen a moment ago, it was all around 80 miles an hour. You can certainly get it through a bit quicker than that. Bamba's pushed it up the hill nicely. Ben Mike so far has been the quickest of the match. Wright got one through at mid-80s. Mike just over the mid-80s one he pushed through. Here's Bamba. He's been coming in and around the 80 mark as well. It's a nice ball, shaping back up the slope. Swindles, again, getting a long way forward and across to that one, whether Simpson will think about standing up to Bamber here against Swindles. Won't be too far away from it if Swindles keeps going on the walk to Bamber as he does. Another pretty good glovesman, or two pretty good glovesmen, both Hanscom and White in the foreground there. Keepers as well. The all-rounder Luke Holman. Bowled again, he's going to come back into Swindles now. Swindles looking to move across outside off, which also he'll hope take LBW out of the equation. If Bamber does beat that inside edge, then he'll hope that he's outside off. If struck, it is a pronounced movement all right to begin with from Swindles. To watch the one that Bamber sends away from him. Nicely played again, right over the top of it. Bamber's been quite the performer. It just goes quietly about his business. But goodness me, he has pulled up some trees over the years, though, for Middlesex as well. Busy, bustling seamer who has burst into what has been quite a famed Middlesex bowling attack. Murtagh, Roland Jones, Finn, James Harris, James Fuller. Quickly made the place his own, Bamber. Knocked a few of those out of the equation, Harris and Fuller in particular. But even Finn last season. Tom Helm, who's not out there on the field today, but in the side. So that's what he was up against, Bamber, when he broke through into the sides. You know, one of the best, if not the best, bowling attacks in the country off the back of 2016, 2017.
Oh, just trying to keep him honest there. I think it's worth doing that occasionally, particularly if Swindles is going to come down the track and try and negate any kind of seam or swing movement. I think the next few overs, and in particular this spell of Shaheen's from the pavilion end, in tandem with Bamber from the nursery, is going to decide, I think, where this innings is going. Whether Middlesex are going to be able to just run through Leicestershire here, in which case they need Shaheen to pick up a couple, or Shaheen and Bamber to pick up a couple in the next few overs.
He's gone straighter again with that one up the slope, hasn't he, to see if he can beat that inside edge. Swindle showing so much of the stumps to the bowler when he gets so far across. Couple to end the over though. Swindles moves to 10. 62 for 4.
So I think if Middlesex can't make any inroads in this first Shaheen spell, I think it's going to have to be Luke Holman time fairly soon. And I think once that happens and you've got Holman operating from one end and perhaps Seamer's rotating from the other, I think things will take a bit longer for Middlesex. I don't think this is going to be as simple as it was yesterday, or as simple as many viewers may think it's going to be, unless Shaheen can do something in this spell. Otherwise, I think we're looking at a bit of a long haul, being patient perhaps. Good carry through from Shaheen there. But these are much better conditions for batting. It's a glorious day. There's no Tom Helm, of course. If you're tuning in right now, Tom Helm is off the pitch. He's got a bit of muscle soreness, stiffness. So he's unlikely to bowl today, which means that Middlesex are a seamer down. They've just got the 3 seamers and Luke Holman, who's an inexperienced leg spinner. So they might have to be patient here and just take the opportunities and hope that Shaheen can come up with a bit of magic.
Fuller clipped back with a square on the leg side. It's a good stop in there by Mark Stoneman. He's prevented anything squirting away. Probably one of the quicker deliveries we've seen so far, 83 miles an hour from that one from Afridi. across him again. We just say he's perhaps just bowled a little bit within himself so far. The majority coming out around 80, 81.
I wonder how long it'll take for him to come around the wicket. We saw him do that really effectively in the first innings. Lovely delivery to dismiss Louis Kimber, bowled through the gate.
Oh, everything happening there. He just wondered whether that was going to go into the stumps at the non-striker's end, which it looked as though that was the trajectory. Whether it was fingertips, that had to be a dive to be sure from Mulder, but cleanly collected though. It wasn't just fingertips, collected it well. Afridi.
How casual and languid was that? Just stuck out a left hand, went straight in the middle of it, and just casually threw it straight back at the stumps, all in one motion.
Here's what you're asking for, around the wicket from Afridi. So they've gone to a 5-4, and mid-wickets moves across from what was one of 3 slips. 2 slips in a gully now. Single taken into the vacant covers. Mulder on to 20. Definitely just getting it through a little bit quicker this morning than he was yesterday evening. Be interesting to see if he does crank it up even a little bit more as he warms up into this spell, into his second over of the morning. Replacing that man in the foreground, Toby Rowland-Jones. End of the over. Just a single off it. Olds will have the strike. Swindle's just the one ball to survive at the end of the over from Afridi. 63 for 4. Still trailing by 158. Leicestershire. So, yeah, an awful lot for these to do. Got to block out the runs, really, the match situation. Just play time. Try and get it through to the afternoon session. Try and get it up to tea. Reach parity. Just give themselves something to bowl at the end of the match, unless it goes incredibly well. They turn it all around, but awful long way to go with only 6 wickets standing. And a pretty fearsome bowling attack that they're up against as well. Pulled that back up the slope nicely, and this is a different one for Bamber. He's had a fair old look at Swindles in the last few overs from the nursery end, so perhaps we'll enjoy a bowl at Mulder now.
I think Middlesex would prefer it this way round as well. Mulder nicked off in the first innings, jabbing at one that he probably should have left alone. I think Bamber probably fancies having a go at that, and I think Afridi could be a bit more dangerous to Swindles rather than Mulder.
Good leave, just plays inside the line of it. It's good judgment. It did look as though Swindles was having a little bit of a problem with his judgment on that line from Bamber, who's not happy at all, was he, that he felt one could come back up the slope and trouble that off stump. He was playing an awfully long way wide outside the stumps. Nice well bowled, thick edge, one along the floor to Holman at third slip. Rueful response in there from the cordon. Right on the spot again from Bamber.
Good delivery that. He almost moved in towards the batsman and then held its line. Yeah, I just feel something might happen here with Bamber against Mulder. Bamber's getting a lot of movement down that slope, isn't he?
Oh, brings that one back up. Now that must have been close. Jabbing down onto it. Mulder, he's got away with it. Must have been mightily close to playing on.
Got a lot of bounce here as well, didn't he? Yeah, almost cut Mulder in half. Bamber really is exhibiting a lovely spell of seam bowling here, isn't he? For my money, possibly Middlesex's most impressive bowler in this innings.
Oh, that's lovely. That really is. He's having a wonderful time here, and you know, it's almost Mercer-esque from the nursery end, the way that he's got control over it. It probably seems it a little more often back up the slope than Mercer does. That swing away down the slope that we're so accustomed from. Here's the one that Mulder jabbed down on. Just to flat. I don't know whether he played it down actually into his pads, did he? The way that it went away at that angle and then stunned almost to a stop behind the stumps. Angle bat. Gets it away for runs down to the vacant third, and Anderson, the sub, won't catch up with it. On for Helm. Mulder moves to 24. It's the end of a very, very good over once again from Bamber. How much longer can he go this morning? End of the 24th, end of Bamber's 9th. So he's bowled 7.2 this morning. 2 for 14. One last night, one this morning. The only one to go so far this morning. Evans caught Hanscom, bowled Bamber for 23. So Freedy to Swindles once more from the pavilion end. 67 for 4.
Well, we saw the likes of Tom Helm and Toby Rowland-Jones really up their level in the game against Glamorgan after the arrival of Shaheen Shah Afridi. When it's been Ethan Bamber's turn in this match, he is bowled beautifully. Amazing how the arrival of a big player can really impact the rest of the seam bowling attack.
Short one first up from Afridi. No ball called. Just over steps coming around the wicket.
I think that's a good tactic. I think keep Swindles honest, keep him from trying to get down the track and negate any of Shaheen's movement. I know the speed gun says he's low 80s, but I think he can bowl a bit quicker than that. I think he is the quickest bowler on show, along with Ben Mike.
Stabbing at that one outside the off stump. Swindles look particularly uncomfortable against Bamber. This will be an almighty test room. Good comment on the live chat on the YouTube stream actually from Amjad Ali. Such a good bowling attack, better than many test playing sides. That was the point certainly that we were making down at Cardiff last week. Missing Helm this morning though. Slight stiffness yesterday when he dropped down the batting lineup. So bowled again, well played. Got nicely in behind that one. Swindles a little bit more confident with that.
This is a stern examination of Harry Swindles' technique. Afridi coming around the wicket. He's honing in on that off stump. Just won't give the right-hander any room to free his arms. That's his plan anyway. Yeah, don't forget you can get in touch with us via Twitter or the YouTube comments. Our Twitter handle at Middlesex @_MiddlesexCCC.
Goes for the Yorker. Wasn't quite there. Swindles keeping it out.
Any questions or points you want to make, just let us know. Feel free to copy myself and Kevin Hand in on the Twitter question as well, if that's the social media of choice for you. Otherwise, you can just use the YouTube comments and we'll try and answer anything that you've got. Abiz Shabir says he reckons that Shaheen can bowl 152 kilometres an hour.
Oh, goodness me. Inside edge onto the pads, rolls away into the offside. Very nearly through there.
But that's for the shorter formats, Shabir says. Let's have a look at this replay. Again, very full. And you can see there that Swindles has been pushed back, hasn't he, by that bouncer. So his feet didn't move very quickly there. Didn't move to the pitch of the ball. You sense like something is coming here. You sense like Middlesex are not far away from a fifth. Both Bamber and Shaheen looking dangerous. 40 balls Swindles has lasted out for his 10. That was solid. That was a solid defensive shot. Good stride forward.
We've seen him to Bamber come an awfully long way across, haven't we? Which clearly he's going to do now to Afridi as well. Left arm around to him. He'll look to try and take LBW out by being a long way across. Make sure that if it does beat that inside edge, bat and pad together, he's outside the line of off. Really try and cover up. There he is again, and right over the top of it as well this time, so he'll pick up a couple. Moves to 12, end of the over. 71 for 4.
Bill Gates has been in touch on the YouTube comments.
Is he looking to sponsor us as well?
He's a big cricket fan, Bill. Huge, big Middlesex fan. And he has asked, we have a great record of spinners in the past, even leg spinners. Do we have many coming through? Well, Luke Holman is the one that's coming through. Not too aware of any in the Colts ranks. I'll try and find out if there are any names we can give you. I can tell you that Leicestershire have a very talented leg spinner in their ranks. Rehan Ahmed played for the England under-19s in the World Cup that's recently finished. He is a real prospect. He's just signed a new contract, I believe, at Leicestershire. Just renewed his contract. Might be seeing him at some point in the County Championship this year. And speaking of leg spinners, here he is with his lovely new blonde highlights. Luke Holman, who took a wicket in the first innings, took the wicket of Buren Hendricks at number 11 to break a fairly useful partnership of 39 for that final wicket. And I think Holman's going to have to play a pretty big part today with no Tom Helm. He's going to be needed to bowl a few overs. This is his first delivery from the nursery.
Dragged to mid-on, dropping short. First up, as wrist spinners often do, dragging it down. Actually, I was just about to make the point before he bowled that he landed it so nicely from the off in the first innings, didn't he? From the very first ball.
Got away with that one. That was a pie to start with.
Got a ball. Excitement as Mulder happy to open up on the back foot to play that one into the onside. Same ball again, same response from Mulder. This time managed to push it straight of Roland Jones for the single. Yeah, that 10 for last year down at Hove, it really was wonderful. Middlesex racking up their highest first-class score. Everybody thinking it was a road destined for a draw, and Holman picking up 10 for Skiddle Sussex, where Middlesex head to next. He'll be desperate to keep his place in the side and go down there and see if he can pick up a few more wickets again next week. Luke Holman certainly did his job with the bat. Just shy of his maiden first-class 50. Brilliant partnership with John Simpson yesterday.
Just a hint of bite there. Just the hint of it. Obviously bowling from the nursery end as a leg spinner. This is the end you want to be bowling from if you want to aid your leg spin with the slope. And there was a little bit there. Started off bowling it quite slowly, isn't he? 48 mile an hour. That's really tossed up.
Just dragging it down again a little bit on that one, wasn't he? Single more to the total.
There you go, 48.9 mile an hour for that one. Very slow through the air. Anything under 50 is generally considered to be quite slow for a spinner. Give him a bit of time to get his hands warm, to warm up, to find his rhythm. Such a difficult art, isn't it, leg spin?
End of the over, just a little bit short overall in that over, wasn't he? As you say, a little bit slower, a little bit short. 73 for 4. There's the view of Lords this morning. The nicest day so far of the match. Clear blue skies. Lovely day to be here at Lords. Lovely day to bat. But Leicestershire with so much to do. Trailing by 148 still. Only 6 wickets remaining in their second innings. But Middlesex are a bowler down. No Tom Helm, who has been bowling beautifully. Not quite say the best he's bowled for Middlesex, because again he's had some wonderful spells over the years, but the form of the first few games was really encouraging, so let's hope That a bit of stiffness that he was suffering isn't anything to keep him out for too long.
Shaheen's back over the wicket. And Mulder's going to get off strike. There's a wide third man in place at the moment, just to prevent flow of runs down to that area. We've seen quite a few go down to third man. You tend to in county cricket in general. So Middlesex probably just got half an eye, have they, maybe on that score. They don't want Leicestershire to get too close to making them bat again. That's number one priority for Middlesex right now. Make sure they don't bat again. Try and get these final 6 before Leicester get 147 runs. Big drive, big inside edge, and it's going to run away for 4. Definitely not where Mulder intended, but that's the short side over there. So Mulder has made his way to 29 this morning from 49 balls. He's played pretty well. Not too many full shots in there. A couple of very nice boundaries off the back foot off Toby Rowland-Jones's first over. One pull, one back foot punch through the offside. Around the wicket again. Not afraid to change things up, is he, Shaheen? If he doesn't like something that he sees, he immediately changes the angle.
Yeah, a couple of overs left arm this morning, wasn't it? Now around the wicket. Just wonder against these pair. With the left arm over again, the way that Swindles in particular was getting so far across to Bamber and then started to do the same to Afridi, looking to get outside off to play him. Just wonder whether it's worth switching back to left arm over, but this is a first real look at Mulder.
Nice drive, well fielded by mid-off, who's quite wide to come round a bit there.
And meeting the challenge at the moment, Swindles and Mulder. This is what we talked about when Leicestershire came out to bat, you know, what they were up against, so far behind at the start of this innings. They've almost got to meet it with personal pride, forget about the match situation, but just meet it with personal, individual pride. You know, you go out there as batters to face, as one of our contributors on the live stream there have said, you know, near test standard attack. Okay, no Helm today, but Rowland-Jones and Afridi in the pick of the bowlers so far, as you said, Matt, was probably Bamber. But these two are doing what Leicestershire really wanted to do from the off, I would suggest, and you know, put the match out of it, put the match situation completely out of your mind. Just try and enjoy your day. You're batting at Lords, the conditions are glorious, you're up against a fierce attack, but that's what you're in the game for, isn't it? To test yourself against the best.
That's the over bowled. 5 taken from it. 78 for 4 off 27. Yeah, but it's also an opportunity, isn't it, for these two Leicestershire batsmen? As you say, you know, playing at Lords, lovely day for it. And the fact that Middlesex are a seam bowler down, admittedly they're up against a high-quality seam attack, but when there's only 3 of them, you can tire them out if you just hang in there. So you force Middlesex to bowl Luke Holman from one end and a seamer from the other end. Just means you don't have as much to worry about on the whole. So Leicestershire, if they can keep going, these two, and the partnership now is 32, they'll start to believe that they can get past Middlesex's score and make them bat again. But they've just got to keep building. Can't look too far ahead. Can they put some pressure on young Luke Holman, who's very inexperienced still at this level, despite that 10-for against Sussex? He played a handful of first-class games. That's tossed up and he's nicked it. No. Just a bit of turn. Big turn, actually, from Holman. That was the first one he's really tossed up. Well taken by John Simpson.
That's close to where you want to see it from Holman this morning.
That one drifted in a bit as well, nice and full.
Just drops a little short. First over, Holman, he's right up there now. This is where Hanscom at slip there will want his wrist spinner to be.
Yep, definite change in tactics here, and he's definitely trying to get it right up there.
As I say, it's unlike Holman. He does usually land them very well from the off, which again is unusual for a wrist spinner to be able to get that control from the off. For so many, it can just take an over or so to get going.
Very nice, nice shape, although Luke wasn't too happy with it himself. Playing in just his 7th first-class game. So he's got a long way to go. 21 years old, whole career ahead of him. 14 first-class wickets at the moment, 10 of which came in the one game. And again, this time Swindle's groping for it outside off stump. It's not too bad that for Holman. If he just hangs it outside the off stump, slips in play.
Again, we have to factor in that Holman won't have bowled that much here at Lord's with the slope.
Oh, that isn't too far away. I would say a half an appeal from Holman and Simpson. Yeah, I think it's just gone on with the arm, but encouraging signs. Good over that from Holman.
Tenacious cricketer. Luke Holman, bat and ball. Good character as well, always up for a chat. As we mentioned, his beloved AFC Wimbledon. We're in action at 12:30 today. How far away is that? 24 minutes. Need a huge win. What did he say? If we can win 4-0 and they can lose 3-0, their rivals, then Wimbledon will stay up in League One. All the best to the Holman family as well, if they are tuned in.
He also said this morning, didn't he, that if Middlesex win and Wimbledon somehow stay up, then he might be enjoying himself later on tonight.
What did he say? I might even stay out until 7 o'clock tonight.
I hope his mum's not listening.
Hey, he's good fun. Luke Holman, they're a good bunch actually all rounds, this Middlesex side. Not a bad egg in there really. All great company, all get on very well nowadays. If they can start to really produce on the field, then they've got some fun days ahead as a group of players. He's going to produce a perler of a delivery in a moment, isn't he, from around the wicket? But it feels as though these two have started to get themselves set up to a Freedy. Left arm around. The ball angling in with the slope from around the wicket. He's got to do an awful lot to with that ball to upset either the inside or the outside edge here. As I say, I've just teed him up there.
He's into his 5th over now of this spell from the pavilion end. And how many more they'll give him. As I say, I don't think this is going to be as simple as some people may think for Middlesex today. I think they're going to have to be patient. Holman's going to have to chip in with a wicket or two. They can't just rely on Shaheen to come in and blast everyone out, or Bamber or Roland Jones to do something similar. With no helm, just makes it a lot more difficult. Back to over the wicket. Oh, that's a peach. Straight across the defence of Harry Swindles, who was stuck in his crease. Such a good bowler to watch, isn't he? Shaheen Shah Afridi, when he's able to move the ball both ways.
I suggest it's not doing as much off the surface or through the air for Afridi today, from left arm around. And I think that angle was becoming a little bit too straightforward for Swindles and Mulder, whereas left arm over now to the right-handers. Looking to push it across with that slope, get one to hold its line, get one to come back in. Just use the slope itself to get something going.
Full, driven, stopped.
One to go this over. I'd say one more at least from the pavilion end now that he's back over the wicket. Just see if he can find something from this angle. Bowled some absolute beauts from around the wicket, but there hasn't been as much for him this morning, I don't think. As I say, through the air or off the surface. With this angle, which you can just about see there with the slope from that camera work. You can just see the ground slides away to the right. Will this ball slide in with it, or will it hold its line across the right-hander?
Oh, that's a thick outside edge. No danger of it going to hand, though. Swindles gets off strike, or actually keeps the strike, because that's the last ball of the over. 2 off it. 80 for 4 off 29. How many more will Shaheen bowl? Good effort so far by those two in your screen, Swindles and Mulder. Really has been a solid partnership. You feared the worst when Sam Evans was dismissed after 14 overs for 46 for 4. Caught at first slip by Hanscom off Bamber, but since then they've been very solid in defence, watchful. Full banger, not put away by Mulder. He won't be happy with that. He found the one man behind square on the offside.
Tim Mercer, second from right, with one of the physios, Vish.
Yeah, we've seen Mercer bowling gingerly, haven't we, from time to time during this game and the breaks in play, but suspicion is he might not be ready for the game in Hove. Shorter, skidding on.
Yeah, got Martin Anderson as the sub in this game, haven't they? So he was the one that's dropped out, or one of the two that have dropped out from that victory down at Glamorgan.
Yes, again, just a hint of something there for Holman. Not a huge amount, but there is something. We've seen the one that goes straight on as well, that LBW appeal. Very full, long half volley that's driven out to the sweeper on the offside boundary for a single by Swindles.
Blake Cullen's the other name that will be desperate to get a go. Was in the squad first game of the season. I think he was in the squad down at Glamorgan last week, but I think Freedy coming into the squad meant that Cullen dropped out.
Two singles off the final 2 balls of the over. 30 gone now. 82 for 4. So here's a question for you then, Kevin. If Mercer's not quite ready for Hove, if Helm is unfit, which we will just assuming here, we don't know, of course, what's going to happen. Then there are some options in terms of the seamers. You could play Anderson, I suppose, as a frontline seamer and lengthen the batting.
Yeah, I think the 2 shots, I mean, the other one's Tilan Wallaluita. He's out with a shoulder injury for this game, which almost has worked a little bit nicely, really, for Middlesex to bring in Holman for Wallaluita. He goes into that Anderson position at 7. Bamber comes back into the side at 11. So in terms of the bowling, a replacement for just see the gentleman on the left there. Heavy Friday night, perhaps?
I hope he's not snoring.
Hope he wasn't tuned into the stream. Oh. He was tuned into the Surrey commentary, apparently.
Here's a Shaheen again. Might be his last one, this. Can he get one for Middlesex? You sense that they could do with just a bit of a boost here before lunch anyway. 1 or 2 more just to keep things going. They don't want to have any partnerships developing and Confidence returning for these Leicestershire batsmen.
I think I've done quite well there. It's the 7th day of the season, and that's the first dig at them across the river. 7th day on the stream, yeah, I suppose. 11th day of the season as well with the Glamorgan game.
Oh, he went very full on that occasion.
First game of the T20, I think, this year, is it? Sorry, maybe the first. Maybe it's the first home game for Middlesex in the Blast this year.
Always a great occasion, isn't it? Middlesex, Surrey in the Blast, whether it's at the Oval or here at Lord's. So often a full house, great atmosphere, great banter. Just not happening, is it, at the moment? You can see there it's pretty gun barrel straight at the moment for Afridi. The movement is gone for the Middlesex seamers. Tom Helm there on the left of your screen.
Greatwood with him. One of the subs. We saw he and Holman this morning, didn't we? Greatwood and Luke walking around from the nursery ends.
Yeah, disappointing sight that for Middlesex fans. Tom Helms had such a great start to the season, was really looking forward to seeing him bowl today. But unfortunately, he has a bit of muscle stiffness, muscle soreness. Looks like he's very unlikely to play. No point really in risking him in this situation if he's got any niggle at all. Particularly if it's a side. We're hearing his side might be a bit stiff. Don't want that developing into a side strain. So that means it's going to be harder work for Middlesex than anticipated today. Be a good test for them, good run out for the seamers and for Luke Holman. Especially now, not much happening in terms of sideways movement. Got to make something happen, and when you try and do that, sometimes you deliver a loose delivery like that. Wide half volley, which was climbed into with aplomb by Vian Mulder.
Just looked up that Surrey game, actually. It's not the first Blast, it's the first home Lord's Blast fixture. A couple of games at Radlett to get going. And then Surrey arrive here on the 9th of June, the first Lord's Blast fixture of the season. It's Gloucestershire, I think, first up at Radlett. It is, 26th of May, that first Blast game. And Glamorgan visiting Radlett and Hampshire as well.
Better length, well left in the end by Swindles. It was actually Swindles who hit that 4 through cover point. Decent crowd in today, and it's growing steadily. Nice day for it. We've had a few come in over the last half an hour to boost the numbers. Most of them sitting in the sunshine in the pavilion or the Warner stand over on that side.
I think that's the lower tier of the Edgerich that we're looking at there. A bit of a shadow cast at the back.
Oh, tossed up. Try and attempt Mulder, who almost went for the bait there. And that ball straight into the ground. Fantastic moustache, sir.
Nice to see Merv Hughes back at Lord's.
Could do with Merv Hughes with ball in hand right now. Tell you what, this is an important day, I think, for Luke Holman with the ball. It's a good challenge for him. There'll be more pressure on him, more expectation, given that Middlesex are a seamer down. You know, what can he do? Can he make something happen? Break a partnership? Again, nice flight and a really gorgeous cover drive from Vian Mulder. That might be the shot of the day so far. Technically, absolutely spot on, and he threaded it through the gap between mid-off and extra cover.
I was just looking up, you mentioned the number of first-class games that Holman's played. That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? It really wasn't too much wrong from Holman, just managing to work with it as well. It wasn't that wide, was it, at all? Just managed to play a little inside out. that bat face open, work it away into the offside. Lovely stuff from Mulder.
Similar delivery, similar stroke, this time straight to Mark Stoneman at cover. At least Holman's giving it a chance, isn't he, at the moment? Not afraid to toss the ball up there and get driven. That's the right attitude for a leg spinner. Just takes one to grip and you're in business. Push that one through a bit shorter.
But yeah, on Luke Holman, I was just looking, his first-class debut was against Surrey here at Lords. Picked up Kemar Roach, 1 for 4 from 2 overs in Surrey's first innings, out for 154, and none for 16 from 5 in the second innings. That was when they were shot out for 130 here last year, wasn't it? And Roland Jones picked up 4 for 29, went through them. Big collapse on that final morning. Did play the Worcestershire game here at the end of last season as well. Only bowled 3 overs, I think, in that game, though. So he won't have had that many opportunities to settle in with the slope here. Trying to cast my mind back, so the slope at Hove, of course, it's a pretty much up and down slope. Bowling from the sea end, up the hill or straight down from the Cromwell Road end. And Holman's 10 for came from the sea end, so he was bowling up a slope.
Good day to top up your tan. Have a couple of cold ones. Another Shaheen over. So, Hanscom really keen to get a breakthrough here, isn't he? He's using his gun bowler for the 7th over in a row. Aren, again, rather, he's gone around the wicket. Just not settling either side. He's not totally happy, is he? But he's trying. He's trying to keep the batsman thinking.
Best ball for a while from him was that one, left arm over, wasn't it? Just had that bit of bounce.
Sure, and I think this time Mulder was actually early on the shot. Didn't get up really, that one. It's also a long way outside off stump. Short again, pulled again, straight along the ground to Mark Stoneman, who's one of the 2 men out on the leg side boundary. This is the situation, isn't it, last year where Middlesex at times were found wanting with the ball. Bowling overall was very, very good. But there were occasions when the pitches flattened out and the ball got a bit softer, where they looked a little bit lacking in ideas and toothless. Hopefully with a Freedy in, though, that gives you an extra element because he has got the pace to change things up and to try different things, to go for the short ball attack when the ball is a bit softer. No Helm, though, because Helm is also valuable in this situation with his added pace and height.
Bamber bowled beautifully from the nursery end this morning, but this will be his opportunity. I assume that it'll be Bamber that will replace a Freedy. Holland's had 4 from the nursery end, having replaced Bamber, so it's only been an 8 or 9 over rest for Ethan Bamber, not too long.
Oh, that's a good bouncer. That's hit Swindles, I think, on the shoulder. So definite change in play from Shaheen Shah Afridi in this over, round the wicket. He's digging it in short, just giving the batsman something else to think about. That was his best bouncer. Hit him, I think, almost on the back. Looped up to John Simpson.
Almost first an LBW shout there. He went down so low on that one. And just see creeping into frame there, Mark Stoneman. Where is he going to finish? I thought it was going to be yeah, short leg. The helmet's running out. So deep square dropping back.
I think it's a decent idea, this. Just got to try something a bit different. Ball's stopped swinging. It's not really seaming too much either. Just creates a bit of doubt, doesn't it? Oh, and almost in action straight away. I think that's come off the thigh pad. We'll wait to see what the umpire signals. No, given that as runs. So immediately, Mark Stoneman almost in business. Will he give Shaheen another one? I wonder.
Just having a quick look at the scores elsewhere this morning. I haven't really had a chance to, as we've been following the action here and thinking that things could have happened quickly. Particularly that early wicket of Evans, gone for 23. Division 1, Essex 156 for 9 now against Northamptonshire, who racked up 390 at Chelmsford. Four for Sanderson, 2 for Kelly, 1 apiece for Berg, 4 Middlesex man, Taylor and Proctor. 54 not out from Snater, coming in at 9 actually, topping up that 156 for 9 for Essex. Gloucestershire 176 without loss against Surrey, who posted 603. Harris and Dent opening up, Dent closing in on a century there at Bristol. Looks like it could be a flat one, as you do occasionally get at Neville Road in recent years. Nick Gubbins still going for Hampshire in their second innings, a century in the first. Unbeaten century in the first, as Hampshire posted 246. 240 from Lancashire, and Hampshire now 153 for 4. 159 the lead, Gubbins on 62.
Toby Rowland-Jones is just warming up at mid-on. I suspect he might be coming on from the pavilion end to replace Shaheen. 50 partnership between Mulder and Swindles. Second time that Swindles has done that to Holman this over, just eased him towards the sweeper on the offside. It's been a really good partnership, this. Really have steadied the ship. Haven't looked in too much danger, to be honest. A couple of half shouts for LBW, a couple have gone past the outside or inside edge. That's a big drive from Mulder, straight to Mark Stoneman, who's quite close there at extra cover. Just 41 mile an hour, that really tossed up slowly by Holman. They've done that well this over. 4 out of 5 deliveries. The Leicestershire batsmen have just milked Luke Holtman here, either offside or leg side. Just steadily, slowly but surely getting towards making Middlesex bat again. Still a long way to go. They trail by 123. It's just the manner of this partnership has been very good. And again, 5 singles in the over. 34 gone, 99 for 4.
A beautiful shot that is of the grandstand. Knight Frank emblazoned across that top tier, the principal sponsor of Middlesex. Those other scores elsewhere. Warwickshire 21 for 3, still trailing Somerset by 228 in their second innings. Davey, another former Middlesex man, Craig Overton and Brooks with the 3 to go. Somerset looking to end a 3-game losing streak at the start of the season against the champions there. And Yorkshire 401 for 5, leading Kent by 110 at Headingley. Centuries for Milan. another former Middlesex man. And Brooke, 173. There's a fair few of them around the country.
Yeah, there's a theme developing here, I was about to say. Been a decent day for the ex-Middlesex players.
Going to the Glamorgan game next. What's Jimmy Harris up to?
Toby Rowland-Jones on from his preferred pavilion end. We've got half an hour to go in this session. Can he get a second wicket for Middlesex today? Good time for them to break this partnership.
Full first up. Trapping the bat down on that one, a single wide of mid-on. There we go. Nothing from the former Middlesex boys between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. Godalming made 15 as Derbyshire made 368. James Harris was wicketless from 18 overs, none for 71. Glamorgan in reply, 326 for 5. Harris in next. 107 for Marnus Labuschagne. Glamorgan trailing by 42 runs in their first innings on their third morning there at Derby. Nice comeback from him from the couple of low scores against Middlesex last week, and Shane Sharafridi. Back in down the slope from Rowland-Jones. Turned away off the back foot by Mould for a single. Worcestershire 296 for 7. They lead Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge by 189 runs in their second innings. That's been quite the battle, that one. Worcestershire 159 all out in their first innings. 8 for Patterson. Notts. Notts 266 with 50s for Hamid and Duckett at 2 and 3, but then it required a 45, unbeaten 45 from Broad to top it up down the bottom, which gave them that lead of 107. But yeah, 296 for 7 now. Worcestershire, a lead of 189. Ed Barnard with it unbeaten 144 so far. Haynes one short of a 50 and Cox 55. Thick edge down to third. Holden and Anderson the sub combining. Just a single taken. Patterson has just 1 wicket in the second innings, so he's got 9 in the match. Still 3 wickets standing though. One more game to tell you of, which is where Middlesex head to next. Down at Hove, Sussex 430 for 5 in reply to Durham's 223. Nice guided away to drop the bat down on that one, soft hands. Past White at second. Anderson coming fine this time from third to hold them to a single. Pujara's moved to 150 now. Rizwan's on 54. That's what Middlesex are up against next week. You were asking about the bowling. How it'll be deployed. They're the big 2 names. Orr and Haynes, a decent opening pair. No, Ben Brown now for Sussex, moved on to Hampshire.
That is arguably one of the best overseas pairings in county cricket. Pujara and Rizwan. Real coup to get both of those in your batting lineup.
Nice ball to finish the over from Rowland-Jones. Well defended by Swindles, right in behind it. Decent over for Rowland-Jones, but again, that little bit of bite's come out of it today with the sun out. 103 for 4. Yeah, Leicestershire still trailing by 118 here though. So yeah, Shane Sharafridi versus Pujara and Rizwan next week.
Yeah, that's an exciting prospect, isn't it? Pakistan versus India and Pakistan. I think we'll get a few eyeballs on that one, particularly when Shaheen is actually bowling at them. That's going to be fantastic, really is. Before that, though, Middlesex have just got to make sure they get the job done here, because things have gone a bit flat. And they're going to have to work harder, knuckle down. Someone's going to have to come up with something, moment of magic, something like that. Make the ball talk a bit more than it is at the moment.
Still 2 full from Holman there. You were touching on his bowling speed. It was interesting, wasn't it? Parkinson up at Lancashire. he gets a huge number of revs on it, doesn't he? They were comparing it to Ward, weren't they, in terms of bowling speeds, in terms of the number of revs. Just dragged wide on that one. Parkinson getting a serious number of revs in comparison to Warne, but bowls considerably slower than Warne did, though. Holman here, as you mentioned, a fraction on the slow side, just below 50 with his leg spin.
What he's done well, though, is he hasn't, apart from the first over, he's kept the batsman on the front foot, which is all he can ask for, really. Don't mind seeing them driving. We saw there that one that he tossed wide, actually turned quite a bit there, a bit too wide, but it's just a little something there for him. Oh, I tell you what, Mulder there almost got done completely by the flight. That was the quicker one that was pushed through, wasn't it? And he should have gone forward, really. Almost got trapped on the back foot.
Bowl as short as you can while forcing the batsman's play on the front foot. That's exactly where Holman wants to leave it. That line, that length. Good stride in on that one from Mulder.
Peter D's got a question. What part-timers could Middlesex turn to for a few overs? Well, I don't think we're quite at the part-timer point, but I think we might be at some point fairly soon. That's short and just tucked away by Mulder, but not many really, Peter, in answer. Max Holden bowls a little bit of off-spin, bit of filthy off-spin. And Sam Robson, he bowls leggies, really, doesn't he? And he mixes it up.
He does. He picked up a couple to open up the game at the Oval a couple of years back in 2019 in the shortened COVID season. A game that's drifted a little all of a sudden. The leg spinner Robson entered and away they went. I think he's worked quite hard in his leg spin, Sam Robson, so I'm sure he'll be desperate to turn his arm over. Well, one question is, and I'm going to put Ollie on the spot, our producer at the back, was it the right thumb or the left thumb that was injured? No idea. But that obviously could have a fair old impact. He's not in the slips for this one, Robson. So whether, I mean, if it is that right thumb, then whether there's soreness there still that might prevent him bowling his leg spin. But yeah, Holden's off spin. As you see, a fair old chat between Roland Jones and Afridi. Holden bowled 1 for 27 off 10 against the Australians here in a tour match when the Australians racked up. This was a List A tour game. Travis Head, I think, with a century in that one. They racked up something massive, over 400, and everybody was being carted all around the park, apart from a very young Max Holden. I'm going to say it was somewhere around 2018. And he thought, wow, you know, they've got one here, you know, left-handed bat, beautiful classical opening batter. And look at this off-spin. It's fallen away, his off-spin. In recent years, hasn't had as many opportunities, but I think he's been working quite hard on it. I think Alan Coleman's been pushing him hard on it. Right up there, clipped away. Angling in with the slope on full length. Just a single out to deep square where Mark Stoneman does the fielding.
I think the fact that we're even talking about part-timers at the moment is slightly worrying and just shows you how different conditions are now from how they were last night, or first 2 days, in fact. You know, really isn't a whole load going on for the bowlers now, and the fact that Helm, of course, isn't available to bowl at the moment. So it is a different kettle of fish for Middlesex today, and it's good in some ways that they've got this test.
And the leg side from Roland Jones. Good take by Simpson. Going away with the slope. Yeah, there's no part-time medium pacers in there for Middlesex, so it is just those two part-time spinners. But sometimes they do just break the concentration, don't they? They come on and all of a sudden a long hop or a low full toss is sent up in the air by batters just with their concentration broken slightly by the part-timers. It's well bowled. Right on the spot again from Roland Jones. Been better in this spell, hasn't he? First spell from the pavilion end this morning. Took a little bit of tap.
Didn't bowl that badly though, did he? But he went past the outside edge a couple of times. Just a couple of loose deliveries. Obviously then the ball was newer, it was harder. It was a little bit more seam movement. Not so much now. Could do with a moment of magic, though, from their senior man.
Oh, is that it? Perhaps doing too much down the slope. No, he's gone. He's gone. Swindles is out for 26. A punch of the air from Roland Jones. 105 for 5. And the breakthrough, the second of the morning, comes 20 minutes before lunch. Just wondered had it done too much in jagging back, but no, that looks a good one on the replay. Toby Roland Jones, first of the innings, second of the match. And Swindles has to go for 26.
This has jagged back a long, long way down the slope here at Lords. Look at that. I tell you what, if I'm Harry Swindles, I'm a little bit disappointed with that. I think it might be clipping leg stump. Possible situation with height as well, but I think it's a 50-50 call. Can go either way. That has gone a long way. May well have continued going and missed the leg stump. But it doesn't really matter at the moment for Harry Swindles because he's heading back to the pavilion. He's been given out. It was a fantastic delivery. That was what Middlesex needed. This partnership was blossoming nicely. He was completely done there, Swindles, wasn't he? Almost an off break that. That's classic Toby Roland Jones when he's bowling really well, isn't it? You're looking at the freeze frame. Kevin, what do you reckon? Am I right? Is that possibly going down?
I think you're absolutely right. The doubt would have been, was it either going over leg stump or was it going down past leg stump? Swindles isn't the tallest, is he? And we just saw that replay a few moments ago there from side on where he was struck, traps within the crease. When it comes back in, it does keep a fraction low, doesn't it, from the pavilion? Generally, if it jags back in, it doesn't get up quite as much. So that was giving it a chance on that sense. My first instinct, as you heard on the commentary, was pretty much as you said, is it going down? He took a long old while to think about it. Umpire Mills, and up went that finger. I didn't think they were going to get that one, Middlesex. It's not a clanger. I think we'd be going upstairs if the batter had the option, and it may well have been umpire's call. And that's what we find nowadays, isn't it? More and more, you do find on these LBWs that spinners have benefited massively, haven't they? We have another look here. Yeah, I think he's
Height?
okay.
You happy with height?
I am happy with height because, again, he's not the tallest, is he, Swindles? And he was really pinned right on the back foot for that one. And if it does come back and keep a fraction low, as perhaps it did, came back an awful long way. There was a nice side-on angle, which we can perhaps go back to in a moment. But Ben Mike, the new bat, bowled oh so well, didn't he? 4 for.
And Ben Mike likes to play his shots, so this could be an interesting passage of play just before lunch.
It's a nice ball first up to receive, just angling back in, asking him to play. And play he did, driving into the stumps of the non-striker's end. That would have felt nice for Mike, exactly what you were saying. So here we go, you look at that knee roll of Swindles, and let's see where it hits. I can't quite see it, sir.
He is a short guy, so it did hit him just above the knee roll. I think the height probably was fine. I think the issue was the line, wasn't it? Was it just sneaking down or probably clipping the leg stump?
Comes back down the slope again, that one left alone, end of the over. Middlesex have their second breakthrough of the morning. Swindle's gone for 26. LBW to Roland Jones. Boy, oh boy, did he punch the air when he took that wicket. It was an almighty uppercut. 105 for 5. That meant a lot to him. Frustrated, obviously, with how this morning's gone.
Was a big celebration, wasn't it? Big moment of passion. Will that get the team going? And I think this is now a good move because Luke Holman is being taken out of the attack and Ethan Bamber is coming back on at the nursery ground. Probably been the pick of the bowlers for Middlesex so far in this innings. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. He's consistently hit the seam, got it to go both ways. Can he then produce his own moment of magic and get another one for Middlesex? That would really be a big fillip heading into the lunch break. North Middlesex Cricket Club replaced by North Middlesex Cricket Club in terms of the bowling from the nursery ground. They've got 3 slips in. I think that's a good move as well, even though it's Mulder on strike. We've seen quite a few seam away from the right-hander down the slope from Ethan Bamber in this innings.
Nicely on the spot, straight up. Yeah, Bamber's probably got the most reward this morning, hasn't he? And got a lot of movement back up the slope in particular, but also using the slope nicely away from the right-handers. Tucked in behind that one again, Mulder, as it comes back up the slope.
Vian Mulder has made his highest score for Leicestershire. It's only his third innings. 44 not out off 83 balls. Going past his 39 in the first innings against Derbyshire. Just 6 away from his first half century for the club. He's played really well. Been watchful. Put away any bad balls that have come along.
Inside of the bat. Down to deep backward square. They'll pick up a couple though. Mulder's on to 46. Just having a look to see if anybody can pass on some good news to Luke Holman from the boundary rope. 14 minutes played at Plough Lane, Wimbledon 0, Accrington Stanley 0. Steered nicely into the onside, just waiting on it patiently. Turning a single out to deep square.
Accrington Stanley.
Who are they?
Sorry, had to do it. Had to do it. So how is Ethan Bamber going to attack Ben Mike here? Is he going to try and go for the big drive early on? He's a good-looking batsman, Mike, actually. Nice timer, natural timer of the ball. Likes to drive. Is he going to play the game, though? Is he going to be willing to take a risk with those 3 slips there? Ethan Bamber hitting the seam regularly. Well, if he bowls it down there, then the plan's not really going to work. That's a very, very rare Ethan Bamber delivery down the leg side. That does not happen very often. Ben Mike should be full of confidence after that performance with the ball. Wasn't that unexpected, but very impressive. Coming on as the 7th bowler, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 15. We asked him why he didn't come on earlier, and we saw him this morning. He said he didn't know, wasn't sure. He was itching. He was keen to get on and bowl a bit earlier.
Thick inside edge on that from Mike. Long way across again. End of the over, 38 gone. 108 for 5. "12 minutes until lunch on day 3. Still more than 100 behind, 113 runs. It's just to make Middlesex bat again. If Mulder can hang in there, gets to the 50. I mean, look again, it's Lords. Everybody wants that Lords century, don't they? Remember when I first started commentating on Middlesex, John Embry was the Middlesex coach. He used to talk about teams travelling here to Lords. Bit of shape in from Roland Jones on that one through the air. Just dipping in on Mulder, who's equal to it. Yeah, he said one of the problems with the Middlesex side, they had that wonderful side in the 80s, didn't they? Success in the 90s as well with Gatting and Fraser and Tufnell. It's a slow one since the turn of the century. A few one-day successes in the 90s as well. That last championship was, what, 1993. That side that John Embry had around 2005, he said you had all these players. And I remember there was a whole load of Colpack players back then. There was loads of South Africans playing. He said the amount of players that turned up here at Lords and just produced some of their best performances because they wanted that 5-wicket haul at Lords. They wanted desperately to say, got a century at Lords. And how many times are you going to get a chance to say it? Someone like Mulder here. Driven only as far as mid-off. Thinking back to that Ackerman and Cobb pairing in 2008. How many did Ackerman score here? HD, that is, at Lords. 1. Was that his only one? Maybe 2. But, for players, it's a serious thing, isn't it? For Mulder. We'll certainly want these 3 runs to the half century, but you can imagine deep down inside if you're thinking there's a chance here today.
And this will be slightly worrying for Mulder as he takes one more. So worrying for Middlesex rather, not for Mulder, as he goes one closer to a half century. He's got 7 first-class half centuries, but he's got 5 first-class centuries. So generally, when he gets to 50, he goes on to a big one.
Someone tell Toby there. You got 2 runs to play with here, Toby. Andrew Strauss always had a great conversion rate, didn't he? That was a mark of Strauss before his England debut, and even once he made his England debut. He's just one of those that sticks in the mind, always had a fantastic conversion rate.
Middlesex would absolutely love one more here. I think you go into lunch 6 down. It's been the home side's morning, then you would say. As it stands, it's been quite an even morning. Leicestershire have showed a bit of fight. I think Middlesex will be very keen to get this over and done with today as well. They won't want to come back tomorrow and have to get 100 runs or something like that.
End of the over, 109 for 5. Yeah, and I think for that man, Mulder, it's Mike in shot there at the moment. If Mike can hang around through to lunch, as you say, Mulder will think, look, 5 wickets standing. He's approaching 50. The ball's 40 overs old now. It's a long time till they get a second new ball, Middlesex. If he can get out there after lunch again, get in, then no reason. With Middlesex a bowler down today as well. Tom Helm suffering from stiffness yesterday and having to drop down the batting lineup to 11. They're not bowling yesterday evening. Not out on the field this morning. He was out on the field last night, but as we've seen, he's sunbathing up at the pavilion end at the moment. See in the top left, the bottom left of the pavilion, I should say. Here's Bamber in the meantime. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Do you know, I did have to have a look for a moment there. That wasn't Mike on strike. There's Mulder. Got drawn into it. You're fancying this, aren't you? Before lunch.
I am, yeah, a bit surprised at Mulder. I wasn't expecting him to play a shot like that at this stage of his innings. He's not done that very often. Didn't move his feet at all there, did he? Just threw the hands at the delivery. But I do fancy Ethan Bamber to do something from this end. He's been so impressive.
Did he see 50 through the covers there? Just defending at this one. Actually playing a fair way away from the body with that one again, wasn't he? Similar
to his dismissal, actually, in the first innings, where he was stuck in the crease and he just jabbed his hands at the delivery and edged to Peter Hanscom at first slip. Be a shame for Mulder if he doesn't go on here, because he's done a lot of hard work. Done it well.
One away, one angled in for Bamber so far. He's still getting a little bit of movement, isn't he? Angled in again and eased away for a single. One away from that half century now.
And the thing is with Bamber, I think, from this end as well, is the one that could get you is the one that seams in, which is his real weapon when he bowls from the pavilion and he uses the slope and traps people in front LBW or bowls them. But psychologically, I think if you're a batsman, you're facing him from the nursery end, you're thinking, he's already shown you ones that are going down the slope, so you're thinking, I've got to protect the outside edge and not nick off, but then you get a bit far across and then he shows you the one that goes the other way, traps you right in front. Can't underestimate that delivery.
Just holding its line down the slope. That's the classic Mercer, isn't it? He swings it away, swings it away, swings it away, and then just gets on to seam back up the slope. Bamber here pretty much does it all, doesn't he? Works off the seam, nipping it away and nipping it back in. This game at Scarborough, we're perfectly in line at the back of the stand. Mercer Talai, who was England's player at the time, just remember one over that he had, and all 5 deliveries set him up so beautifully. Last ball of the over, boom, just popped one back in, top of off stump. And just shaping back in again from Bamber. Does he go that little bit fuller last ball of the over and get it to nip away, try and tempt Mike? Of course, that's the luxury that Middlesex do have. They've got runs to play with. As you say, they don't want to come back at some point, have to knock off 100. Don't want an awkward chase at the end of this, because things can go wrong, can't they? All of a sudden, if you're pitching up tomorrow morning, and there is a threat of showers around tomorrow if it's leaden skies. Mike getting a long way across to defend that one end of the over. Of course, it does depend which weather forecast you're looking at, Floydie. 110 for 5.
Yeah, the forecast I'm looking at here says there's a small chance of rain, maybe getting up to about 20%, but it looks grey and overcast, so it looks similar to yesterday. Be better bowling conditions, you'd think. Today seems to be the best day for batting, so that's another reason why Middlesex won't want to come back tomorrow. I want to get this done and dusted today, even if they do have to bat again and just knock off a small amount of runs. Mulder just one away from the 50. Is that playing on his mind? He's got an easy single out to the sweeper on the offside, square of the wicket, if he wants to be tempted by anything that Roland Jones hangs out there. Just take the single on offer, but he is risking, of course, the edge to the 2 slips. There's also a man sweeping on the leg side too. So if he plays off his legs, there's an easy one there.
Single taken, and there's the 50. 94 balls from Mulder. 136 minutes and 6 fours. And a fine 50 holding Middlesex at bay here.
8th half-century in first-class cricket for the talented young all-rounder Vian Mulder. And he raised his fist, didn't he, to the balcony there. Show of defiance. Just playing his 2nd game for the county, but he looks up for this. It's what Leicestershire need, isn't it? A bit of inspiration from somewhere.
Driving at that one. It's playing a little bit away again. We've got one more over after this until lunch. Mulder will feel happy, though, to have got the 50 before the interval, I'm sure. Be even more happy if they can get him 5 down. Have Mike with him this afternoon. It wasn't that afternoon session yesterday that Simpson and co just managed to get away from Leicestershire.
Not tempted by that one, Ben. Mike. This might well be the last over before lunch. This 2 balls to go.
He's still got a long run up, hasn't he, Toby? After all these years.
So how do you assess this first session of the day, Kevin? Started 37 for 3. We've now moved on to 111 for 5. So that means they've put on, what is it, 74?
Leicestershire session. Only the second
Even
one
with the 2 wickets?
Oh, very much the inside of the bat as they'll take 2 down to long leg there. That would have seen the most almighty appeal. Had a little bit of wood not been found by Mike to meet that one. Yeah, I think so. I think given the match situation, given the pressure they're under, the ball was only 11 overs old when they came out to bat this morning. I think were this offered to Leicester, I think they for sure have taken it, because it could have been all done by now, couldn't it, really? 2 wickets that Middlesex have taken in the session, and they've taken them early. I think Swindle's Mulder done a fantastic job. And they've given them a chance, you know, sunny afternoon. Again, the ball's, what, 41 overs old now, as you say, it probably is going to be lunch, this last ball. Roland Jones just sending back deep square. So deep backward square and long legger back. Is it a bluff? Just short of a length. Mike in behind it. And that probably is going to be lunch, I'd imagine. Minute 2. They'd have to be pretty quick to be in position. I think Middlesex are almost happily walking off. Simpson, is he turning? No. They're done for lunch. Yeah, I think that's Leicester's. I think that Leicestershire have given themselves a very good chance here of at least making Middlesex bat again. They're still 200 runs away from giving themselves something to bowl at. But trailing by 108, again, one of the things that teams and coaches look for when matches go against you in the first innings, as this one has for Leicester, is at least put some sort of respectability on the board. And actually the most famous match here for putting a bit of respectability on the board was Buck Rogers against Yorkshire, when Middlesex chased 472 to win. He hit 241 not out, Rogers, and I said to him, tee on day 3, you were absolutely beaten, all out of sight. Came out to bat after tee on day 3, set 472, records ready to tumble as they did for Middlesex. But what were you thinking at that point? He said, all I was thinking was, we have been trounced in this match. I just want the defeat to not look so heavy. And that is what they talk about. Again, I talked about Angus Fraser way back when he first arrived at Middlesex as managing director of cricket. That was one of the things. If you're going to lose hard, lose deep into a game. And yeah, I think that's Leicester have done pretty much all they could do against again what was effectively a new ball this morning for Middlesex.
Bit of fight for sure from the Foxes today. They've lost Sam Evans for 23. Caught at first slip by Peter Hanscom, low to his left off Ethan Bamber. That was 46 for 4. Then Harry Swindles and Mulder got together, put on 59 for the 5th wicket. Swindles given out LBW by Roland Jones for 26, a ball that seamed in viciously down the slope here at Lord's. Might have been a question mark over whether it was going down leg side. If not, it was hitting leg stump, clipping leg stump. It was a really good delivery anyway. Mulder, though, has been unfazed. 50 not out off 94 balls. He's looked good. And he's been joined by the all-rounder Ben Mike, who's not out on 2. 113 for 5 in 41 overs. Let's have a look at the bowlers.
Yeah, look at Roland Jones there, an economy of 3.36. It was an expensive first spell for him. He started up from the pavilion end. Afridi coming in. We've taken a couple overnight, 2 for 38. From 13 for him now, toiled, left arm over, left arm around. He's had a few goes at it, but Ethan Bamber was the pick, wasn't he? 2 for 18. That one of the 2 wickets to fall this morning. His 2 for 18 from 11. He really did bowl extremely well. And again, all of those 11 have been exclusively from the nursery end. Not his favoured end, but he's shown an awful lot there. And I think he might have given himself a problem. He might struggle to get the pavilion end back as well as his bowl down there. But nice from Holman as well. We saw some nice stuff from him, but didn't quite get into a rhythm, didn't quite get into a flow, did he?
So in summary, Leicestershire 113 for 5. They still trail by 108 despite a slightly better session for them today. They've still got plenty of work to do to make Middlesex bat again, but it is a glorious day here at Lord's, and pitch seems to have flattened out a bit. The ball's got a little bit softer, and Middlesex are down a bowler with Tom Helm at the moment, not on the pitch, and experiencing some stiffness in his side. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we will show you a very crucial afternoon session here at Lord's just before 1:40.
In the second division, at Trent Bridge, Worcestershire, 322 for 8, their second innings, and Barnard, 153 not out. At Derby, the Morgan are 139 for 6, in reply to Derbyshire's 368. Middlesex Cricket is 160 not out.
Welcome back to Lords. Welcome back to this match between Middlesex and Leicestershire in Division 2 of the County Championship. Just about to resume play. It's going to be the afternoon session, and as you can see there, it's going to be Shaheen Shah Afridi to bowl his first over from the nursery end. He's been operating from the pavilion throughout this innings. But Middlesex, I think, just need to change things up a little bit. They still had a decent session, picked up 2 Leicestershire wickets. Leicestershire moved from 37 for 3 to 113 for 5. Sam Evans for 23 and Harry Swindles for 26, the 2 batsmen to go. But Middlesex had to work hard for those wickets. They're a man down in terms of the bowling. Tom Helm not on the field. He's feeling a bit of soreness in his side, so he can't bowl. A bit more pressure on the rest of the bowling attack. First ball after lunch. Oh, and that is clipped very fine by Ben Mike, who's the new batsman. Off about middle stump, I would say, as well. So, not a bad start for Shaheen Shah Afridi from his point of view. But the ball, Kevin Hand doesn't seem to be doing as much as it was in the first, say, 10 overs of the day. And yesterday it certainly seems to have flattened out. Ball's got a bit softer. There's no swing in the air at all. Might be a little bit of seam movement occasionally, but it's not as regular as it has been.
This is one of those afternoons at Lords, you know, if you don't get a couple quickly after lunch, it could be a very, very long session for the bowlers.
Well, Middlesex still very much in the box seat, aren't they? Leicestershire trail by 107 still. So they've got a lot of hard work to do just to make Middlesex bat again.
I think it's probably fair to say if they don't get that couple quickly after lunch, then there's every chance Middlesex will be batting again, because that means Mulder's in again after the interval. Mike can score quickly. And by tea, which is what, 36 overs away, they're still going at tea, then Middlesex most likely are batting again.
Bouncer taken on by Mike. There's 2 men out there, but he controlled that well. There's Luke Holman, who's backward square leg, and there's also a deep fine leg, which is Ethan Bamber.
Got to give Holman a mention. His team AFC Wimbledon. They're 3-0 down at home. Pete Holman, if you tuned in, I'm sorry. I hope your boy bowls well for you today.
Bouncer again. That one doesn't get up at all.
Yeah, Bouncer's probably been a bit better in this match than the Derbyshire game. I was trying to think of a few edges that fell short. There were a couple on the first morning of this game, but we haven't mentioned that so much the last 2 days, really. The bounce has been pretty true. I think the thought on that final day against Derbyshire, a few keeping low. And perhaps that would come into play in a big way, but it didn't. Certainly hasn't in this game.
Goes full this time. I don't mind this ploy of Shaheen being tried from the nursery end. Just mixing it up, Middlesex. There isn't a whole load happening. If he comes around the wicket from the nursery, you've got the angle going into the right-handed batsman, but you've also got the slope which takes it away. So slips are in play for sure. And again with the bouncer, well played by Mike. Swiveled very nicely, rolled his wrists. So 3 taken off that first over, 116 for 5.
So interesting that he's gone to left arm around again straight away, Afridi, especially from the nursery end. I mean, you're almost looking at the dream ball to take the top of off stump for your left arm around, hoping that that slope's just going to straighten on. You think of that Ethan Bamber delivery that we saw last night. A wonderful ball to take top of off for Kimber, just straighten him with the slope. Right arm over to the right-hander, left arm around to the right-hander. You're looking for that ball to do an awful lot, aren't you, really, to straighten, take that outside edge with the angle. It can do it with the slope, but certainly like to see him left arm over from this end, where it only needs a little bit to come back up the slope, or a little bit to go down, and all of a sudden he might be in play.
So Roland Jones was the man who broke the partnership between Swindles and Mulder in the previous session. Got a ball to viciously jag back down the hill. Swindle's gone for 26 off 75. Can he create another moment of inspiration for his side from his favoured end? He's honing in on the stump straight away, isn't he? He's at his best, I think, Toby Roland Jones, when he gets that big movement into the right-hander. Tries to set them up, of course, by going the other way first, going past the outside edge. He can swing the ball away occasionally.
Yeah, and I like this from the pair of them. You know, this is the complete change of ends for both from what we saw at the start of the match for Leicestershire. And I like this. I do think that these are ends that they can both have great success. Sheen obviously given the pavilion end and talking about it on that press day ahead of this match. But I don't see any reason why Shaheen has to worry too much. Left arm over from the nursery end, but certainly Roland Jones. I don't think there's any doubt about it all. Far better operator from the pavilion end. And Bamba's shown enough as well, hasn't he, that down below us at the nursery end, he can do plenty of damage.
You can see there, he's just moving now. Bottom right of your screen, Luke Holman. He's going back to a regulation third man, but initially for the first 4 balls of that over, he was more of a fly gully, a bit of a strange position. Like getting forward and across to try and negate that in movement from Roland Jones. Doesn't want to get stuck on the crease like Harry Swindles was. Bit of debate up here in the various commentary boxes and between the media, Kevin, as to whether Harry Swindles was actually out LBW.
I'm still going umpire's call. I reckon that was clipping something. I think he had every chance. But yeah, at lunch, Manny feeling that it was a harsh decision.
Well, that's outside edge, and it will go down to Holman, who's regulation third man again. End of the over, 1 taken. Mike will keep the strike again, second over in a row, 118 for 5. I would be inclined to say it might have been just nipping down leg, to be honest. I think it went a long way, jagged a long way down the slope. You can see that happens occasionally. If you hit the seam and the ball comes in from that end with the slope as well, it can go a long way. And yeah, it might have been just clipping the top as well. There was also a slight issue with height. I think the height was just about okay, but it did go a long way.
That was my shout on comms, wasn't it? I felt it was sliding. But actually, having looked at the replays, I was a little bit happy with it, that it was going to clip.
Short again and taken on again by Mike. This time a long way in front of square. He's not got all of that. It's not going to go to the boundary, so they should pick up 3. Maybe even think about a 4th. Mulder certainly was keen to scamper back, but Toby Roland Jones got the relay throw back in time, so they just take 3. Interesting that Mike's very happy to take on anything short so far in this session. Could provide an opportunity for Middlesex, but so far he's playing the shot pretty well. He's keeping it down. Doesn't seem to be a whole load of pace in the pitch from this end for Afridi. These short balls are not really getting up for him. Well, that's tickled fine. That's going to be 4 for Mulder. It's well played.
Only 96 behind now, Leicestershire. rattled along quickly after lunch. I think it was 118, wasn't it? At lunch, they were still behind. So they've moved along sweetly here since the interval. One thing I was pondering was, have we seen Ethan Bamber at all from the pavilion end? And I wonder if that's just a slight nod that's been given to him here, that he'll replace Roland Jones at the pavilion end at the end of the next spell, and Holman will replace Safridi.
Oh, this time he's gone full and swinging into that off stump. I think that's not a bad tactic. I think it's time for Middlesex to change some things, try some new angles, new bowlers at different ends. Wasn't really working for them, let's be honest, in the final hour of the previous session. The wicket came a bit out of the blue. It was a good delivery, but the ball had stopped swinging and seaming around quite a bit before that, even for Shaheen from the pavilion end. He just got squared up slightly there, Mulder. Just the one.
I reckon Luke Holman's grazing out there thinking, I don't want to think about football for another couple of months. His team heading for League 2. AFC Wimbledon 2, Accrington Stanley 3. And Fleetwood have been pegged back by Bolton, who are winning 2-1 now. Could there be late drama?
That short leg could be in business here. Mark Stoneman, he's quite a long way back. He's almost a deep short leg. But Ben Mike wants to feel the ball on the bat. Whether he's pulling, hooking, or he's flicking. Could Stoneman be in business here? Is the short ball ploy going to work for Middlesex? They've tried everything so far. Solid in defence, Ben Mike. Good start this by the pair of Leicestershire batsmen post-lunch in this glorious sunshine. 126 for 5. So Accrington Stanley are still winning 3-2, right?
Yep. And Wimbledon need to win by something like 7 clear goals.
Right.
But
so
unless Bolton can start racking up the goals against Fleetwood Town, right now they're 2-1 up against them.
how long to go?
Half an hour.
My money's on it not happening, but you never know. Never know. If it does happen, we won't see Luke Holman for a couple of days. That is if Middlesex win today as well, of course, which still is a long way off. Here comes Roland Jones. And that's the area he wants to be in, I think. That's similar to where the ball pitched when Swindles was out. Just takes the ball to seam in a bit from there, and you're in business. Wrap the batsman on the pads, or even go the other way. Patience, the name of the game, I think, today for Middlesex. Relentless was our watchword for the first innings. I think patience, the watchword for this innings.
But I think it's the end of the world that they've been made to work for it a little bit, because it just all did happen so easily with the ball for them down at Glamorgan, and well up to that Swindles and Mulder partnership happened quite easily. That's what we'd be doing right now if it had been wrapped up this morning, Matt.
Get those guys off screen immediately. What a day for it, though. Seriously. Saturday afternoon, northwest London. It's not too hot. It's just about a perfect temperature. Spring sunshine. Really nice if you can get in that sun. Bit more chilly in the shade, that's for sure, but nothing you can't handle. Almost a perfect day for playing cricket.
Yeah, the conditions for batting for sure right now. As you say, it's not too hot, so the bowlers at least aren't being flogged in the heat. A bowler down with Tom Helm out with a bit of stiffness at the moment, so wishing him the best in a speedy recovery, but it does just mean that Handsome got that ponderance as how he deploys his troops there at slip. Who's he nattering to now? Come up, he says. It's Stoneman down at deep mid-wicket that's being pulled up to an orthodox mid-wicket on the single.
I must say, Vian Mulder's defence has been pretty impressive. He's been decisive, he's moved his feet well, he's got forward. It's what Leicestershire will have wanted to see, isn't it? Their batting has not been their strong suit so far this season. They've had 3 matches, they've drawn 2 and lost 1. Highest score as a team, only 273. You can see why, really, over the last innings and a half. But Mulder, if he can get some runs for them, coming in at number 5 or 6, will make a big difference. They've been quite reliant on the opening pair this season so far, Hassan Azad and Sam Evans, the only 2 to have scored over 200 runs. Colin Ackerman is their big player, really, with the bat. He's not quite got going yet this season, but he has been a big performer for them over the last couple of years, last few years. They're all back in the hut, so the onus is on Mulder and the lower middle order to see what they can do, see if they can spark this Leicester batting lineup into life for the rest of the season. They're of course missing Lewis Hill, aren't they? Lewis Hill has a broken finger. He was their top run scorer last year for Leicestershire. That's a big miss for them, for a side that haven't got loads of depth. Lewis Hill made 944 runs for Leicestershire in the County Championship last year. Very good average of 44. Hasn't played since the first game against Worcestershire. He got 93 in the first innings, 1 in the second. Not seen since with that broken finger. Over the wicket. And a thick edge.
First time over the wicket from the nursery end. I think, well, certainly speaking for myself, this is what I've wanted to see. 89.2. Wow.
That's the fastest delivery by a long way in this game. Maybe Shaheen just feeling he's got to bend his back a bit more coming in from the nursery end with the slope going across. That's gone up. Chance, there's a man out there. Taken! Straight to Luke Holman. The plan has worked. That's what Middlesex needed. Ben Mike falls into the trap. It's Mulder. It's Mulder, even bigger. That is the wicket that Middlesex really, really wanted. Shaheen Shah Afridi went to the short ball ploy again. Mulder had to fetch that from quite a long way outside of off stump. And it went straight pretty much to Luke Holman. He does a mini Afridi celebration himself.
Yep, he's giving it the Afridi celebration. He's such a cool customer out there as well, isn't he, Luke Holman? Look, cool as you like. And a great celebration with it. He's that just all done in his stride. And Mulder drags himself off, doesn't he? Look at that. He doesn't want to go at all. He knows he's just made a big, big error there. Put it straight down the throat of one of the 2 posted out there. 58 fine runs, but his team needed an awful lot more. He'd have been thinking about those 3 figures at Lords as well, no doubt about it. We discussed that this morning. 4 batters and bowlers coming to Lords. They want to get their 5, they want to get their century. There we go. That could be us soon enough, Floydie.
Long way to go, I think, still, Kev, hopefully. Mulder, what were you thinking? That's a really slow walk, wasn't it? Probably the slowest walk off the pitch I've seen here at Lords in some time. I thought it was Ben Mike initially because
of the shot.
You just felt you felt he was more likely to take it on as an aggressive lower order player. Mulder had just played so well, played within himself all innings. He'd been sensible, not taking too many undue risks. And then you've got 2 men out on the hook. You've got a deep fine leg and a deep square leg. It's a long boundary out there, so you haven't got a whole load to gain. You've got to hit it very well to get over the top of them, even though they are in from the boundary. It just seemed an odd decision to make to try and take it on. I think he was trying to keep it down, but he just got a top edge. Obviously, Shaheen Shah Afridi is a very tall man, got the extra bounce. And maybe just a reaction. It was a gut reaction, a natural reaction. The ball was short, and some people are compulsive hookers. He felt he had to play the shot, but there was a lot of risk and not too much reward from it.
Let's see a change of ball here. Umpires have just had a look. Umpires Milnes and Newell pointing for that box of balls. Let's see. Is it going to be this suitcase? It looks like it's got some sort of military weapon inside of it.
It's your favourite box of balls. It's coming out again. Let's get some more box of balls chat going.
Yeah, see, it's, what, 46 overs now?
That's a fine box, isn't it? Look at that one on the top.
Oh, no. Where's the suitcase? Oh. Looks like he's just been to the local deli with those, hasn't he? Yeah, so Middlesex were at Glamorgan last week. So Glamorgan last week, again, it looks as though it could have been some sort of detonator that was contained inside it. It looks as though it would have survived a bomb blast itself, the suitcase they brought out with the balls in them last week. Not happy with the shape of that one.
Yeah, strange, really. You take a wicket and then immediately ask for the ball to be changed. It might have been the umpire's decision, actually. They might have just had a look at themselves.
Mulder hit it so hard up into the air. Actually, that's probably a point worth making. Had it been from the other end, it probably would have been 6. But big old boundary out to Luke Holman. Had it been a freebie from the pavilion end and he took on that shot, then yeah, he may well have cleared deep backward square leg to the mound stand. Hanscom eyeing it up, throws it to Stoneman. What do you think? They don't look particularly impressed by it. The change of ball.
Well, what they can certainly be sure of is that the previous ball wasn't doing anything for them. So I think a change of ball might actually work in some ways. Sometimes, as you know, Kevin, some balls just swing more than others. One turns up, suddenly starts moving around. Can't explain it.
See, what you fellas don't understand is on these away trips, you have to suffer all this cricket chat in the evening. Yeah, the balls this year, they're not doing so well. It's all very well set up here in the media sense of the home games. Having to listen to Roland Jones banging on about the batch of balls.
That's why you shouldn't have dinner with the bowlers. The batsmen have got better chat. Oh, that's a waft from Ed Barnes. First up, number 8 who's come in. That was a real loose shot straight away. Middlesex now will really fancy their chances with Leicestershire still 94 behind, of really running through the tail now. Ed Barnes can hold about, that's for sure. He's not really strictly a tail ender. Lasted 27 balls in the first innings for 13 until he was caught in the slips by Luke Holman off Tom Helm, who's not on the field. Goes across and gets an edge. A thick edge which squirts off down to third man. They're coming back for 2. And Barnes gets there comfortably.
That's the spot. Left arm over from the nursery ends. That's the spot right there.
Do they need a gully? Just 2 slips at the moment. Is a gully necessary?
Is third necessary? They've got runs to play with the Middlesex, haven't they? It's going to be an almighty heave-ho from Barnes to lift one down the throat of third.
Bouncer. Quick bouncer as well. That flew through. Let's have a look at the speed gun there. Oh, only 80. It seemed quicker. A couple of words as well from Shaheen.
The bouncers can look a little bit slower. But yeah, bringing third up to gully, I think, is the perfect call. I don't particularly feel, if one gets away down to gully at the moment, then gets away down to third, fine. But better that than one flies through the gully. So yeah, I'm with you, Floydie.
First time we've seen Shaheen Shah Afridi offer a few words of advice there to the batsman, I think. It was Ed Barnes. Just trying to remember whether Barnes bowled him a bouncer or not. He didn't bowl many short, Barnes. He generally kept the ball up, but did he bowl Afridi a bouncer? And is that why he went up to him specifically after that last delivery? Picked up by Ben Mike. There's a man out there on the leg side boundary, comes round well and cuts it off. Mark Stoneman, just the single. So the new batsman back on.
Yorkshireman Barnes, if he did serve up the bouncer, it was probably served up with a couple of words himself as well. There was definitely one of them that we said they're going to get that back. They bowled a bouncer to Afridi. If it wasn't Barnes, which I think it was, then I don't remember it being Mike or Wright. Hendricks maybe, but I think it's Barnes for sure.
Well, whoever it was, I think they'll be regretting it now, because you don't want Shaheen Shah Afridi angry and with extra motivation to try and test you out upstairs, especially when you're a tail ender yourself.
Talks about the Oppo wanting a five for at Lords or a century. Afridi 2 wickets away from his first five for Middlesex.
Well, that's short, and that's jagged back in a long way, hasn't it? That was awkward for Ed Barnes. I think he was thinking about cutting initially. And then the ball jagged back in so far that he had to completely adjust his shot. Let's have a look here. Yeah, he went for a cut, and then all of a sudden, he's been wrapped right on the gloves. That came back as much as the dismissal of Swindles, but just bounced a lot more.
I don't know if Mike's just had a word with him there, so don't forget where you are on the slope.
This one also coming back in, but it's clipped away by Barnes. He takes a single.
It's just as pronounced, the slope, as well, as you can see it on the camera when Roland Jones runs in. It's a really good example of it, actually, the camera that we've got. Jake up there at the pavilion end on the middle tier. The slope's quite clear on that camera, and it isn't a slightly wonky camera leg. It is indeed exactly as the slope is, falling away to that right-hand side.
He tried something different there, Toby Roland Jones. Was he trying an away swinger or something like that? Or did he roll his fingers across the ball? Whatever it was, it didn't work, did it?
No. It actually, it looked almost as he was releasing it, as though that was barely going to land on the cut strip. Yeah, really dragged that one down desperately. Oh, speed gun still had it at 76.
Down the track, Mike, that is a short ball. And it's given a no ball, I think, on height. He almost had to pitch that into his own toes, Toby Roland Jones. I think he saw Ben Mike coming down and he said, I'm not going to have that. I'm going to bowl a bouncer. But he just bowled it far too short. No way Mike can reach that.
Yeah, he tapped his head afterwards, didn't he, the umpire?
Again, he comes down. This time he does pull hard and in front of square along the ground. That's the power of Ben Mike. Plays a lot of one-day cricket. Is this the start of a bit of a counter-attack? Went out that full-blooded, didn't he? Shuffled down. Then he was ready for the short ball because he thought Roland Jones might counter by going shorter. He was right. And he took advantage. That's good batting, really, by Mike. I wonder if he thinks now that I might as well throw caution to the wind with the likes of Ed Barnes and then the tail enders to come. Maybe now's my chance to score a few, put the pressure back on the Middlesex bowlers. Gully has come in now, but Shaheen has switched to around the wicket. Ooh, Mark Stoneman would have liked the look of that. That could be 4 though for Ed Barnes. It is. Beats Ethan Bamber. That fine leg. So runs coming freely now.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of batting to come, isn't there? Parkinson knows what he's up to again, right at 10. He's a decent bat. Chris Wright, there's so much to do though. Knocking off 80 runs and then just giving themselves something to bowl at. But as we said, Mike does like to feel bat on ball.
Oh, that's shagged it a long way, almost chopped on. Very unlucky, Shaheen Shah.
Barnes again as well facing. It was the same. It was he against Roland Jones who played it so uncomfortably as one came back down the slope from the other end. This one going back up the slope from left arm around.
Yeah, to run around Afridi to get the single. He ran a very strange angle. Almost had to run 1.5 there just to get in. So is Mike going to be as aggressive to Afridi as he was to Roland Jones? Short takes it on and he's nailed it all the way, I think. Just bounces inside the rope. Holman's in there about 20 yards or so. We saw him take the catch earlier to dismiss Mulder. Ben Mike took on the hook shot and he gets it. And crucially, gets it just wide of Holman and over his head.
Sending out another. Stoneman's going out to deep mid-wicket. Holman's going finer. And Shaheen Shah Afridi, I think, is going to say try that again.
Or is it the double bluff? Let's see. No, yeah, it's gone in the air. Is this a chance? No, again. He finds the gap.
Close.
I think this might have gone all the way. That is a big blow out there. Something slightly top-edgy about it.
Nobody's signalling yet. The umpire's still waiting for a little bit of help. Can we see on this?
I think that's 6, you know.
Yep. That brings up the 150 as well. 152 for 6. So they've just gone past their first innings score with a 6. That's a huge shot. It has to be said. Absolutely huge shot from Mike.
This is good fun, this. Mike's taking the challenge on. And again, this time he rolls the wrists a bit more. 3 men out there. Look, you can see it's a long boundary too. So what an over we've had so far. 16 off it. Ben Mike will not back down here. Phil would change with Ed Barnes on strike. I don't think he's going to have the same policy as Mike, although they are leaving 2 of the men out there on the hook. One just behind square on the leg side and one at fine leg. Gully comes back in. Bouncer, nasty. Right in at the ribs. And a big stare and some words from Afridi. He doesn't like Ed Barnes, does he? That was nasty. Right in on those ribs. And then afterwards, his back came round and the ball hit him on the back. Could have looped up to short leg if he was unlucky. Interesting passage of play we got here.
It's great fun, isn't it? 68, they trail by now. And as you say, whether Mike is looking at it in terms of at the other end, they're not going to last long, or for his own natural game, which he probably played within himself slightly for Mulder when he was at the other end. Now that he's not there, he's the senior batsman. He's perhaps allowed to dictate matters. Here's Roland Jones, 2 slips. And a solid defence from Mike. Into the offside, 6-3 fields. But yeah, Mike, partnership was at 26 off 17, I think I just saw on the screen there. Two combative cricketers, Barnes and Mike. Nice looking shot. Top ball to Bamber at mid-on. This is a glorious scene though, and if they just had a couple more wickets in hand at this stage, you'd start to say it was nearly getting interesting. But 6 down, there's still every chance it could be done in a couple of deliveries and it's nearly all over. 68 behind. Oh, swing and a miss. To heave across the line to Roland Jones. Surprised that didn't get a word or two from Rojo to Mike. I think it might be getting now as he's walking back up to his mark.
Well, Ben Mike has a T20 strike rate of 142. So that gives you an idea of how quickly he can score. And I think he's switched into T20 mode right now. He's decided, look, I'm going to go down swinging here. It's either going to be you or it's going to be me. And that's going to make for a really exciting few balls if he sticks around.
I think Hanscom was giving him a few words there as well at slip. Nothing from Roland Jones this time. Heads back to the top of his mark. But yeah, I think Hanscom there with a wry smile and a clap of the hands. I think he'd had a little bit that he was directing, if not to Mike, then certainly across him.
Overall first-class record isn't too bad. 900 runs, averaging 21, 6 50s.
Dick inside of the bat, picks up a single to the non-striker, to mid-on. Mike running to the non-strikers then where the throw comes from Bamber. Well, if you could walk away with his 4 wickets and a 50 as well, Mike, then again, he'll have made a point to that dressing room. That away dressing room that he wants a little bit more of a slice of the action. Just dies a little bit. Means it's going to be a freebie to Mike once again. 154 for 6. Yeah, well populated today, Lords, isn't it? For a Saturday. Plenty of options to do. Football season coming to the end. There'll be a lot of London sports fans who'll have been thinking about heading to see their club on final time. Beautiful scene here at Lords, and we were starting to move towards it earlier. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world that Middlesex have been made to work for this against Leicestershire. They, trounced Glamorgan. They were on their way to a near 2-day trouncing here of Leicestershire as well. By the time they're back at Lords, Notts and Durham, you'd fancy you're going to be a far tougher test. So made to work for it, made to think about it today. Hanscom with bits to think about, sending a freebie to the nursery end. The short one out to Stoneman, all over the top of this one, just a single taken.
Interestingly, before that delivery, the 3 men kept out on the hook, but 2 of them, the 2 behind square, went all the way to the boundary after seeing the power that Mike can generate. The man in front of square still stayed where he was, about 30 yards in from the boundary. Now it will all change up for Ed Barnes, who actually, in terms of career, has a better average than Ben Mike. He averages 27 first-class cricket with 2 50s.
Nice ball again for a freebie from over the wicket.
And I think for Barnes, he will just stick mainly to that ploy with the odd short ball because he looks like he wants to cause Barnes some problems. But I think the way to go really is just to try and nick him off, try and get one through his defences.
I've just seen Holman warming up in the distance there on that last shot. A bouncer. 3 to go this over. Perhaps Holman will be replacing Afridi at the nursery end. Which again, if Mike's swinging, then that could be interesting. There he is, way behind Barnes in the distance.
I think I'd like to see Ethan Bamber into the attack, to be honest. Probably from the pavilion end, with Shaheen continuing to carry on from the nursery.
I feel tough not ever warmed up that much for a spell of bowling. Got away nicely. Third's been brought up to gully, as we were talking about, and we were welcoming. But it does mean if you get it through, then it's always going to be a boundary down that slope as well to the tavern. Barnes into double figures.
He did well here, Barnes, because this ball got big on him. He's a tall man. He just stayed up on his toes and flicked the wrists behind square. Really nice shot. Nice way to play the cut shot.
Beautiful. Again, if you can leave it there, it's incredibly tough for the batters. Leave it on that spot. There's all sorts that can happen with this slope. Left arms will generally be looking to bring it back into a right-hander. Holds its line like that. Can seam away down the slope as well. Nice swing out there. We haven't really seen any since the start of Afridi's first spell today, which was replacing Roland Jones at the pavilion end. That was the last time we really saw much movement through the air. Third's just dropped back from gully. This one's eased away into the offside by Barnes. It was perhaps if there was an edge to give him the single. The end of the over. Barnes has 12. Mike has strike on 26. And is Luke Holman going to bowl from the pavilion end? It looks as though he might be. Taking off the cap. Two right-handers, Barnes and Mike. And the two of those, I think, are just having a look now exactly at that, at Holman walking towards the pavilion end. And looking to turn his leg spin up the slope. Bamber is warming up, so it looks as though Bamber to bowl from the nursery. Holman from the pavilion. Again, this is giving Hanscom a lot to think about, isn't it? They're missing Helm today, but even still, you know, you've got three seamers and a spinner. Yeah, it's a pretty classical deployment of bowlers. What we won't want to do is flog any of them into the ground with Helm off the park today, but you know, it's sort of hugely uncommon sight to see just 4 bowlers used inside 50 overs. But having to work out the end, send Afridi down to the nursery end. I think I've seen enough down here to say there's no reason why he should bowl exclusively from the pavilion end. But likewise, Holman now against that slope, as you can see, he'll be looking to turn the leg spinner back up the slope. We saw a couple slide on from him early on, though, and that the right-handers will have to be wary of.
Yeah, that's right. I think it makes that one that slides on more dangerous when you come from the pavilion end. Creates some doubt in the batsman's mind as well, because you're turning it against the slope effectively. Definitely worth a try. I think Middlesex have got to the point where they've got to try lots of different things.
Nicely landed first up. That's there or thereabouts where I want to leave it. And again, you know, he needs a spell, doesn't he, Holman? We're going back through his spells of last year, other than the game down at Hove. Bowled for prolonged periods of time. Oh, use of the feet for a Mike, and for a moment it looked as though that could have slid down the leg side to Simpson. Just did he get bat on it? He did. I thought it was going to be leg by, but there was a little bit of bat involved, and a single taken. 27 now for Mike. We thought it may have been at this end for Holman at the nursery end, and then the seamers rotate at the pavilion end. But it would be nice to see Holman given a long period here with the ball. That's good again. That's where he wants it. And a little bit of extra bounce there. Or if he gets on to grip and go up the slope. It's the one slip in place. Pete Hanscom. Shot's a little short on that one. He's got to find out his own game, hasn't he, Holman? I mean, it's easy to forget he's only 21. He doesn't look 21, does he? You know, when you talk to him, he doesn't feel like he talked to a 21-year-old. Full of confidence, full of chat. Not just cheap bravado either from Holman. You know, he is a cheeky chappy, but he's also got a fair bit to say for himself. I think he's eyeing a job on the stream one day.
Well, he can come up if he's not playing one day. We'll have him up for a stint. Gives us a bit of a break. Absolutely. Like we had Monty Panesar just popped his head in, didn't he, the other day? Out of the blue, we got him on for a stint. Always welcome to have people who are knocking around the ground who aren't playing. Members of the squad, ex-players. If you fancy coming on, chatting for 20 minutes, feel free. Come up to the media centre. We'll have you.
It's going to be a freebie for one more at least. Bamber was warming up. We need this battle with Mike.
So is Ben Mike going to take on the hook shot again now that those two men behind square on the leg side have gone all the way to the boundary? I sense he might, you know. I think he's quite a fearless player.
Just spotted in front of the pavilion. There's one fielder who's extremely fine. Almost backstop. There he goes, the bounce up, down to fine leg it goes, and long leg won't get there, it's 4 more. Mike's on to 31.
Well, this was a genuine top edge from Ben Mike. Ball got a bit big on him, went very fine, went for 4, but he's not going to die wondering here, is he? And why not? Got a few in today, a few in that pavilion as well. Which part of that pavilion is your favourite place to watch from, Kevin? Come back to that.
Oh, swings hard into the offside. Wow. Goes up and under with that one. An uppercut over extra cover for 4. I tell you what, he's laying down a challenge here for Afridi. And I can't imagine that Afridi will want to come out of the attack. Has that gone the whole way? It has. 6. Wow. Wow, what a shot that is. Goodness me. Swashbuckling stuff from Ben Mike. He moves to 37. That's an extraordinary shot.
Swashbuckling's a good word for it, really. It was a big flourish. He came down the track and almost played that off the front foot over extra cover. Went a long way in front of square. Incredible shot, really. What's going to happen now?
Goes again. This time he's pulled away in front of square. Just a single. Stoneman's going to get around at deep mid-wicket. Moves to 38. Leicester trail by just 50 now. 171 for 6. I can't imagine. I mean, it's in Bamber warming up for a couple of overs now. That Afridi's going to be that he's going to want this to be his last over to Mike. I'm sure he's going to want another one at him.
Yeah, I agree. Afridi's economy rate now is well over 4. He won't be happy with that at all. He'll want to finish on a high, have some sort of a response here.
You see that second slip's just gone back into place as well. Robbie White. I'll come back to that. That's run away. It's 4 more down to the vacant third. 175 for 6 and 15 off the first 4 balls of this Afridi over.
Second time that Ed Barnes has gone down to that area. Similar type shot. Played it well. Just used the pace. So this is an expensive over. The over before was a very expensive over for Shaheen Shah Afridi as well. That went for 20.
Back around the wicket. I thought he might go for the toe cruncher there. It's a bit more of a half volley towards leg stump. Just turned watchfully, though, by Barnes for a single. So it does mean we'll get one more go of Mike. Now watch. You'll see second slip here. Robbie White, he's disappearing up towards the pavilion in the distance. He's standing in a position bang in line with slip. He's almost exactly behind the slip fielder at backstop, which is for that top edge. They've got a long leg, deep backward square leg, deep square, backstop. Third. When was the last time we saw a backstop in county cricket? That's pulled away in front of square again. That's going to be 4 more. Stoneman won't get around to that. Mike moves to 42, 180 for 6. 20 off the over, and that's the 50 partnership as well. 34 for Mike, 17 for Barnes, just 40 balls, 53 partnership. Extraordinary stuff, 180 for 6.
This is some innings from Ben Mike. He's making a real statement, not just with the bat, but with the ball as well. A statement that I should be more involved in this Leicestershire side. She should have got me on earlier when I was bowling, maybe even go up the order too. Coming in at number 7 at the moment, but he's got a good technique. Decent defensive technique, plays with a nice straight bat. And he's very aggressive. He can take the game away from you quickly, as we've just seen. You've got to question, though, the Middlesex tactics here. I think might have got a bit too carried away with the short ball tactic. Admittedly, it worked with Vian Mulder. Tried again a little bit. But I think they've gone a bit too much that way. Almost like they're putting all the eggs in that basket. You know, someone like Ben Mike, he's a good player, but you can get him out other ways too. They weren't scoring too many runs when the ball was getting pitched up. I think you go for the traditional dismissal first. And if that's not working, you then go to the short delivery. But then if the short delivery isn't working, I think you need to go away from that as well. Not get too obsessed with it.
Nice game from Holman. Yeah, I guess with that big boundary to the grandstand, which is away in front of Mike there as he awaits Holman. The Warner stands to the side of the pavilion there. I guess they were thinking, look, go on then, Mike, if you want to take on a freebie down there, and he did hit one of them for 6, didn't he? Whoa, very nearly got himself in deep trouble there, Barnes, back and across. Talked about one sliding on from the spinner with the slope. Had to get bad in it, and he did. Just drag down, just be a single to deep backward square. Is Mike tempted to go after Holman? We shall see. Is Barnes done? Is Afridi done for now? Really interesting to see if he comes back for another one, having gone for 20 off that last.
If I was Hanscom, I would say that's it. I'd give Bamber a go. Go back to the line and length, try and nick off a couple of players.
It's a fraction too full from Holman. Well fielded by Stoneman in the covers. Full again, driven hard to Roland Jones at mid-off and a well taken singly. Hit it hard at him, which meant Roland Jones had to try and get around to his left hand as well. Or get around in front of it. The ball to get it to his right hand to get the throw in. Couldn't gather it cleanly, just the 2 off the over, 182 for 6, and it will be Ethan Bamber to replace Shane Afridi. 3 for 93 off 19. 2 maidens made a right mess of Afridi's figures, haven't they?
Yeah, and that's only because Afridi and Middlesex stick to that short ball policy for probably a couple of overs too long. And also didn't execute it particularly well. Didn't get too many of those high enough, did he? Mike was able to get over a couple, hit them in front of square. So yeah, we'll go back to a bit of normal cricket, I think. I can't see Ethan Bamber coming in and trying to bounce anyone out with 3 men out on the hook. 2 slips back in. And if he comes in and gets a wicket in a conventional manner, that will really highlight the fact that Middlesex went a bit too far with that short ball tactic. It's given Leicestershire a few runs, really. They're now just 39 behind. Middlesex could be batting again here.
Oh, swing and a miss. Well, he'll be trying to hit him off that length, only as we've seen there. Given some width and going after it. Down the slope it goes.
If he'd edged that, that would have gone very high, I think, and very quickly to Peter Hanscom or Robbie White. So he's signalled his intent straight away to Ethan Bamber. He thinks that he can just stand there and hit him over the top.
Warm your hands up at third as well down there, Martin Anderson. Nice looking straight drive. Straight to Roland Jones. Yeah, good fun this. For a good crowd in here today. They haven't seen Leicestershire roll over. They've seen them fight hard, dig deep, and now start to open up.
Paul Morris on the YouTube comments has said new Middlesex would miss Helm. And I've got to say, Paul, I was thinking the same thing, really. Even much earlier in the day, I think Tom Helm would have made a big difference today on this flatter pitch, softer ball, better overheads for the batsman to deal with. Just that extra bounce, that extra pace, and he was bowling with such accuracy and economy this season. I think it'd be a different story if he was involved.
Respectfully played on this occasion by Mike. Targeting the top of off stump there. Ethan Bamber.
So the interesting thing will be here in this battle between Bamber and Mike is if Mike manages to hit him over the top, as he tried to do in the first delivery, what's going to be Hanscom's response and Middlesex's response in terms of the field? Are they going to keep the field up? They're going to put a couple of men out.
It's interesting how he went that first ball after Bamber, and after that showed him a bit of respect, hasn't he? I was happy to stand toe to toe with the aggression of Afridi, but perhaps happy to settle in and play straight, play properly against Bamber. They do have a little bit of time on their hands here to get this partnership really going. It's a long way until that second new ball becomes available for Middlesex. Nicely bowled. Mike looking to get in behind it. Maiden over, 182 for 6.
See, there is still just a little bit in the pitch for the bowlers if you can get it in the right area. And that's why I thought it was a bit too soon to go to that short attack. Ethan Bamber regularly hits the seam. At least with him, you know that he can only really get you out in a certain way, so he's going to bowl one way. And I think that's the way to go for Middlesex at the moment. Ethan Bamber zeroing in on the stumps and also the outside edge, hitting the seam, try and get that breakthrough.
Good start from Holman. Now this will be interesting for Holman. If they could hit Holman out of the attack, if they do really become quite aggressive, Mike in particular, then again it's a long, long way to the next new ball. Full toss and a bit of a chase out on the ropes. Down to a deep backward point for the sweeper at cover, which is the sub, Anderson on for Helm. Couple taken, just 37 behind now. That's good again. Really good again from Holman. You see Barnes isn't as confident against the wrist spinner. He's unhappily on the back foot to Holman. Could be forwards, some of these. That one does allow him to get on the front foot.
I think that previous delivery, that's the length he's got to look for, really. Try and pin Barnes back on the crease. Get one to skid on down the slope.
Bowled again, good leave. Yeah, that's why I say this would be nice now for Holman to have a prolonged spell with the ball in hand. I think they'll do well to hit him out of the attack. Again, he's a cool customer, so he won't lose his head, even if they do start going after him. Almost a feeling he was going to play over that one, Barnes. Again, he hasn't looked comfortable. And Holman gets the length right, 184 for 6. There's Holden in the foreground. He's the other options come on as a spinner for Middlesex, where perhaps the pavilion end would suit his off spin, bowling with the slope, but then the right-handers will be hitting with the spin and the slope to the shorter boundary. So actually bowling against the slope, seeing if he can get a bit of extra bounce perhaps from the nursery end at some point if it gets that far. We talked about how they were going to deploy those 3 bowlers today and mix them around. That's going to have to be the thought for the next 25 overs if it takes that long for Middlesex to the second new ball. Leg stump delivery, clipped away up the slope. It'll give Stoneman the chance to catch it up as it loses its legs. 34-year-old Stoneman doesn't, though. He's enthusiastic in the field. You never see him slouching. 3 for Mike, moves him to 46 within 1 shot of a half century. And just 34 behind now. 20 they took off that over from Afridi, wasn't it? All of a sudden took a huge chunk out of the deficit. Oh, use of the feet, and goodness me, almost just a roll the wrists over the top of that one. I thought he was going to get himself into a real pickle there, Barnes, but single it is.
I think Mike's positivity has actually rubbed off on Barnes a little bit here. He played very sensibly in the first innings. He obviously can score quickly, but definitely signs of a bit more of aggression from him. Good scoring rate, 21 for 30 off 32. We shouldn't forget the role he's played in this partnership. Going, it's almost a runner ball.
Oh, swinging hard at that one. Had his minds on his 50 there, Mike, didn't he? Yeah, we're still to see the 2 top scorers of the first innings come out to bat. Parkinson and Hendricks, 25 and 22, the only 2 to pass 20. Right in the middle of them, managed just 9 before he was bowled by Bamber.
Keeper up. Again, I don't think this is a bad ploy for Middlesex. Just keep changing things up if nothing is happening. Ben Mike has wanted to get down the track a little bit. Might put him in 2 minds as to going after Ethan Bamber Might even be a stumping chance. You never know. It'd be difficult, of course, but John Simpson is an exceptional gloveman. Also, sometimes you feel a little bit crowded in when the keeper's up to the stumps as a batsman.
That's a lovely shot, and that's his 50, Mike. Driven wide of Roland Jones at mid-on. 50 off 57 deliveries. A wonderful 4 for yesterday when he had to wait to the 98th over before he got the ball in hand. And now with the bat, that's lovely. 2 sixes, one of them huge off a Freedy, and one of them spectacular off of a Freedy indeed. But 5 fours in that 50 for Mike, and he's done a fine job of putting some respectability back on this board for Leicestershire.
He certainly has. A 7th career first-class half-century for Ben Mike in his 30th match. Highest score 74. Wonder if he's eyeing that up already right now. He looks in good nick. Wasn't bothered there at all by the keeper standing up, was he? He just stood there and smashed that wide of mid-on. And momentum is just swinging a little bit here towards Leicestershire. They're still 29 behind, but you never know. It's a funny old game. If they can get any kind of a lead, 100, 150,
Middlesex
Cloud suddenly comes in.
Middlesex won't want another 50-run partnership for the last wicket in this innings, will they?
Looks like we've got another change of ball here. Middlesex won't be too unhappy about that. They changed the ball straight after the Mulder wicket, which was surprising in itself, because often a ball doesn't get changed after a wicket. And then the ball that came out got smashed to all parts by Ben Mike and Ed Barnes, so they tried to get that one changed as well, although at the moment it looks like the umpires are happy enough. Tossed up. So what's this partnership worth now? $65. It's come very quickly as well. Close to a runner ball. $64 balls. Actually just over a runner ball. It's really looped up. Toe ended by Ben Mike. Not many have come off the toe, most have come off the middle today. It's a good option for Leicestershire. Someone who can come in and counter-attack like he has done today in a situation that requires it. And he's also got a bit of pace with the ball, bowled accurately too, didn't he?
You've just mentioned in the record of Mike that the highest score of the two is actually Barnes, isn't it? 83 unbeaten. Only 2 50s for him in 18 innings.
Holman's not looked too threatening, has he, since he's come on from the pavilion end. It's because his leg spinner is negated a little bit going up the hill. That's been swept on line. Well down leg side, and it goes fine of Ethan Bamber, deep backwards square leg. More runs, more boundaries for Leicestershire. Seems like there's at least one every over at the moment. That was just a bad ball. Got the treatment it deserved.
Older ball now for Middlesex to bowl with, isn't it? As you say, that was just a bad ball. But it just means that Middlesex do need to be that little bit tighter with this older ball.
Big drive, half stop. Good stop by Max Holden. Or is it Mark Stoneman? I think it was Stoneman, actually. That was hit hard. So Leicestershire just one short of 200 now, and they're just 22 short of Middlesex, who've been frustrated. They thought they had an opening with Vian Mulder out. They bounced out Mulder, a set batsman who'd been playing really well, 58 of 109. And then I think just got a bit carried away with that short ball tactic. Just probably just a bit one-dimensional when they should have tried to get Ben Mike out in a more conventional way, and Ed Barnes too. And instead, they went for a lot of runs, and it means that they're now facing the prospect of having to bat again, which is fine, as long as they don't have to score too many. Did go a long way across there.
Yeah, Middlesex, I say it's an older ball now, isn't it? So they're going to be tight against about their work. They'll be in danger of trying to do too much with this older ball as well. You talked about it and just sticking to the basics. I think that's the absolute best that Bamber can do now. Just stick to the top of that off stump. You know, it's only his 14th over. What, 3 of those were overnight, weren't they? But this is that spell, though, that coaches and batters often talk about, getting a bowler into their 3rd spell. That's when you score runs against them, and that's where Roland Jones, Bamber and Afridi, especially without Helm, that man Anderson on your screen on as a sub for him. Without Helm, that means you are going to get deep into these 3rd and 4th spells potentially of Roland Jones, Bamber and Afridi now. And with an older ball, a real chance to rack up the runs.
Just keep your eye on Ed Barnes here. He's getting a long way across his stumps. Ethan Bamber, I think, just working him over a bit, working him across his stumps. Just keep your eye on the nip backer. When are we going to see that from Bamber? Simpson comes up to the stumps, gets his helmet on, which might mean that Barnes doesn't go across his stumps so much. Let's see. Did go across again. Picks up 1.
It does seem as though he hasn't been wholly comfortable with the slope since he's been out there. It's a 200 up, isn't it? 200 for 6. So 21 more to make Middlesex bat again. But yeah, there were a couple of deliveries from either end, weren't there? Where it was almost the reaction of the ball off the slope surprised him. Got tucked up from the pavilion end.
Bamber for me still seems the bowler most likely to get a breakthrough for Middlesex. His figures are excellent. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 27. Shaheen Shah Afridi did have excellent figures, but they've been spoiled somewhat by getting some tap from Ben Mike and Ed Barnes. His economy rate now 4.89. 19 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 93. Roland Jones has bowled 15 overs, 1 for 48. Economy rate 3.2. Luke Holman, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. Full bunger. Hit straight to the offside sweeper by Ed Barnes. Missed out on a 4 there, I think.
So a few of those now from Holman. Field starting to spread, isn't it? Long on, deep mid-wicket. Deep cover where that one was just hit out to.
That's the first one he's turned really properly up the slope. Good bit of glove work from John Simpson as well. So just a bit of encouragement there for Holman.
And again, the length, as he touched on a couple of overs back. Plodded one beautifully to Mike. Had to get to Barnes, didn't he? So that one to Mike. Mike had to get a big stride in to try and get towards that.
That's 6. That's a massive 6. Where has that gone? A long way is the answer. Holman drops short, and if you're going to drop short, you don't want to drop short to the right-hander who can then pull you onto that side. The mound stand, we talked, didn't we, about Ali Brown hitting a ball over the mound stand, which hit the roof and then skipped over onto the road. I don't think that was as much as that, but it's gone a long way. Lost it in the sun.
Wow, has that gone into the gap? It might have gone through the gap between the tavern and the mound, has it? There it goes. Just rocked back, sat back, didn't he? And launched it away. Umpire Newell signalling 6. That's where they've all been deployed to go and find it. So that camera pans out now. You might just see the top of the scorer's box where there's that hole that was made by Luke Cracknell. Just see the the old-fashioned scoreboards. There's the scorer's box. Don Shelley with the cap on there. The camera can just go up one more to the next level above the box. There you go. You can just start to see. Oh, have they repaired it? Is that a repair job we can see on that second little panelling there? That was the hole that Cracknell thumped a ball into off Overton in the match against Surrey a couple of years back in a T20.
Good response from Holman.
Did I say Luke Cracknell? Joe Cracknell.
Is Luke Cracknell a rower? No, that's James Cracknell. I'm sure there is a Luke Cracknell out there. There's probably one watching. No, that's bad ball. Dragged down, leg side, got away with that. Bamber comes round, saves the boundary. So I wonder if it's time to give Luke Holman a blow. But who's going to come on at that end? Roland Jones. Middlesex aren't blessed with options, just 4 frontline bowlers.
Yeah, just wonder whether they will throw it to one of the part-timers, just see if they can break the concentration. Again, it can just be one dragged down by a part-timer that all of a sudden the eyes light up and you sky it. Whether Robson or Holden would get a little go. Again, it's a long way to a second new ball, so Middlesex do have runs to play with here. I mean, Leicestershire need another 170 runs before this even starts to become interesting, really, rather than just annoying for Middlesex that they'd have to bat again. So it's an awful long way before Leicestershire will do something to upset them. Silly mid on in place, Robbie White.
That's seamed and bounced. Interesting tactic. The silly mid on. Don't see that very often, as you said. I think it might be more about just putting Ben Mike off a little bit, getting in his eye line. Some batsmen do get put off by that position. It does mean, however, there's only one slip, so if he nicks one through second slip, doesn't look too clever. Big heave, stand and deliver. No ball as well from Ben Mike. Wonder if he heard the call. Either way, he's biffed it straight down the ground for another boundary. Trail by just 13 now, Leicestershire.
Sweetly struck. Middlesex looking a little tired with this older ball now, aren't they? Bamber to his 15th over. He started the day so wonderfully well, didn't he? What a stark contrast. Is that no ball called as well? Wow. So it's just 7 they trail by now.
Oh, what a Jaffa! How's it not bowled him? Big appeal. I think that's hit him on the back pad or the thigh pad and been taken. I thought it had bowled him initially. Great response by Ethan Bamber.
This angle will give us a slightly better idea. We'll set up to try and see exactly what that took. Yeah, it's that back hip on the way through. Good from Bamber again though, isn't it? Older ball, a little tired.
It's that nip backer I was thinking about. Got to watch it if you're a right-handed batsman with Ethan Bamber bowling. Good catch as well, wasn't it, by John Simpson?
Yeah, as ever, world class behind the stumps.
Oh, he just had a little fiddle at that, Mike. I do think this is the way to go, just traditional line and length bowling from Middlesex. Just wait for something to happen, be patient. Does Ben Mike have the patience to leave a few, to play a couple of defensive shots when the ball isn't quite there for him to hit? He's played brilliantly well, 62 off 70. Just 12 short of his highest ever first-class score now. There he drives that on the up. Well stopped as well. Cover point, Martin Anderson, the subfielder.
Penny for the thoughts of Mulder, gone for 58. Sent one down the throat of Holman, didn't he? Off for Freedy. It was out of character for him in that innings. Looked as though he was setting himself up for a big afternoon. They bounced him out. As you said, Floydie, they probably got a little bit carried away after that. Middlesex thought they could bounce them all out.
Thick outside edge down to third man. That'll finish the over. Mike keeps the strike. 216, 215 for 6.
It's the time to cash in, isn't it? For Leicester, 60 overs gone. Partnership of 88 from 89 balls. So a very quick look at those scores elsewhere. Division 2, Derbyshire 4 without loss in their second innings, trailing Glamorgan by 15 runs. Glamorgan just all gone for 387. That's a fine shot at the top of the pavilion there, isn't it? You asked me actually earlier, favourite viewing spot. You're going to go a long way to top up there.
Yeah, it's a great spot, isn't it? At the back, you've got a little bar area, little balcony. You can look back out of the behind of the pavilion.
You get a pretty decent view of the rooftops of the very centre of the capital as well. Looking back over the side of the Edrich, over the top of the mounds from one edge of the pavilion.
Mike gets it just past Stoneman at cover, takes a single. Trail by just 5 now. Yeah, right at the back you see there with 4 lots of tables you can see. Those are good prime spots right in the sun at the moment. Those beers look cold as well, don't they? They look nice.
Anyone we know up there? Need an invite, don't we?
Hit hard that by Ed Barnes. Martin Anderson has to come around, but they do come back for 2. Shouldn't underestimate the role that Barnes has played. He's not just sat on his heels and let Mike do all the work. 31 of 43. He's played well. He's played some good shots. A couple of nice cut shots behind square of Shaheen Sharafridi that come to mind. Been very comfortable against Holman. Oh, that's it. That's the length. Holman knows it, head in his hands. Barnes was unsure there whether to come forward or back. In the end, he was kind of half-hearted stride forward. That's what you want. Get the batsman in no man's land with that interception point. Ooh, past the outside edge of Barnes. So just something to keep Holman and Middlesex interested. Those final 2 deliveries.
That's what I mean for Holman. He really needs a long spell, and a long spell that's difficult as well. Let's not say hope was easy for him last year, taking a 10-fer. But he's going to be challenged here by Mike. He's clearly got a little bit over Barnes, hasn't he, when he gets that length right, as we've highlighted. Good stride in there from Mike, trying to get over the top of it. That's the length. Again, if he can stick on the right length, then the line he can play with, you know, any variations on the line, it's just keeping that length right. Now, Mark Stoneman is the part-time spinner Middlesex are throwing the ball to. This is very part-time. See Stoneman get the ball, unless they're going to turn Holman around from the pavilion end, unless that's what Stoneman's being used for, which I think is probably a good chance. He came on to turn the bowling around during the Derbyshire match here, after an interval, I think immediately after an interval.
Oh, a bit of right arm dart. Not too bad. Action's quite tidy. Long on his back for a bit of protection.
I was wondering what adjective you're going to use there to finish that sentence.
It's got a nice shape to it. I tell you what, that wasn't a million miles away from Mark Stoneman.
That's what we talk about when a very occasional bowler comes on. It sometimes draws a batsman into some ungainly shot. Need to be wary here, Mike. He probably is just turning an end around Stoneman.
A long way across his stumps. At the moment, they're just happy to take the singles on offer. Probably sensible, as you say, if it's only an over, just to make sure that Holman can bowl from the nursery end. And Middlesex going to have to bat again. Leicestershire now level. Oh, that's gone the other way. What was that? Don't tell me Mark Stoneman's got a deuce for her. I don't believe my eyes. A phantom away swinger. I think that's what you call it. Never taken a first-class wicket, Mark Stoneman. But I tell you what, it comes out okay. Nice little shape to it. It's got a bit of variation. Tidy over. 4 taken. Leicestershire lead by 1.
Yeah, a bit of drift on those last couple there, wasn't there? Now, if Luke Holman bowls the next over from the pavilion end, we'll know that Stoneman's in for a long spell, but who's it going to be? Barnes is heading off to get a drink. Anything run on for the fielders? Not yet. It's Bamber. Bamber on from the pavilion end. So just the turnaround, and Holman will come straight down to the nursery end, you'd have thought. Let's have a quick look at those scores elsewhere. Nottinghamshire are 43 for 1, needing another 190 to beat Worcestershire. Patterson did complete his 10-wicket haul in the match. Ended up with 2 for 65. Picking up the last to go, Pennington caught Duckett.
How many did Stuart Brawl get?
4 for 72. Wicketless in the first innings, wasn't he? Or did he get 1? He got 1, didn't he? Yeah, so 5 for in the match, as well as an unbeaten 45 with the bat. Rob Key said the door's open for them both, and Stokes has said he wants them both.
I'd be amazed if at least one of them isn't starting the first Test match for England. Possibly both. Probably both, I'd say. So Bamber from the pavilion end, where last year he had a lot of success for Middlesex. This year he's had to bowl mainly from the nursery end. But again, it's just a bit of lateral thinking, just a change for Peter Hanscom. I think that's right. Middlesex need to try everything here with limited resources. Bowlers tiring. And again, he's getting a long way across his stumps, and Bamber will have noticed that. I think that's the option here for Middlesex. Try and trap him in front.
He's done it all the way through, hasn't he? Sussex are all done. 538. Pujara stumped Eckersley, bowled Travaskis for 203. He was the 8th to fall. 79 Rizwan made in the end.
That's taken from around about middle and leg, I'd say.
He's an awfully long way across, isn't he, Barnes? Bamber, LBW's a massive mode of dismissal for him from the pavilion end, isn't it? Beating that inside edge, so this is a real pairing to look for. This is Bamber's first bowl from the pavilion end in this match, isn't it? Which is a good call from Pete Hanscom to send one of his most reliable performers to the end he wants.
Down the track and picked up. Well fielded by Holman down on the boundary there. Just took the ball, he was heading out over the rope, so he flicked the ball back. Saved a couple of runs.
Top work from Holman, skipping around. Makes everything look so easy. So Sussex, as they're in between innings, Sussex lead Durham by 315 runs at the close of the first innings down at Hove. Durham got beaten up at Notts last time, didn't they? Travaskis ended up with 5 for 128. Went well with a bat, I think, in the first innings as well, didn't he? Yeah, he was the top scorer with 88. Those are the Division 2 scores.
So that's Ethan Bamber's first over from the pavilion end done. 3 off it. The lead is 4. Barnes will keep the strike.
Division 1 scores, Essex 56 for 1 in their second innings. Still trailing Northamptonshire by 141 at Chelmsford. Cook, so they're 2 down now. Wesley's just followed Cook. Cook gone for 19. Wesley's just been trapped LBW by Proctor for 9. Brown still there on 19. Northamptonshire, what a win that'd be at Chelmsford. Gloucestershire have lost their first wicket. They are 296 for 1. Harris gone for 124. Caught sub off the bowling of Colin de Grandheim. Dent still there on 141. Bracey with him now. Still 307 behind Surrey. 603 they were down at Bristol. Dragged short. Oh, and there you go. Up in the air, and that is the end of Barnes. And how often does it happen? A bad ball takes a wicket. Leading edge. And that is the end of Barnes. He won't believe it. He's gone for 36. Ball dragged down short and top-edged.
Would you believe it? It's a horrendous drag down from Holman. The amazing thing was, how on earth did Ed Barnes get underneath that? There was no bounce to it, but he still managed to get his hands far too low and get a horrendous top edge. Easy catch for the sub Martin Anderson, who comes round from mid-wicket. Talk about a sucker punch. Ed Barnes had batted so well. That partnership between Mike and Barnes, 98. Barnes goes for 36 off 58. Well played, but he won't be able to believe how he got out there. Extraordinary, really, isn't it, this game of cricket? Probably the worst ball we've seen in the entire match.
Bad balls take wickets. It is as simple as that. Bad balls take wickets. Even for the full-time bowlers, we were talking about getting some of the part-timers on. See if they dragged one down like that and it just draws something out from a batter that they didn't intend and want to do. Well, it's Holman. And perhaps it was just the change of end for him because he's now bowling up the slope, so he's just adjusting, getting himself going from the nursery end again, having just been switched immediately from the pavilion ends with Stoneman used as the bowler to switch ends for Bamber and Holman, and it's worked. Well done, Pete Hanscom. Not the way they thought they were going to take the wicket, not a jaffa, not a peach of a delivery, not a setup, just a rank long hop. Happens oh so often, doesn't it? 2-2-5 for 6. Champagne. Corks are being popped all around the ground.
Boy, oh boy, did Middlesex need that. They really did. We're running out of ideas. Can they use that bit of good fortune, you'd have to say, to their advantage now? Take another one. Really break the back of this resistance. Well, as you mentioned, Handy, the problem for them is the guys who are coming in here, actually the guys who lasted the longest in the first innings for Leicestershire. Parkinson made 25 off 69 in that first dig. And you've got Wright who made 9. You've got Buren Hendricks, number 11, who made 22 off 61. So these guys can hold about. They can certainly block. Parkinson in particular has got a very good technique. Simple. We're trying to go for the drag down again. Why not? Give it a second go.
We said he'd get there in the end in this spell. He settled on a length. A lovely flight, nicely bowled. Spinner to spinner, leg break to finger spinner. This is always a good matchup, isn't it? A spinner bowling to a spinner. Bit of turn down the slope. End of the over. Barnes caught White. In fact, I'm sure that was Anderson, wasn't it? It's gone up on the board as caught White. It was Anderson, though. Caught Anderson, bowled Holman for 36. 2-2-5 for 7. And very good from Luke Holman. Drag one down, filthy short delivery. And the top edge with a comfortable catch at mid-wicket. Thought for Barnes, though, but that is the way the game works. Does that affect Mike's approach at all? .66 from 76 deliveries for Ben Mike. Takes his guard again. He's taking his guard on off stump. Is that an aggressive move, though? Plenty of talk about an off stump guard for batters across the country, top order batters in recent years, but is that thinking of that short leg side boundary? Checks the field. There's a deep mid wicket, a deep square and a long leg. And driven away, backward of points. They'll think about two converging. One of them's Anderson, who's got a good arm. And very good arm as well. Just over the top of the stump. Simpson was going to let that one go. Or he was letting that one go. A couple more. Parkinson to 68. The lead is 6. 3 wickets standing. The last 3 wickets in the first innings. Doubled the score. Very nearly. Lovely from Bamber. Beautiful. He's got his end back. And if he wants to see a fair bit more of the pavilion end in coming weeks and months, then this is a crucial spell for him. Bowled beautifully from the nursery end, which probably solves something for Middlesex, but gives him a problem if he wants to bowl at the pavilion end, because that queue's getting ever longer to bowl from the famous old red brick pavilion where Bamba's turning now. We're back in again, but well played by Mike. Eases it away. 15 overs to a second new ball as well, so whether Mike decides, look, there's no point in just prodding it around for 15 overs and then the last 3 being blasted out by the second new ball, maybe decides on getting together what he can before that second new ball becomes available. But yeah, the 7th wicket fell in the first innings. Leicestershire 77 for 7. Nice shot, just wide of mid-on, be a single for Parkinson to get him off the mark. Oh, a rare mistake on a scorecard here. At Lords, they've got the Middlesex innings, but with all of the Leicestershire bats, I was wondering what was going on there. I thought I'd completely misread my my match to this point as it was. They've given the Middlesex card as the Leicestershire card on the official scorecards at the ground. But yeah, 77 for 7 they were, Leicestershire in the first innings, and very nearly doubled their tally from that point. They'll do well to double this one. Oh, has he hit? Oh no, did it carry? No. Stoneman gets up and says no. Bamba was about to celebrate. They were behind the stumps as well. Heave from Mike into the onside at length ball. A tumble from Stoneman, very quickly saying it didn't carry. Good sportsmanship from him.
So all eyes on Ben Mike then. I wondered whether he would change up his tactic with Parkinson coming to the crease. Would he go all out aggressive? Let's have a look.
Yes, he does. Inside edge, goes away to find leg for 4. They all count at this stage. The lead's 12. Mike is on to 73. Leicestershire are 233 for 7.
Not that he wasn't aggressive before, but I think he's just going up to top gear now. Absolute top gear. I think he's going to have a bit of fun. Throw caution to the wind. He's only 5 runs short of his highest ever first-class score, so I'm sure that's a target. And then I think he'll see where he gets. He's actually just 1 run short now after that boundary. Callum Parkinson, though, we saw in the first innings, he's no mug with the bat. He's got a solid technique. So I don't think Mike should do anything too silly here. I think he should trust Parkinson to stay with him. Just play as he was playing. He was playing perfectly. Nothing was going wrong at all. He was picking the right balls to hit. No need to throw it away, I think, from a Leicestershire point of view here.
Return again down the slope, but in the end Parkinson was just reaching for that a little bit. It guides it nicely down to the vacant third. That's a long, long chase down to the boundary rope for Robbie White. It's one that he wins. They've run 3. Parkinson on to 4. 236 for 7. It's 12 overs until tea on day 3. 15 overs until the second new ball becomes available. And again, I just get the feeling for Mike that, I mean, Chris Wright coming in next is a fine bat as well. But there's no point in wasting any of these deliveries up to the second new ball. If Mike's seeing it well now, up to tea, second new ball becomes available immediately after, almost immediately available after the interval. Stroked away, and stroked nicely for 4. Freedy won't get there on the boundary rope. And another boundary, he's on to 77.
Really nice shot from Mike. He just opened the face slightly there, didn't he? Just to beat the man in the infield, but he hit it hard enough to beat the man on the boundary as well. Really good shot, even though it was a long half volley. He's now got his highest ever first-class score. Congratulations to Ben Mike. He's having a brilliant game. 77 not out to go with his 4 wickets. You think he's booked his place in the starting 11 for the next few games at least.
Landed him nicely now, Holman. The irony being that it was the long hop that picked up the wicket for him. But yeah, he did. He just opened the face. It looked as though he was going to really bring that bat down hard on that one that he stroked away for 4. But just a slight open in the face. Lovely timing. And away it raced. We all sat up there wondering if the rank long hop brought another wicket. Not for Mike, though. Did end up dragging it with the toe end of his bat, but all on the floor to mid-off.
It's always worth a try, isn't it? We've seen it can work. The sucker punch. You keep out the good balls, and then you get a terrible delivery, and it gets you out. That is the law of averages in cricket.
Single taken to win the over. Down to deep mid-off. It means Parkinson stays on strike for Bamber. 242 for 7.
Yeah, they just gave Parkinson the single there because they want him on strike for Ethan Bamber. You can understand the logic in that for sure.
If you watch the Shane Warne documentary, which came out a couple of months ago, a wonderful documentary on Amazon.
I haven't seen it, no. I've heard about it and keen to watch it. I've seen a few Warne documentaries on Sky and other places.
Truly brilliant documentary, and a truly great player. But one of the most interesting parts was his early stages as a young leg spinner. Yeah, everybody thought he's got talent, but he was far from a genius at that stage, and it took him going away and working extremely hard to realise the genius, which it was a promising young player, but far from a genius coming through. And just looking at Holman, you think the potential's there for him to be a very, very fine leg spinner. Oh, now, chance. Throw misses. Parkinson's there. It was a bad call. He hit it to the right hand of Roland Jones. And, Parkinson. Has he worn that on the helmet?
I think he might have been the arm, actually. I think he got hit on the arm guard. Maybe it was the helmet, actually. Let's have a look. He was holding his arm. Definitely was a hard blow. It was thrown very hard by mid-on. It's hit him somewhere. Was that in the ribs, maybe? Wherever it's hit him. Not nice at all. He was diving in. It was a heavy blow. I think we're going to have a bit of a delay here while the physio comes out.
Yeah, chest guard. Fortunately for him.
I think it's missed the chest guard, though. Get a feeling it was just on the side, hit flesh. He wouldn't be down for that long otherwise. Looks like he's okay, though. Tough northerner. Just walked it off.
The physio sent back up the steps. Yeah, just hopefully got something of the chest guard for him, because otherwise that's straight into the ribs, isn't it?
So back to Bamber v Mike. Something's going to happen here.
Trickles away to Stoneman on this occasion, but yeah, it won't be long, will it? Deep square. Warming up is Afridi. Long leg set back as well. Deep points and third. 3 on the single, where Roland Jones is one of those warming up, actually. It's Max Holden out on the deep point boundary in the distance there from Mike, with the pads on underneath for fielding at short leg. Singles there for sure for Mike. Roland Jones, one of those warming up, coming down from mid-on. But yeah, the point being with Holden, it's easy to forget he's 21, so young. Having made his debut a couple of seasons ago at 19, brought in as a young leg spinner, impressed with the bat initially. And again, they're not sure whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler, but everything's there in both disciplines for him to really go and excel in both. Certainly one for sure. But yeah, I guess that was probably one of the things that I didn't know watching that Shane Warne documentary, that you kind of imagined genius like Warne, and he was genius. That's, you know, it's not used lightly, that word. You kind of think that that was something he was born with. It was something natural. It was something there all the way through. But what the documentary really laid out was that it wasn't. All he ever wanted to be was an Aussie rules player. And a fine one he was, apparently.
That's just going to be a single to finish the over. I think with a lot of sporting geniuses or really talented sports players, athletes, a lot of them say that they bristle a little bit at the suggestion that you're either born with it or you're not born with it, because they say, look, it takes a lot of hard work. Obviously, we were naturally gifted, but we've also put the hours in. And Shane Warne would have put, you know, hundreds, thousands of hours in of practicing leg spin bowling. Obviously, he had some natural advantages, some natural gifts. He took to it well, but that isn't the be-all and end-all, is it? You've got to put a hell of a lot of work in on top of that. I think that's what separates the great players from the good players, or those who don't make it, is all that work, that body of work they put in.
Too much flight on that one from Holman. Yeah, and another sport example, Cristiano Ronaldo's the one, isn't he, in football, who's one of the finest examples of what work is required to become the player, and still working now on training. Good stop in the covers there by Stoneman. But Cricket Australia put in a huge amount of work with him as well. You know, that it was as much Warne's work, but also Cricket Australia, watching that documentary, that they were battering him into shape, really. You know, pull your socks up. The talent's there. You love playing the game. You're doing a lot right, but you're not doing enough right.
Mustn't forget, this has been a really good rearguard action from Leicestershire. They were 46 for 4 earlier on today when Sam Evans was out. So 199 for 3 since then. Middlesex at that stage would have had plans to just run through the opposition and get in the tavern by 4 o'clock, win by an innings for the second game in a row. None of it. Leicestershire have shown real fight.
Last ball of the over for Holman. Nice in behind it, Parkinson. There are 9 overs to tea on day 3. 2:45 for 7, a lead of 24. And Parkinson showing, yeah, he's very much ready to stick out there with Ben Mike. No need to throw the bat just yet. Again, Wright's a very good batsman coming in at 10. But the problem is when you do get to the number 10 out in the middle, it's all, if you're at the other end and going well, you think, well, it can all be done in 2 deliveries here. And you think maybe you just need to get on with it. But I think Parkinson there, Mike can trust in Parkinson. It's just a matter of, again, they need another 100 runs from here, don't they? So it's not going to happen in the next 10 overs. So do they settle in and say, right, fine, settle in and get to the second new ball and take it from there?
If I was Ben Mike, I wouldn't change too much at the moment. Things are working for you. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 79 off 87 balls. He's scoring at a very good rate. He's taken on the short ball when it's come his way. He's put away bad deliveries. Taken a couple of risks, of course he has. But he's just got to keep going. Not get too carried away. Callum Parkinson looks like he's well equipped to stay with him. And just see where they are in 12 overs time. If they're still there, fantastic. Don't need to score too quickly, just bat. And then when that new ball comes, maybe that's an opportunity to get some runs as well. It'll be difficult, of course, but the hard ball goes off the bat a bit quicker. There'll be more fielders in as well, be more gaps. Here's Toby Rowland-Jones back on from the pavilion end. He was the difference maker, broke the partnership earlier. Can he do it again?
It's a good stop by Holden at backward point. Nicely played by Ben Mike there, just opening the face. Yeah, so Rowland-Jones now his 16th over. It's possibly even a 4th spell of this innings. By the time he gets back with that second new ball after tea, it's going to be at least a 5th spell.
I wonder if Hanscom is already thinking about that second new ball and thinking, well, I've got to have Shaheen fresh for that, so I'm not going to bring him on before the 80th over. Means that Rowland-Jones will probably have to bowl up until that point, and Holman will have to bowl from the other end, and then you bring Shaheen and Bamber on with the new ball. Certainly they're getting a good run out, the Middlesex seamers.
That's a nice shot. A really good shot by Mike. Bat didn't come down at the perfect angle for him at all, but he's timed it nicely to pick up. Oh, to pick up 2. They thought about the 3rd there for a moment. Mike was setting off. Fortunately, the cry of no was quick enough for Parkinson to turn around at the non-striker's end. Moves to 81. I don't think there'll be a lot of nerves up there just yet. Vish and Rory Croots and Richard Johnson in the centre there in the doorway. Alan Coleman, head of men's performance cricket, sat down second left with Spike, the masseuse. Oh, clubbed away into the onside by Mike, that one. Dismissive stuff. Picks up 4 more in front of the mid-wicket fielder. Moves to 85. 250 up for Leicester. 251 for 7.
Wasn't too short, that. Ben Mike has pulled off the front foot consistently in this innings, and he's pulled well. That went a long way in front of square. He's a powerful player, and he picks up length well with those pull shots. 15 short of a maiden first-class century. He must be thinking about it now.
Oh, goes again. Now, where's that ended up? Fine of 3rd. Thick edge flies in the air. Anderson coming around at 3rd there. Who's looking to the onside again. Hands on heads in the field for Middlesex. I just wonder for Mike, is he going to get a bit carried away here? A century, a maiden first-class century, a century at Lords, what a place to do it. And a match situation like this. He hasn't turned the match yet. He's only to put some respectability on this scorecard at the moment. He's practicing all the shots at the non-striker's end at the moment. Solid again from Parkinson. That may help to settle Mike. End of the over, 69 gone. 8-2 T on day 3. 252 for 7. And yeah, you just wonder actually, with the is the opportunity for Middlesex with Mike perhaps getting carried away for the century. As you said, he can settle in. Floyd, he can settle in here and settle down and not have a rush. He's got plenty of time to get it before the second new ball becomes available. Plenty of time to get it before tea, really, 8 overs. Would it be against Holman? He thinks about rushing on.
Well, interestingly, actually, he's gone after the seamers more than he's gone after Holman. I think he prefers pace on the ball, really. I haven't seen anyone really be ultra aggressive to Luke Holman yet. There was that one huge 6, of course, from Ben Mike, but that was a drag down which he just reacted to and hit a long way. But he's not really come down the track or anything like that.
Yeah, and that was from the pavilion end as well, wasn't it? Now Holman's got the slope to aid his spin. Oof, might feel he's missed out there, Mike. Didn't want to come down the track to it, though. York himself, as Max Holden did in the Middlesex innings of Parkinson. Nice drive for a single. That's a long on.
Well, Middlesex at the moment, rightfully just deciding that they need to get Ben Mike off strike. So when he is on strike, regardless of who's bowling, the field is spread. Comes in a bit for Callum Parkinson, just try and bust open an end.
Another single. Mike back onto strike. 87, the Australians' Devils number on the board. Don't think he's got any Australian in him. His dad has been here to watch the match. As far as I know, he's still here today, Ben Mike's father. So he saw the four for yesterday. Could he see a maiden first-class son for his son at Lord's? It was almost watchfully played down to long on there from Mike, and I think cleverly so, because again, we talk about bad balls taking wickets. Deep mid-wicket set, and long on and deep mid-wicket back. The eyes really could have ballooned there, couldn't they, for Ben Mike, and so too could the ball. But resisted, pushed just for a single. Nice ball from Holman, respectfully played by Parkinson to end the over. 7 to tee, 70 gone, 8 to the new ball. And 20 to 4. Middlesex over 8 -1. They'll get that down with Holman on. They won't worry about that too much. But 255 for 7, a lead of 34. Again, they won't worry about that too much just yet. But knowing that the last 3 helps the score from 77 for 7 to 149 in the first innings. Albeit with 39 of that done by the final pair, Parkinson and Hendricks. They'll just have to be wary, won't they, Middlesex, not to let this get anywhere near or over 3 figures.
So for Toby Rowland-Jones, bowling to Ben Mike, we've got 2 men out on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep square leg. Just 1 on the offside, 3rd man. So he's keeping with an attacking field. He doesn't mind bowling at Ben Mike. There's that big inviting gap over at Cow Corner, which he hit with that pull shot in the previous over. See if he wants to target that area again with a wipe. Yep, he does. And he hits successfully all the way. Don't think he actually got anywhere near the middle of the bat there, but he's a powerful guy, Ben Mike. He loves the pull shot too, got underneath that, and that's the shorter side. Carried all the way for 6. They enjoyed it. Wonder if the ball went near them.
The Ben Mike fan club. Apparently they did retrieve the ball. They were the fielders in the tavern.
Wonder if one of them caught it. Don't think we got it on camera. Ben Mike well into the nervous 90s. 5 away from a maiden first-class ton. Not showing any nerves at the moment.
Really looked to bring it up with a 6. Powered through. I mean, it's not bad, is it? A runnable century at Lord's.
I don't think Middlesex will be happy to just go up to the new ball here. They want to take a wicket before that stage, at least 1. Otherwise, they could well be chasing something they don't want to be chasing. You don't want to be chasing 160, 180, 200. Under pressure, things can change, things can happen, especially if tomorrow we get an overcast day again and a new ball. Might have to start their innings under lights tonight as well. They won't want their batsmen under needless pressure. Oh, big appeal. He's got a long way across there, Parkinson. Too far across, perhaps in some ways, but the ball was going down leg side.
Hopping across on the back foot. Tough for the umpire, isn't it, when the batters hit on the move like that? Yeah, 42 the lead. Even 120, I think. Another 80 from here. Anything that goes over 3 figures, then a couple of early wickets, and it's a nervy nudge and a nurdle. They'll be very cautious about it, Middlesex. They were to lose a couple quickly, especially the big two at the top, Robson and Stoneman, the centurion of the first innings.
I think they'll be desperate to keep it to 100 or less, really, around about there. Then you think it should be just a formality, but as you say, get over 3 figures. Well, he didn't move his feet at all there, Parkinson. Just played the ball right under his eyes. I think then 150 plus is another story. 200, then it gets pretty difficult, but that's a long way off. 200. 100 would be the first target for Leicestershire.
You're absolutely right that Middlesex won't want to wait around for this second new ball. It's still half an hour away. 8 overs away. So just after tea, a couple of overs after tea, they'll have a chance to unleash a Freedy. And Bamba. Perhaps Roland Jones again into a 5th spell, but are they having another look at this ball? What was that chat now? No, I think it might have even been the batters, so just delaying things momentarily. But yes, you're right, they won't want to wait till then. However, that is going to be the biggest obstacle, isn't it? Freedy against the lower order with the new ball.
First time we've seen Luke Holman come around the wicket to the right-hander. Some footholds there to work with. That's a good spot.
Nick Gubbins has a 2nd century in the match against Lancashire, against Jimmy Anderson. 115 not out of Hampshire's 263 for 6. They lead by 269. Anderson 3 for 36. From 23 overs. Let's go with the 3 for 24 from 14 overs in the first innings. So it's pretty much been Anderson versus Hampshire. Gubbins versus Lancashire. Brilliant for him.
Surely Jimmy Anderson's going to play in that first test match. And Stuart Broad. Found a bit of form in this round of fixtures. Exactly what Rob Key and Ben Stokes would have wanted, having said that they're up for selection. Can't see them not being involved. Obviously depends on who else is available, whether Ollie Robinson is fit. Chris Wokes as well, he's injured at the moment. Saqib Mahmood is bowling well. Will he get a go? Quite a few options, but I can see both Anderson and Broad playing in that match, and I 100% agree with that. Still, in my opinion, and in many people's opinion, our best 2 bowlers in this country.
Yeah, fully agreed. It's going to be quite the turnaround, though, for the new MD and the new captain to go against what happened in the winter. And Strauss the man making that call, really. And the pair that he's appointed immediately go against his biggest call.
Big appeal, is that in front? No, says umpire Newell. Toby Roland Jones puts his head down. He thought he had his man there. This was very, very close. Oh, what's wrong with that one? maybe going down. I mean, to me, to the naked eye, that looked more out to me than the Harry Swindles one.
I think my feeling on that one was, as that back pad came around, it covered up middle and off, but actually where the front pad was, it felt to me as though the front pad really hadn't gone that far across. The way that he squared up almost felt as though that back pad came around. All of a sudden it looked so well. Look, you can't even see in the stumps. But actually that front pad, where he was struck, if you took the back pad out of play, it felt like there was a fair old bit of off stump on show. And with that slope, as you say, is that just drifting then as a result? I can see why the umpire hasn't given it. That's not to say it wasn't out.
Very, very close either way. Definitely wasn't outside the line. Middlesex really do need a wicket before the new ball, don't they? We've got 4.5 overs to tea. They want another partnership developing. We saw at the start of that Mike Barnes partnership, things can get taken away very quickly if you're not careful. And with the new ball as well, runs might flow even quicker. Be great if they could get Chris Wright in before that point. Maybe even Buren Hendricks, you never know.
He's batting off a roundabout leg, isn't he? His trigger does take him across. That back foot's already triggered as we're just having a quick freeze frame ourselves. But as that front pad struck, I think you can see a fair bit of, behind that back pad, I think you can see a fair bit of off stump.
What do you reckon, guys, watching on the stream? Was that out or not out, that appeal against Callum Parkinson? And while you're at it, let us know what you think of the Harry Swindles LBW as well. Was that appeal a better appeal than the Harry Swindles dismissal? Which was more out? That one or Swindles? You can let us know in the YouTube comments if you're watching on YouTube. Here's one. Reza Majorali, who's been watching regularly, Middlesex fan. Can't believe that wasn't out. Gone. Toby Rowland-Jones does it again. He was the partnership breaker earlier when he took out Swindles, and now he's got rid of Callum Parkinson. He's gone up the hill, got one to seam in, almost had his man LBW, and now he's turned him into an S. Simplest of cashes for Peter Hanscom. Middlesex now just 2 away from bowling out this Leicestershire side.
Look at the celebration again from Rowland-Jones, having seen that LBW appeal turned down. Absolutely pumped for that wicket. Toby Rowland-Jones. 264 for 8. Parkinson survives the big LBW appeal, but doesn't survive a fired up Rowland-Jones. Bit of pace on that again, extracting that bounce. Toby Rowland-Jones. Good catch by the skipper, Hanscom. So Ben Mike is left on 95 with only 2 to go. That was the last ball of the over. So Mike will have strike on 95. Wright, as we know, can bat well. And Hendricks, well, shared that partnership in the first innings, hit 22. But first of all, Mike now for sure will be thinking he's got to get his century quickly here. Hasn't gone after the spinner so far. He's got strike against Holman. Does he fall into a trap here of trying to go after Holman to get his century? It'd be pretty nervy for Mike, sitting on, well, anything between 95 and 99 now at the non-strikers end, with the number 10 at the other end, and it can all be done in 2 balls before he's back on strike again. Will he go after something that's not there?
So Holman's going to continue around the wicket to the right-handed Ben Mike, who's 5 short of that first class ton. The field still well spread. That's a very nicely timed drive, and he takes the single. So he's trusting his man, Chris Wright, the number 10, vastly experienced seamer. And the field will come in now.
Heart rate monitor on Ben Mike right now. And again, if the ball's skied here and they cross, it's still the new batter who'll be on strike with the new laws now from the MCC.
That's a good point. Although, to be honest, I can't see Chris Wright just having a big mow here and hitting it straight up in the air. Wouldn't be the smartest cricket. That's a lovely cover drive. Lovely straight drive, straight to mid-off. What's Holman thinking here? How's he thinking of getting Wright out? Maybe the one that skids on up the hill. Very nice, solid forward defence. That will inspire a bit of confidence from Ben Mike at the other end. I've made the right decision. This guy knows what he's doing. Well bowled, well played. Oh, bit of turn. Turn and bite. Bowled that one very slow, actually. That was nice. Wright survives. Over to you, Ben. 265 for 8. The lead is 44. And Ben Mike is 1-4 away from his first-class ton. He looks a cool customer, but you're not telling me he's not thinking about it inside. He must be churning. Churning out the wine up there. The top of the pavilion. Very nice. Still nice and bright day here. A few more clouds in the sky now, but it's still a lovely day. At the moment, the sun's just covered by a bit of cloud, but I would still rather be there. Well, I'm very happy being here commentating, but I'd like to be commentating from there, is what I mean.
Apart from on a cold day.
Yeah.
There were a few commentary stints in the turret up there over the last couple of years, wasn't there?
Oh, that was cold. Pulls Ben Mike, but men out on the boundary. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, man at deep square leg for him, and mid-on had stepped further back. So they didn't want to let him go to the boundary, go to his 100 with that pull shot. So he takes the single instead. This will be interesting. Now Roland Jones gets a crack at right.
Oh, poor Ben Mike, the non-striker's end. It's surely got to be in his mind next time he gets strike, just try and get this done one way or the other now.
3 slips in for Chris Wright. He's shaped up very nicely since he's come in.
The difficult thing for Mike as well is the lead's 45. Another 55 runs, which is a lot, but another 55 runs just gives them something to bowl at. They haven't got anything to bowl at yet, Leicestershire. Just nudge it over 3 figures somehow. Again, even if it's just 120, it's something to bowl at. Middlesex fell short a few years back against Stoneman's Durham, chasing 117.
Oh, there's a quick single here. Pretty comfortable in the end. So 3 balls left in this over for Mike to get to his century. The field, I think, will spread again. See if they send the man back to cow corner again. Yep, Robbie White's going out there. Mid-off, goes halfway to the boundary. In fact, the entire ring field is taking a few steps out. You can see their point as well, halfway to the boundary, and long on as well. Will he take them on? No, he just takes the single. He knows that he can do that at least one more time and get to 99. Then they'll bring the field in, and then it's up to him to pierce the field.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty unlucky. As we say, it can go quickly. Number 10 and 11, they can go in 2 balls. But Wright and Hendricks, they're not a bad 10 and 11. Far from it. We were going through the scores earlier. I left 2 off. I think we were distracted by a wicket. Warwickshire are 131 for 8 as Somerset are heading towards their first victory of the season. In that 3-game losing run, they trail still by 118. The defending champions, Lamb and Miles together. 4 wickets for Brooks. Somerset looking to get up and running for the season.
Went for the stumps. Gave away the single though, so Mike won't be on strike for the next over.
Could he have rejected the single? It's a tough one, isn't it? Because again, like I say, he's got a job to do here for the team. The lead's 48. Those 2 runs are going to mean so much for Mike. They just need to double that lead somehow, 48. That last wicket pairing that put on 39 in the first innings. Good to see a youthful crowd here for this one. I'm seeing a lot of youth in the...
Is that Ryan Sidebottom at the back? Oh, again, just a hint of turn there. I think he's found the pace to bowl at now to get maximum turn out of this pitch, Holman. You've got to toss it up there to get a bit of bite. He's right going to take the bait, though, and try and have a big drive at one of those.
Yeah, we've stumbled on this a couple of times today. That's what it just feels. For Holman's leg spin to kick on, he's either going to have to pick up the pace a little bit or find an awful lot more revs, isn't he? It's all very good what's there, but just something needs to kick on.
Full banger. Right, has a go. Goes well. This might plug. Don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It was a freebie, really, for Wright. And they're actually only going to run 2 there. That's it's poor running from Wright. I think Mike's a bit annoyed there. That should have been 3. And he could have got on strike to Luke Holman. If he doesn't get to 100, I'd be pretty annoyed with that. I think Chris Wright was admiring his shot. Thought it was going to go for 4.
Mike must have had his heart in his mouth for a moment, though, just wondering how high that was going.
That's better from the non-striker's point of view, I think. Stuck on 98, not out. Oh, dragged down. He's hit it straight to mid-wicket. Would you believe it? Straight to Martin Anderson, the sub-fielder, who took the catch when Holman dragged one down earlier and Ed Barnes skied inexplicably. Well, this time it's another drag down. Chris Wright has found the middle of the bat, but straight once again to Martin Anderson. He took it calm as you like. Had to jump in the air and pouch it. What is Ben Mike thinking now? Don't tell me he's going to get stranded short of a first ever first-class century on 98, not out, because number 11, Buren Hendricks, is going to come to the crease now. And he's got 1 ball to face.
Bad balls take wickets, and it's a second bad ball for Luke Holman. All the good ones. Better to be a lucky bowler than a good bowler, eh? 2 absolute pies. We were talking about it in terms of the part-time spinners coming on and dragging something down short, and the batters get themselves in a mess. Well, one man that Ben Mike will hope does not get himself in a mess is this man, Hendricks. He's got to survive 1 ball at the end of this over, just to make sure that Ben Mike isn't stranded on 98.
How calm is that man, Buren Hendricks? I'm sure Ben Mike's a bit worried, but he should take some solace in the first innings when the number 11 Hendricks lasted 61 balls for his 22. He might only have to last one ball here to make sure that Mike gets his 100.
I tell you what, I might be doing Holman a little bit of a disservice there. That wasn't as bad a ball as the one that picked up Parkinson, wasn't it?
No, correct. It wasn't anywhere near as bad as that, but it was a short delivery.
Barnes. It was Barnes he got, wasn't it? That dragged it across. It was a short delivery. It turned a fair way, though, didn't it, with the slope? And it was a short delivery, but it wasn't the absolute rank long hop that picked up Barnes earlier. Now,
can he survive? Buren. Well, he can. He can. I tell you what, Holman got that right in the footholes. That had the opportunity to turn through the gate, but Hendricks is confident with the bat at the moment, and that was a solid defence. So it's back over to Ben Mike, who's smiling, but he will be nervous inside. He's played really well. He deserves 100. He changed the complexion of this innings, really. Earlier on, you felt like Middlesex were going to not have to bat again. Well, he's made sure that they do have to, and he's also on the verge of scoring a classy century. Final over before tea, though, so if he wants it... actually, tea's been delayed by half an hour. Oh, that's a big appeal, but it's slipping down. Slipping down leg, wry smile from Ben Mike and from Toby Rowland-Jones. I think in his heart of hearts he knew that was also slipping down the slope, and Mike did too, but it wasn't a million miles away.
No, not too far away. It certainly wouldn't have been a nice moment for Mike, and it won't help the next one.
So just to confirm, yeah, tea has been delayed by half an hour because the last wicket has fallen, or the 9th wicket has fallen. Takes the single. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. So in theory, Buren Hendricks might have 4 balls to survive of Toby Rowland-Jones here, who's going to come around the wicket, try and target the stumps, but also try and take one away from Hendricks down the slope. Now, Ben Mike's heart will be pumping.
You can almost guarantee everything's going to be on the stumps here from Rowland-Jones. You'll just have to hope, Mike, that Hendricks can plunge forward, get bat on it, but not the outside edge. 3 slips away.
Slips definitely in play here with Rowland-Jones around the wicket and the slope. But he goes the other way, goes up the hill, targets the stumps first of all.
I wonder where his dad is in the ground at the moment, Ben Mike. This will be horrible for him as well.
He's thinking stumps initially, isn't he? Toby Rowland-Jones, number 11, as you would. Must say, though, that Hendricks does have a pretty good, solid defensive technique. We saw that in the first innings. He also was part of a magnificent rearguard action, which we mentioned before in the first game against Worcestershire, when he and Hassan Azad hung on for over 25 overs to save the game. This guy can bat for a number 11. Oh, he's been bowled! Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Shouldered arms. Toby Rowland-Jones gets one to go up the hill. Stump goes flying. And Ben Mike is stranded on 99 not out.
Heartbreak. Oh, it's a beaut. That's a beaut from Rowland-Jones, bringing it back up the slope. Magical stuff for him, a 3-for. He's toiled away today, Rowland-Jones, and yesterday. Oh, look at that go. Look at that go. Lovely shot there as well. And a big smile from Rowland-Jones. Big heartache for Mike. He's got his arm around Hendricks, not the other way round. And, well done Middlesex as well. Ben Mike there. He's caught up by John Simpson, who you've just seen turn around, tell him well batted. And well, look at that on the big screen for him. 99, Ben Mike, from 168 minutes, 108 balls, 9 fours and 4 sixes. He hasn't. Well, he's given his side some respectability here. Oh, the poor guy. There'll be other days, I'm sure. But that's cruel. That's really cool.
Well played, sir, though. And what a nice moment there where you mentioned it there, Handy. He ran up to Buren Hendricks. I looked across and I thought, that's going to be Buren Hendricks running up to Ben Mike. It wasn't. It was the other way round. Ben Mike ran up to Hendricks, who was distraught because he'd let his teammate down. He's never got a first-class 100 before. He felt awful about it, but Ben Mike was the bigger man, ran up to him, put his arm round him and said, don't worry about it, not your fault. I trusted you, and don't worry about it, not your job. So hats off to Ben Mike for doing that as well. And he has really enhanced his reputation in this game, hasn't he? Yeah. Not just with the bat, but with the ball as well.
Do you know what? I've just had a look. He's only 23 years of age, Ben Mike. And I almost feel as though he's a little bit older the way that I've seen him bowl and perform in the last couple of years. And that 4 for yesterday, 99 today, goodness me, they'll struggle to drop him again this season, won't they? And they'll struggle to leave it till the 98th over of an opposition innings before he's brought on to bowl once more.
Yeah, absolutely. This hopefully is a turning point for him. Young man, maybe putting his hand up and saying, I need to be a regular fixture in this team and I need to be utilised more, both with ball and bat. But the bigger picture is the lead, only 51 after Middlesex came back and took those quick wickets at the end, desperately needed by them. Means that the home side need only 52 to win this county championship game.
I tell you what, they're going to have to throw the ball to Ben White pretty quickly, aren't they, after that performance with ball and bat? They'll go straight for him, surely, in that Middlesex chase. Right, we'll take tea here on day 3. So 52 it is to win for Middlesex. 272 all out Leicestershire. 99 brilliant runs from Ben Mike. Again, at the moment, it's just respectability for Leicestershire. Surely it's nothing more than that. 52 for Middlesex to win. Join us back on the live enhanced stream with Matt Floyd and myself, Kevin Hand, in just under 20 minutes.
are following on. They are 73 in their second innings against Wickets. High scoring game now at Bristol. Gloucestershire 333 for 2. Chasing Surrey 673. Marcus House with 124. Chris Bent is 153 not out. At the HS Bowl, close game, Hampshire 273 for 6 in their second innings, in Lancashire by 271. At Taunton, Warwickshire on the verge of defeat, following on 135 for 8 in their second innings. At Leeds, This match will resume in 5 minutes, with Middlesex requiring 42 to win.
So umpires Milnes and Newell on their way back to the middle. And that means that so are the Middlesex openers Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson, who have a very small total ahead of them to chase. Just 52 to win this game against Leicestershire and remain unbeaten, make it 2 wins on the bounce, 2 wins from 3. They drew their first game against Derbyshire, and they got plenty of time in which to do it here on day 3. It was hard work for the bowlers today, but they got the job done eventually. A man down as well. Tom Helm is not on the field of play today. He's got a tight side, so it was left to the 3 seamers of Afridi, Roland Jones and Bamber, and the leg spin of Luke Holman to get the 10 wickets, and that's exactly what they did. 3 for Afridi, 3 for Roland Jones, 2 for Bamber, 2 for Holman, and they bowled out Leicester for 272. But spare a thought for Ben Mike, stranded on 99 not out, 1 short of a maiden first-class ton. What a knock by him. Chris Wright to bowl the first ball. Short straight away, pulled straight away by Mark Stoneman for 4.
Yeah, 52 to win, 48 now. Actually, it's a nasty little one for openers coming out now, isn't it? This is an average record, this kind of thing. You're not really going to game much with 25 not out. But 10 and out can hurt your averages. But nice start for Stoneman. Sets a tempo perhaps there. Be very interesting to see who gets that new ball from the pavilion end. Wright's been the most consistent of the bowlers, perhaps, fair to say. Barnes has had his moments, but Mike with 4 for in that first innings. And an unbeaten 99. Stranded, as those last 2 went, as we all feared. We all feared they might. That's lovely from Stoneman. Doubles his tally, and 44 to win all of a sudden for Middlesex. And that'll settle any nerves anywhere in the world of Middlesex fans on this one. As I say, at the moment, it's nothing more than a nuisance little amount of runs for the openers to knock off, in that there's not really much for them to gain, but in terms of their averages, a wicket or two here just wrecks a few averages, nothing else. Oh, there we go. Comes back down the slope and goes through Stoneman over the top of middle and off. Well bowled, Chris Wright.
Well, it looks like, judging from the first 4 balls, this might not take too long. Mark Stoneman right into his stride. 2 boundaries. That straight drive was delightful, and he hits the ball very hard. That's what you notice when you watch him live, with minimal fuss. That whizzed away. Quite a long boundary down there.
Oh, that goes again. 4 more through square leg, 12 without loss. And just the 40 to win all of a sudden for Middlesex. 1 ball left to the opening over.
Stoneman keen to get in the tavern, I think. Why not?
Is he a Man City fan?
He may well
Wants
be.
to go and watch the football.
He's probably a Newcastle fan or a Sunderland fan, I'd imagine. He's so strong on the pool, isn't he? Picks up length very quickly. He's having a storming game here, isn't he?
207 runs in 4 innings so far. And add another 12 to that so far here. 12 without loss after the opening over. Who is it to take that new ball? It's going to be Hendricks, the last to go, bowled, shoulder and arms.
He was distraught as well, wasn't he, Buren Hendricks? He only had to survive 4 balls and then get Ben Mike on strike. And hopefully Mike would then get the single required to get to his first ever 3-figure score. But he lasted only 3. Roland Jones, to be fair to him, got that ball to go a long way up the slope. We've seen people do that to Roland Jones before, though, haven't we? We've seen left-handers leave deliveries and see their stumps go flying.
Yep, many a better batter has that been done to. Here's Hendricks to Robson. Oh, it's just short of third slip. Sam Robson 21 against Glamorgan last week. In what was mostly a low-scoring game, but for Simpson and Roland Jones. And Stoneman got a 50 to start with as well. 16 in the first innings here, so in terms of being an average wrecker, again, poor old Sam Robson, 21 and 16 so far this season. Can walk away with a red inker that's not going to do much, or can walk away with a low score that's going to just keep those averages down for a little while. That's nice. Little bit of width, short, and Robson usually puts those away. 4 for him, 36 to win, 16 without loss, Middlesex.
Bit of a freebie for Sam Robson, exactly what he would have wanted to get away. Short and wide, plays the cut shot well. All he had to do there was find the gap, find somewhere relatively near the middle of the bat. He did both. So yeah, I think you're right, Kevin. What you're getting at is that this is a more important innings really for Sam Robson than for Mark Stoneman. He'll really want a red inker just to build up a bit of confidence going into the game against Sussex.
Well played. That's all they can do really. Leicestershire is just leave the ball on that spot, hope that something happens. Again, we were saying if they were chasing 100, then just maybe all of a sudden lose 2 quick wickets chasing 100, then maybe something opens up. Sun's out to finish the game. Pretty nice for Middlesex to do it in the sun. A bit of cloud coverage just blown over at tee. That's nicely timed again. Down the slope, it will be caught up. They've taken 2. And a Barnes heading off after that one.
So it's that sort of time when we start to think about player of the match. Might put this one out to the YouTube sphere and Twitter.
Oh, that's a nice drive by Robson. Up it goes towards Horner again. It's a long boundary and it's uphill all the way, so it might well stop this one, and it does. They've taken 3. Stoneman had turned that he was thinking there possibly could have been an all-run 4. Robson to 9. Stoneman on strike. 1 to come with the second over. 21 without loss, 31 to win.
Yeah, we definitely start thinking about the player of the match now, because this game isn't going to last very much longer. 21 scored off the first 11 deliveries. So, what do you reckon out there? Let us know on the YouTube comments or tweet us at Middlesex_CCC. Who's man of the match today? Should it be Mark Stoneman for his 108 in the first innings? His first 100 here for Middlesex at Lords. Other contenders, we'll put up Shaheen Shah Afridi. 6 wickets in the match, including big wickets. He's got the top order each time. He's got Hassan Azad twice, Colin Ackerman twice. 3 for 54 in the first innings, 3 for 93 in the second. All those figures were slightly ruined by that bit of tap he got from Ben Mike towards the end. How about Ben Mike himself on the losing side? But what a game he's had. 99 not out. And 4 for 15. That is a proper all-rounder performance. Don't deserve to be on the losing side with figures like that, stats like that. So who should be man of the match? Let us know on the YouTube comments.
Timed nicely again. Off his body. He's a cracking timer of the ball, Sam Robson. 25 without loss. Robson moves to 13.
When I think of Sam Robson, I think of that shot. You're absolutely right. He's a cracking timer of a ball. That raced away the long side of the boundary very, very quickly. Just all about natural timing, that shot. If you stray anywhere near his pads, he's lethal.
That was that, and off the hips as well, with the shots that first really made you sit up and take notice of Sam Robson. There we go. Puts one up towards the hips. Might give Longleg a chance, this one. Which, again, it's a very big boundary. More often than not, that was 4 runs. And Longleg wouldn't have got near that. Ben Mike going around. But that's growing up in Sydney, isn't it? Anything onto the legs, onto the body like that. He's pretty happy putting it away. And when he first came through as a nuggety little opener alongside Chris Rogers when he first emerged, you thought, oh, yeah, that's timed nicely. Got something about him.
Irfan Hassan says Shaheen, Akbar Umar, Stoneman or Mike. Max FIFA, Ben Mike. Catherine L says, I think Mike deserves a shout. Does that mean he deserves the man of the match as well? Serving my Jesus says player of the match should go to Ben Mike. So a few for Mike, despite being on the losing side.
Word for Tom Helm as well, because he was the pick of the bowlers in the first innings for Middlesex. And fair to say, had he have been available, then that Leicestershire, well, the match will be done by now. That Leicestershire innings could have been a lot shorter. He picked up 3 for 23 from his 12 and continued that form of Derbyshire, where he was the pick of the bowlers, went well down at Glamorgan. So poor Tom Helm. It hasn't been costly for Middlesex in this game. They'll hope that it's not costly long term, and it is just stiffness for Helm.
On Prakash says King Kohli. Well, he's not playing today, so he can't be player of the match, sadly, today. William Ellis says Stoneman has got to be man of the match, winning the game for Middlesex with those first innings runs. Must say, I do agree with William Ellis. I think Mark Stoneman a century in those conditions. Set up the win.
A bowled or played into the third. 25 more to win, 27 without loss. Yeah, agreed. 108. When he fell, Middlesex was 218 for 5. 61st over of the innings. 62nd. And he was a major contributor to that 370 down at the bottom of the scoreboard there. And a reason why it's such a paltry figure on the bottom right for Middlesex to win. That was the main difference, those top order runs. Again, something that's been such a problem for Middlesex in recent years. Top order runs and in the first innings of a match. It meant that Middlesex got 4 batting points as well to take out of this one. It's Parkinson, who bowled nicely as well, picked up 2 for 52 in the 2 for 54 in the Middlesex first innings. Got a chance for the ball here. It was just felt if he'd have had something to bowl out, maybe 110, 120. Let's try and tie him down a little bit. John Simpson 71's worth a lot of note as well, isn't it? And that partnership he had with Holman, the only century stand. Oh, that's edgily away for Stoneman. We'll get at least 2 here. Deep backward point coming around. They'll think about 3. And Robson turns, sets off, and they'll be fine. Stoneman's on to 15, 22 to win. Is that the only century stand of the match now?
Today there was a century stand, wasn't it? Oh, no. They fell just short, didn't they? 98, Barnes and Mike. Just short. Another just short of 100. Luke Holman's had a good all-round game, hasn't he? He was part of that century stand. 45, fell just short of his half-century. And he's chipped in with 3 wickets. I think that's a pretty good all-round game for him. Staked a claim to be the all-rounder ahead of Martin Anderson.
I think as long as he's contributing with the bat, then at this stage of the season, he's got time to develop as a young wrist spinner of 21 years of age. As long as he's developing with the bat, it allows Middlesex to play him as a serious spinner, but also have that 4-seam attack.
And the crucial thing there is that you can then pick your best seamers, can't you, as you say. It'd be interesting to see, though, whether down in Hove they think about playing 2 spinners. They did in the game last season, where Luke Holman actually out-bowled Tilanwala Lawita considerably, took 10 wickets in the match. You could play them both again. Holman bats at 7, Wala Lawita comes in. And say, for example, if Helm is unfit, you go with the same seamers, or maybe you rotate one of them. Lots of options for Middlesex anyway this year. Does seem like there's a lot better squad depth than there was last year. Not just in the bowling, but in the batting as well. Batting has been massively improved on last year. Once again, getting 370 in this match. That was absolutely massive. I mentioned it earlier in our piece to camera yesterday. Colin Ackerman's into the attack.
Couple here for Stoneman. I'll settle on the 1 indeed.
Yeah, I said earlier, didn't I, that this is the 3rd time that Middlesex this season have got over 335, and it only happened 3 times in the entire last season. So in 14 matches, they've done that in 3.
Yeah, not many in the first innings either over the years. That, since 2016, has been the problem. They've been a second innings side, Middlesex. So those first innings runs that they'll be really focused on this year. Oh, bowls.
It's a short leg.
Yeah. Scampering around with Swindles. Single more, 18 to win. Yeah, Hove, worth mentioning Wallaluita down at Hove last year. He was unlucky, he bowled well. Holman got the 10-for, but Wallaluita actually bowled really well. I'm sure, as you say, out-bowled him, picked up 10-for. But it was one of those matches where you just think, how did he not come away with a few more? Holman passed a lot of credit to Wallaluita in that game. Really good partnership between the pair. Single 20 over. 35 without loss, just 17 to win.
Middlesex racing towards their target, and that's what can happen when you're chasing such a small target. All you need is a good start, a couple of fours in the first over, and generally heads go down, the bowling will get changed, they bring the spinners on, and you can just get there very quickly. It's no real reflection of the Leicestershire bowlers. This game was done before they even started this run chase. Damage was done on that first day when they were bowled out for 149.
Just in the County Championship Twitter feed tweet, so close, Shan Masood falls 2 runs short of Nick Compton's record for the most runs before the end of April.
Oh, a bit of an appeal there. That's turned. He might have just got outside the line.
Goes big with that. Over mid-on. 4 runs. 22 for Stoneman. 13 to win.
This was a really interesting shot. He likes the slog sweep, Mark Stoneman. In fact, it was his undoing in the second innings against Derbyshire. This one here, he goes very straight. It's down on one knee, and he goes over mid-on. Not over mid-wicket. It's quite rare to hit it that straight. But he got a very good connection.
Yeah, I wonder will he go into the T20 side this year, Middlesex, for Middlesex, Stoneman?
I think a big part of him moving was that he wanted to play more white ball cricket from Surrey. Got offered a contract there.
No Sterling this year. 2 overseas bowlers in Majib and Shaheen Shah Afridi. Six bowls, 13 to win, 39 without loss. Yeah, that's been one of the problems talked about in Championship cricket for Middlesex. First innings, top order runs. But the blast as well. At times they've been a little short of explosive batting, particularly at the top, where Sterling has left a huge void. Eskenazi's come good, Holden as well. Clipped away nicely, just a single there.
Bit of concern out there on the YouTube comments for Tom Helm. Catherine L saying hope Helm is okay. Loving his bowling this season so far. Paul Morris agrees with that, says yes, hope so, Catherine. And that is going to be an area of concern, isn't it, for Middlesex? The way that Helm was bowling was a massive, massive help. With Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's your gun overseas player, Ethan Bamber, so reliable, Tim Murtagh, so reliable, Tolan Jones, the same, and then if you get Tom Helm as well bowling well, it looks a formidable attack.
Goes big again down the grounds. He's got all of it this time. 2 bounces and 4. He's on to 26, 44 without loss. Single figures to win now for Middlesex.
Mark Stoneman definitely staking a claim for the T20 side, isn't he? He's saying to Richard Johnson, are you watching this? I want to play in the shortest format. I can score quickly. And you know what? He's the kind of player that he's such a good striker of the ball. He can play any format, surely.
Yeah, I think exactly that. He'll be a fine signing if he improves the 2020 fortunes as well. Got out of the group a couple of years back under Stuart Law. End of the over, 44 without loss, 8 to win. That was when they had A.B. de Villiers and Owen Morgan, though. Saw a fair bit of those two that season. Had Darvin Milan, Paul Sterling. Wasn't a bad batting lineup.
Well, Morgan, I presume, will be available again this year. Mujib, he's back in as one of the overseas players.
Yeah, Shaheen Sharafridi as well. He plays at least the first 6 games, hopefully the first half of the competition.
Mex 14 has said, okay, given current injuries, who are you naming as the Middlesex 11 for the next match at Hove? Now, obviously, it's quite hard to answer this because we haven't seen the pitch. But let's presume, as that's tickled away fine by Sam Robson, it's going to be 3 runs, I think, here. Good running by Stoneman. He's still got a lot of energy. So let's say that the pitch is one that merits 1 spinner only, not 2 spinners. What 11 are you going to pick? And let's also presume, just for the sake of it, that Tom Helm is not fit, and neither is Tim Murtagh.
I think I'll probably go Cullen to come in, which is hard on Anderson. But I think it's just a real opportunity to look at Cullen at this stage. If, let's say, like today, they haven't taken the risk with Helm, and rightly so. Even though it took him a while to bowl out Leicestershire in the end, absolutely right call there. 3 quality quicks and a spinner. No need to risk him. So fair to assume, let's say they're cautious with both he and Murtagh and they're not in the equation, then it's a pretty straight pick. As you say, they could go 2 spinners with Walla Luita. Just wonder, would they be worried then? If they haven't got another seam option in there, if something happened to Roland Jones or Afridi or Bambury in the match, you're all of a sudden down to 2 seamers. I think they'd be reluctant to do that, so I don't think that they'll go with 2 spinners with Walla Luita. But again, he might have a shoulder injury, whether that's going to keep him out of Hove as well. So I think it's a real opportunity to get Cullen at this stage. Five to win here, 47 without loss. Robson 21.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think your options are fairly limited, but if it's only 1 spinner, I think obviously Holman plays as the spinner, and then your seamer to replace Tom Helm. You can either go with Martin Anderson, who's good enough, in my opinion, to be one of your frontline seamers, and that also lengthens your batting. So Anderson can probably bat 7, Holman 8, or vice versa. But because the batting is firing at the moment, I would trust the batting. I wouldn't worry about lengthening it. And I agree, I'd just go with Blake Cullen. Good opportunity for him. He's a super talent. And he can bat, correct.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking it through earlier, and perhaps I'm giving the argument very well now because I kind of got to my end answer without giving all the reasons. The other thing is you can't bring Walla Luita back in for Holman when he took 10 for at Hove last year. And he shared the only century stand of this match this week. And he's bowled okay, all right. The wickets came with not his best deliveries. But overall, his bowling was all right on a pitch that hasn't done that much for the spinners, as we're seeing now for Ackerman and Parkinson as well.
Paul Morris agrees. 5 bowlers, the 4 today without Helm, obviously, plus Cullen.
short and pulled away. Stopped at mid-wicket. Evans in there, he managed to get hold of it. Robson looks at the tone of his bat. 47 without loss, 5 to win still. Yeah, so I think Holman's got to play because of last year. So if one is to come in for, let's say, Helms out, then you're thinking of one of Cullen, Anderson and Wallaluita. I don't think it'll be Wallaluita because I don't think they'll go in with just 3 seamers. Especially against that batting lineup. Pajara and Rizwan. I don't think you'll want to go in with just 3 seamers against them. And as you say, look at the track when you get down there. They'll hope it's very similar to the track of last year. They were delighted with that one. Swept away, finding the deep sweeper. They've got 2, 3 to win. 49 without loss. Oh, a nice little tickle there for a single. Had to be sharp about it. Ten gone, 50 without loss. 2 to win. Be a single. Stoneman's on 30. Robson on strike. Scores level. There's the single, gets through as well. It might even be 4 for Robson to finish that match. And that'll just about pop over the boundary rope, will it? Doesn't matter either way. Middlesex win by 10 wickets here, a resounding win. They'd pretty much won it last night. It was a case of come back and finish things off today. It took a fair while, a brilliant piece of resistance from Ben Mike in particular, but Swindles also, Mulder as well. But that balcony will be very happy. That man in the middle, Tom Helm, they had to do it without him today. Pick of the bowlers on that first day. They were without him. There's the Centurion though. Mark Stoneman, outstanding from him. Sam Robson, he'll be happy just to have got some runs and a red inker on the board at the end of this one. Chris Wright, former Middlesex man, bowled beautifully as well. But a brilliant, brilliant victory for Middlesex by 10 wickets here at Lord's.
It really was back-to-back wins for Middlesex. An innings victory against highly fancied Glamorgan side in Cardiff. followed by a very professional, comprehensive performance against Leicestershire here at Lord's. So they remain unbeaten. Drew the first game, won the next two, and looked like one of the teams to beat in Division 2 at this early stage. That man on your screen has a lot to be happy about. He's added a real steal to the top of the order, not just the steal, but runs and quick runs. He doesn't hang about. They didn't hang about chasing down 52, did they? Just 10.3 overs. The two experienced men, Stoneman and Robson, so crucial to Middlesex's hopes this season, you feel. But it's fitting that they won by 10 wickets. It was a dominant performance, really, barring a brilliant innings of 99 not out from Ben Mike today. A counter-attack. Nice 50 from Vian Mulder. There's not much else to hold up Middlesex. It was the first innings where they won the game, bowling out Leicestershire for 149 and then scoring 370. And it's the batting that I think at the moment is making a big difference here, Kevin, because the bowling has been solid for a number of years now.
They're finding a way with the bats, aren't they? Last week, John Simpson picking up on that work from Mark Stoneman at the top, 50 last week. Much as, you know, when he fell here for a century in the first innings, he as good as had half the runs at that point. Stoneman for Middlesex, when they were, 5-6 down when he fell. And likewise at Glamorgan last week, he had more than half the runs when he'd fallen for his 50 with 5 or 6 down at that point as well. So brilliant from Stoneman, brilliant from Robson, just to see it over the line there at the end in pretty quick time as well. As I said right at the start of the season, if Stoneman and Robson have a good season, Middlesex are going to have a very, very good season. Depleted at the moment without Mercer, without Helm today, but they still managed to see that job through. Afridi's obviously a huge boost. As Helm credited Afridi on that first day, he blasted away the top 3 again, and that's what they'll hope he can do down in Hove. Of course, there's bigger names down the order for Sussex, that's still to come. But yes, the batting, it looks as though there are people capable of putting their hands up now and saying today is my day, and that didn't happen enough in recent years, particularly in the first innings of matches, and that's what's happening this season.
So there you have it, Middlesex 52 without loss in 10.3 overs. Mark Stoneman 30 not out of 32. Sam Robson 22 not out of 31. That's how you do it. Never looked in doubt. Chris Wright bowled 2 overs for 18. Buren Hendricks just the one. He's had a poor game really all round, not only with the ball but also not able to get his man Ben Mike over to 100. And then the spinners came on. Parkinson none for 15. Ackerman none for 10 of 3.3. But in truth, the game was gone before they even started that innings. The damage done on that first day. Leicestershire 149 all out. Shaheen Shah Afridi whipped out the top order. Tom Helm picks up 3 wickets as well. He's going to be a big miss, Tom Helm. He's been bowling brilliantly. Then it was that first innings of Middlesex. Stoneman getting his 3rd 100 in his first 7 matches for Middlesex. Astonishing form, really. John Simpson chipping in with 71. They had a big lead of 221. Too big for Leicestershire, who fought hard today. From a precarious position, actually. They were 46 for 4 at one point. Scrapped hard, got up to 272 thanks to Ben Mike, who fell agonisingly short, stranded after Buren Hendricks was bowled, shouldering arms to Toby Rowland-Jones, just short of his first ever first-class 100, and then Middlesex knocked off the runs today to win by 10 wickets. So all in all, Kevin, exactly really what Middlesex could have hoped for. When you look at what happened, a couple of things went against them today. Tom Helm being out, we'll discuss that in a second. That is a big miss. And also these conditions were very batting friendly today. So anyone coming here expecting Middlesex to just steamroll a Leicestershire would have been wrong, effectively.
It was a nice way in the end that Middlesex were tested, that it wasn't steamrolled, as you say. It was nice that there were questions asked of Holman, so he had some really quality time bowling, which he hasn't had much of, really. He did down at Hove and he got his 10 for last year. But here at Lord's, good time playing at both ends, Pavilion and Nursery, and to work himself out, to work out his own game against the slope. And under a little bit of pressure to pick those wickets, especially with Helm not being there. Afridi had a go at both ends as well, which we both wanted to see. Perhaps at this end it was too much of the short stuff. It got rid of Mulder, but it didn't work against Mike. And Roland Jones and Bamber. Bamber at the nursery end was a revelation, wasn't he? He really bowled beautifully from there. Might have bowled himself into a nursery end stint now. Going forward, Roland Jones bowled well again when he moved back to the pavilion end. So yeah, they were made to work for it, and that's good. We want to see that. We don't want them to see teams steamroll game after game. And for the championship, this was a high-quality attack, and they made Middlesex work for it today. When realistically, by last night, the game was over. Middlesex had won this game. It was going to take a 1 in 1,000 shot for Leicestershire to turn this game around from last night. So a good third day in that sense for cricket. A good day, as you say, for the spectators who've turned up. The sun was out. It was good to watch, wasn't it? They made them work for it. And in that sense, it makes it feel an even better victory for Middlesex. You were challenged. You were tested, and you've come through it again. So they go to Hove now, feeling pretty happy with life, I think.
Absolutely. You look at the table, it all looks pretty sweet for Middlesex. It looks as though Nottinghamshire are about to win, so they will go top. Middlesex should slip in just behind them on 59 points.
Exactly, yeah. So that's a big win for Nottinghamshire as well against Worcestershire, because they'll be fancied also.
Middlesex will have a game in hand, though, on Notts. So possibly, is it going to be Notts and Middlesex who will be the two fighting it out, and the two that are being aimed at by the others? Well, we'll have to see. It's very early days, of course, just 3 games for Middlesex. That game against Sussex is going to be a bit more of a test, isn't it? And I'll give you 2 reasons why. Cheteshwar Pujara and Mohammad Rizwan.
I'll give you one more. Stephen Finn. Will he be in for that one? James Harris last week was the leading wicket taker against Middlesex at Glamorgan. I'm sure he'll be desperate against. It'll be his first match ever against Middlesex. A Middlesex boy all the way through the ranks. Watford lad, he's always said he's Middlesex through and through, but at the end of his career he's going to see out his days at Sussex. I am sure he would be desperate if he's in that side to do well. So, they will be tested down at Hove, I'm sure. It'll be interesting to see what pitch we get this year. It was a great pitch last year, a really good one. Not hope for something similar, I'm sure, on that pitch, but they'll be tested, as you say, with that batting lineup as well. We've seen what Pujara and Rizwan have done in this round for Sussex, put up some serious resistance and put them in a very good position against Durham.
Should just say that Stephen Finn hasn't played actually any first-class cricket for Sussex since the first game. He played in the first match, hasn't played since, so he might not be in the 11. That's pretty much...
I hope he is. I really hope he is.
So do I, to be honest with you. And I hope he does well, but I hope Middlesex win. That's pretty much it from us. Thank you very much for watching us on the Middlesex Live Enhanced stream over the last few days. Really enjoyed your company, enjoyed your interaction, your comments. It's been really good to chat with you. The next home game is going to be in a couple of weeks' time. Is it May the 12th, Thursday week, here at Lord's against the mighty Nottinghamshire? That is going to be one not to miss. Stuart Broad maybe playing in that game?
That's already a cracker, isn't it? Notts very much the team fancy to win this division. I think Middlesex have set the bar pretty high for themselves in the first few weeks. So that, I think, they could lose at Sussex. They're going to go to Sussex hoping to pick up the victory. It is a more youthful side, as you say. Finn hasn't been there. The bowling lineup is pretty youthful. For Sussex. They're really going to hope to pick up the victory there, but I think already we can all perhaps greedily look at that game in 2 weeks against Nottinghamshire. I think that could be a massive game for this Division 2 season already.
Yeah, a win here would be huge, wouldn't it, over Nottinghamshire. Thanks to eToro. Thanks also very much to Charles Tyrrett for providing our clothes. Really enjoyed wearing them. Enjoyed taking off the jumper as well. It's lovely and warm now, isn't it? It gets very warm here in the media centre when the sun comes out here at Lord's. It's been a cracking day. From myself, Matt Kabir-Floyd, and from Kevin Hand, goodbye. Thank you very much for watching. We will see you in a couple of weeks' time. Don't forget, if you go over to the Middlesex website, you can hear the interview of the winning captain, Peter Hanscom, and we'll also have the match action for you tomorrow, highlights of this day 3's play. That's it from us. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.